Hey.
Hi. Hello.
Hi. Fuck you, motherfuckers.
Yeah, you asshole.
Fuck you too, motherfucker.
Can you block him,
Fuck you, baby.
bitch?
Oh, you got him.
Your mom, whoever you are. Where do these idiots come from?
Well, if it's women or femme people on a panel, males will always come up to be offensive.
Did he say beta? Who?
Yes, he called us beta. I don't know what that means for women. We're beta women, Belle. We're betas.
All right, let's get it on. Hmm. Anybody seen T-Bone today?
No.
Anybody from the crew anywhere? I didn't see nobody today. Belle always with the.
Somebody invite Tacos to come tell Belle what Robert said to her, because I have her blocked and I will never unblock her.
AJ, yes, I just came home. I'm in the kitchen, so of course there's gonna be clanking. I need dinner ideas. Anybody? Please.
I'm making smashed potatoes with cheese, sour cream, and onions.
All in one?
Yeah, do you know what smashed potatoes are?
No.
Hello.
I
Hi.
even made up some bacon to add to it.
Well, that sounds good. What's up?
Aquanti, what is your issue? What's your problem?
Is someone speaking, Belle? I hear a buzzing.
What do you mean, what's her problem?
What is your problem? Tell me.
She doesn't have a problem. She doesn't know you.
What is your problem, woman? Tell me. I demand things from woman. Woohoo.
Yeah, I want to know
What
what's
is
your
going
fucking problem.
on?
I mean,
Hold on.
like you said that I am racist. And
You
what is your
are,
evidence for
and I
that?
will fucking find you. I'm already working on it. I will show up. Are you in the
Okay.
States now?
He's in
No,
Slovakia.
I'm
Oh,
in
I can go to
Slovakia. I'm not in the United
Slovakia. They
States.
just let anybody in. I'm on my way.
Oh my god.
Dude, I am not. No, they don't. Trust me, no, they don't. But tell me,
Oh, trust
how
me,
am I
they do.
racist?
Wait, Aqua, I would like for him to explain to you what the picture means. It is not where he's from. Go ahead. It does not mean what
Doesn't
you.
matter what it means where he's from. It's what it means where we are. You want to come? It's like if I went to Slovakia, right? And they were like, I don't know what kind of country they are, but they're a conservative country and the women don't wear makeup or bikinis. It's like if I was an American that went to Slovakia and I just pranced around in my bikini and defied all cultural norms.
You would love the
And
women.
then I said, but I'm American. It's the same thing. I don't give a fuck what's not offensive in your country. It's offensive here.
But
You fucking racist.
why is that picture offensive here? I don't know. What does it
Google
stand for?
it. He's dog whistling Bell and he knows it, and they all play like they don't know what they're doing. I'm not
Okay,
having
then.
this conversation with a fucking male racist who's a piece of shit. I will come to Slovakia though and kick your ass. You can count on it.
Okay. There you have it. The woman has spoken. I got a lot.
Woman, I demand you talk to me. I demand you, woman. You woman, tell me. You tell me right now, woman. Like, go the fuck back to your country.
He's not in the U.S. He is in his country.
Exactly. Get off the U.S. panel. Go get on a Slovaki one.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Aqua, are you trying to tell me to go back to Albania too?
No, you're American.
Okay. I'm so sick of cooking.
I am a man
This
from another
fucking shit
country,
doesn't
and I
want
demand
to
women
save,
all
but
over the
I would
world
love to
to
show you
tell
the
me
full
whatever
picture,
I
but
want.
tell me, how
I'm
is
the
my profile
Slovakian
picture
man,
racist?
and all
one
women
at a
owe me
time.
an explanation.
Okay, one at a time. One at a time, please. What did you say, Slavic?
How is my picture racist? I mean, I would love to show you the full plug, but it won't save for some reason.
I am not
Search up
going to
Principality
give
of
you
Nitra Flag.
any answers. I do not answer males. I do not answer accountability
Then you're a
from
bitch.
males.
I mean, you're
You're a
objectively
fucking
a bitch.
racist. You're a sexist. The fact that you're crossing the ocean right now on TikTok to get some kind of accountability from a woman, you're a fucking beta punk bitch. And you're racist.
Dude, are you like
Shut all the
5
way
years
up,
old?
fucking beta.
Because
I know
those
you're
kind
broke.
of
You ain't even at
insults
work
are
right
using
now.
my brother who is
Why
like
aren't you at
13.
work building Slovakian roads instead of fucking arguing with women, loser?
Okay, but
Yeah,
at the
go
same
on.
time,
You are
someone's
like
going.
mentally
I
like my
don't want to do
brother who is
Showtime.
13.
I don't want to do Showtime. Stop. At the same time, you're calling him out on the picture. I don't know how to explain it to him if it's racist in the U.S. or not. I don't know the history behind it. You're telling
He
him
has
it's
Google.
racist.
He has
Yeah,
Google
but
just like
It's
everybody
fucking
else.
Slovak
He can
national
find out
symbol. How the
himself.
fuck
If
is
he
that
really
racist?
cared, he'd go research and learn instead of bothering women on the internet like the bitch he is.
It's
Go
fucking
build a
Slovak national
Slovakian
symbol.
road
How is that
and leave
fucking
women
racist?
alone. Go
It's
build a
Slovak national
road,
symbol.
work 1,700 hours a day
Yeah,
like a real
you're
man and
fucking
leave
tranny.
women alone,
Yeah,
you
go
little
to Gulag. You
Slovakian
deserve
bitch.
Gulag.
Shut up.
Yeah. You will go to Gulag and you will die in Gulag. You know, you will
no, you
die.
can't say that.
You will get unalived too. You know, Stalin will eat you alive. Personally. Wait, what the fuck
I'm
happened?
very scared of Stalin eating me alive personally. I am shaking in me boots. Go build some road, you little Slovakian bitch, instead of arguing with women on the internet. Do that. He crossed the ocean from Slovakia to the United States to yell at women. What a bitch made Slovakian.
Aqua, he's very
What
young.
are you saying?
He's old enough to come up here and act like a big boy. He's gonna get treated like a big boy.
I mean, you know, like you're behaving like total whore. Like this is how like a cheap horse behave. They
Yes,
just
I'm a
go
cheap whore. That's
after.
it. You
can't do
Yeah,
caught
they,
Hold
me.
yeah.
on a minute.
You caught me.
Oh fuck, I forgot. Free speech platform. But I don't like what you said. Don't say that. And I don't like what you're saying too, Aqua. I think you both are being unfair to each other. And don't call her that. Don't call her that.
Oh.
Don't call her that. She didn't call you any, thing like that.
I mean, she called me racist without any evidence.
Bex, officer, by any chance, the picture that he has on his profile, what does that stand for in the U.S.? Because I don't think I've ever seen it in the U.S. I don't think I've seen it ever till he put it up.
I can't even see it. What is it?
I don't know.
It's Slovak national symbol.
It's a what?
Thank you, Aqua.
Slovak national symbol, Principality of Nitra.
The Slavic national symbol?
All I know
Slovak,
is
yes.
is it communist stuff?
No, it's a nationalist. It's when we were, for example, in 8th century, we had our first kingdom, and it was called Principality of Nitra, and
That's
that's
why
the flag.
it's racist, you fucking. He's part of this. That picture is for the Slavic extremist, and he knows it. He knows he's a fucking extremist.
So
He
double
doesn't
cross
think.
is.
He doesn't think anyone else knows it. He's already talking about
usually if
like
it's a
Rome and
national-
shit.
You know, okay, so I am
national
racist. Heil
symbol,
Tiso.
that's usually not a
Heil
good
Joseph Tiso.
Hold on, though, Aqua. If it's only used over there, they're all white over there.
No, it's not true. We have like
Yeah, Belle, it's the
400,000
same thing if
gypsies.
I put 1488 in my bio. That's what he's doing. Yeah.
You are idiot. You know that's what
Make a
happened.
comparison. What he's doing in Slovakia, like if I put 1488 or 1776
Yeah, it's not
with
it's
all
not
kinds
the
of
same
American
thing, you
flags in
idiot.
it, it's the same dog whistle.
You know, I'm gonna
Would
show
you
you
feel
something
better?
else.
Would you feel better if I told you he doesn't like Trump? He doesn't like Trump. He hates Trump. Would you give him a break on that? He really doesn't like Trump. And he's a communist.
Yeah, you know how many males I've met that don't like Trump and are communist and are still racist and sexist as fuck? Like that doesn't
Oh my
mean
god,
anything.
Aqua.
That doesn't mean anything. Do not defend him because when I
I'm not defending him, but yes, like everybody has the like everybody's going to have like problematic shit. Like
He's just good opposition. You know what I mean?
See, this is a national Bolshevism. This is a
Bex,
based
I didn't
thing.
have a
This is
problem with him? He's the one that came up on the panel demanding I
That's
talk to
Colorado.
him. I don't
That's
want to
our
talk to
national
him.
symbol.
And now he brings it
I
all
don't
up.
But
He
that's
started this
you're the
mess.
only
Resemble
two on the
swastika is
panel.
based.
What did you expect to happen?
Lexi got on the panel and demanded to talk to me.
Because of what you said to him yesterday, he wanted an
And
explanation.
I told him I wasn't talking to him, and he called me a whore bitch. I don't
Okay.
understand how I'm wrong.
Okay, you're not. Slavic, do not address Aqua anymore. Address everyone else. Do not speak to Aqua. Can we just please just have. Can we just have some good shit for once, please? Hi, Bleach.
What's the
Hi,
conversation about?
Tacos. I don't know at this point.
Well,
What's
this
going
boy is calling me
on?
racist.
Who's
I
racist?
can't really see what kind of cross is it? I can't see.
It's
It's
double
a
cross.
full
It's
not
a
really
Hitler
I
double
can't
cross.
say it.
Yeah, I can't hear anybody. So one person,
It's double cross.
the double cross.
Yes.
Is it like the Croatian cross?
No, it's Slovak cross. Slovak double cross.
It's spelled
Same
the
shit.
name of it is spelled KOLOVRAT. I'm reading the
No,
origins right
Kolovrat is
now.
different thing. Kolovrat is the swastikoid pagan symbol, which is
Oh my
pagan.
god, they all
but-
look the same. They all got different meanings. They all look the same.
Yeah, I thought my
Okay,
now
so
my
this
now my history in this part of the region could be off. I thought it was a. Never mind. Hold on.
it's got to do there is an argument that it's the Slavic version of the swastika. The interpretation of the eight arm is often provided.
I'm going to tell
Can
you
I
guys. I'm not
answer
gonna
the
tell him.
fucking question, please? The interpretation of the eight arm, I can't say it, is often provided to a modern day neo pagan by websites profiting from the promotion of the symbol, such as themed e-shops.
Well, you're wrong.
This ancient symbol is also. I'm reading it from the fucking. What are you talking about? This ancient symbol is also said to be connected to the gods of Slavic pantheon and prosperity. Print literature, which could be used for citation in the origins meanings, is almost non-existent, and the known titles are very general and provide no sources. The main symbol of the Slavic faith in times when neo-paganism was forming in Eastern Europe, and there was a demand for a unifying symbol based on Slavic material culture.
Okay,
It's a
so
neo-pagan
a white
symbol.
Slavic double cross on a red background, when stripped of official heraldic elements, is frequently used in ethno-nationalist spaces as a Christian
What are you reading off of?
Slavic identity marker.
This
And
is
he
the
knows
fascist
this because he's a
What
fucking
are you reading
extremist,
off of?
and he knows what he's doing.
Look,
What
my
are
friends,
you reading off of?
Wait,
This is the
what's
difference.
wrong with
This
being
is
a
the
Christian
fascist.
Slavic?
This is the fascist symbol. You
It's
can
not
see.
even a Christian Slavic. This is a new one. I was looking up the last one he had up. But I want to know what Aqua's reading off of.
What he's saying is this is the bad one, and the one that he had was the good one.
This is the
because
fascist.
what I'm seeing is a
This is normal.
neo-pagan symbol. Like, he has it over a communist hammer and sickle.
Yeah, so if I told you all of the white Nordic people in America use runes as a
Yeah,
dog
I can do that
whistle.
too. But he's not
What's
a
wrong
white
with
Nordic.
runes? Seriously.
He's a Slavic.
Okay,
yes,
well,
I
listen to
understand
this
the origins of
ethno-nationalist
Norse
talk.
shit.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give
But
a
this
listen
isn't
to
like
him
a
talk.
white man in
Just
America
because you-
adapting Norse shit. He's
Worship
Slavic.
God.
Yes, if a white man in America comes in and goes, I'm a Viking, and has Viking symbols all over him, chances are that's white nationalism. He's Slavic. He's not an
doing
American
Slavic
man.
nationalism. That's what he's doing. What he's doing now would be the same thing if
Same
I put
religion.
1488 in
No,
my
it's
profile
not.
in America. He's a dog whistler. He is.
Show me a
Listen to
source
him
for
talk.
that, Aqua.
Listen to him talk.
Show me
I
a
am
source for that.
Eurasianist.
They should
Look, I'm
they should have a
Eurasianist, and I am not
I'll send you
warning
American.
symbol
sources
at
after
the
you
tattoo
figure it out for
place.
yourself. Just listen to him talk. And the point he came up here hammering me, I reacted to him, and now everybody's on my ass.
No, I want a source for what you're saying because I understand dog whistles. I understand
No,
all
it's
these
male
things.
supremacy. A male
Can
came
I
up to
finish
the
a sentence?
panel,
Can I
got on
finish
my
a
ass.
sentence?
I
Because you
responded,
Can
and
I
started
finish
everybody
insulting
got
a
on the
yesterday for no
panel
sentence?
fucking
to
reason.
discipline
That's
the
why.
woman. That's what
Oh my
happened. That's what
God.
What's going
happened.
on here? What did I walk
He
in?
came up here pestering and bothering me, and when I finally
It's
answered
a
him,
public
everybody got on the
panel. You
panel
don't
to
have
tell a woman
privacy
she was
here.
wrong.
You
Not
don't
one
get to have
person
boundaries on
said
a public
anything
internet
about him
panel.
bothering me. Not one
My
person said
God. If
anything
you
about him
cannot
calling me a
emotionally
whore
handle
or
talking to
telling me
people,
I should
don't get
I
on a
die.
dropped him.
panel.
Nobody said anything.
Fuck.
Okay, what's going
So
on here?
fucking obnoxious.
Don't think people care that much.
What's going on here?
No, we
Good
were
morning.
looking for
Good
tacos.
afternoon.
Hello.
Whatever the case.
All right, please. Aqua, I dropped him when he called you a whore. I did react. I said no, I dropped him. I just want to know if we could progress or if y'all want to continue to have this conversation. Tacos is here. If you want to speak to Tacos, Bex, if you want to say something, please
I
tap the
just
screen.
I am all for having a conversation, but like I'm so tired. I really am tired of people like trying. If you don't want to be on a panel with people, if you don't want to be talking about something, if you don't want to engage with someone, you can't change their behavior. You can only change your reaction to it, and that's power. Changing your reaction to someone else's behavior is actual power. If you don't want to talk to him, then fucking drop. Screaming and all this stuff and yelling like there you're not like you don't know sometimes not everybody knows everything they're fucking talking about. And if you can't handle being called a whore, I'm sorry, but you shouldn't be on the panels. I get called a whore every fucking day. Like, are we being for real? We need some emotional regulation in these panels, truly. Like, if you don't want to talk to people, if you don't want to talk to men, then don't talk to them. That's fine. Drop them the panel and leave them alone. But like, we want to have an actual conversation, and screaming about this stuff and yelling and complaining just derails the conversation, and you know won't allow it to happen. Yeah, and I do agree that Aqua has said things to people too, and like I don't know. I just wish people would focus on like actual problems and not name calling because we're adults, you know? Anyways, I'm done.
I'm gonna end. Oh, you want next, Aqua? Okay. 1 minute though. Go ahead. Aqua.
There's no way I'm going to let cisgendered people tell me I should leave a panel when a male comes up to attack me and I tell him repeatedly I don't want to talk to him. Then he tells me I should be unalived and I'm a whore and a bitch, and I still tell him I don't want to talk to him. I didn't even want to have this conversation with him. I was trying to get him to shut the fuck up. But then y'all came up on the panel and took his side like a bunch of male saviors. You weren't here to hear all the shit he said or how I told him to leave me alone. I will never leave a panel so males can run their mouths. I was already here. I don't want to talk to him. I don't want to have this conversation with him. I don't even want to have this conversation. He started it. I will not provide my sources. You guys will see for yourself when he shows his ass. But I'm never leaving because males want to behave badly. That's pick me talk. Get over it. And look at what he's saying to me in the comments. I've told him to leave me alone and stop bothering me. Then you guys come in here and provoke him to fucking bother me. Cut it out. And we wanted Tacos here so she could tell Belle what Robert said about her daughter. Because Belle is somehow oblivious to it.
I didn't know he said it. I didn't know he said that.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Happy Friday to everyone. Happy Friday to the host. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you for
Hey,
being
happy Friday.
What the hell is going on here?
Happy Friday.
This is gonna
Red
go.
room, blue room.
This is gonna
Is Trump
go the fuck
playing
out.
with the United States? Yes. He is playing chess.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you support the game he's playing?
Well, they all play this game, so yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm from the DC area, so I've seen this game play out so many times. It's not even funny. Uh, so you just have to analyze what's going on, read the policies that are coming off of Capitol Hill and out of the White House. If you have anyone in your home or in your circle that can break down what's coming out of Congress and the White House, you're all right. You know, make adjustments. We're taught to read policy and make adjustments, regardless of who is occupying 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Okay.
That's what we're taught to do.
All right. You want to have that convo with him on the panel?
With me?
No, Bex. With Slavic, with his beliefs.
Yeah,
What?
his Marxist. Yeah, it sounds like you're a communist.
He is. He's a communist.
I
I
am
go into
communist.
his lives a lot because he is pro Serbia. I'm against Serbia. We talk about shit that happens, and I've told you that I have a little commie in me, even though I'm Republican.
Yes.
So he is. He's good opposition. He's good, and he's smart. But does he have a foul mouth too? Yes, he does. We're
I
trying
mean,
to.
Slavic men tend to have a foul mouth. You
Yeah,
know what
but
I mean?
we're trying to get that under control a little bit, But go ahead if you want to ask him questions. Go ahead.
I was just more curious because I haven't really talked to you a lot, and I was like kind of reading about what some of these symbols mean. So, and I'm not the USSR, and that area is not my specialty. But yeah, I was just kind of curious about are you in America or are you still
No,
I'm
he's
still in
still in
Slovakia. I would
Slovakia.
never move to America.
okay? Are you in Russia or just in another Slavic territory?
No, I'm in Slovakia. It's country, Slovakia, but I want to move to Belarus.
Okay, all right.
Belle, I'm gonna DM you the video.
Okay, thank you.
And you're into American politics, just like
I mean, yeah, I'm into American politics. I mainly support the ACP,
you
and
do
also
support
I
the
heard,
ACP?
yeah, they are
Yeah, so do
nice.
I.
Like the guy, the
Eddie
Lebanese guy.
Liger.
What?
Eddie Liger.
No. Hazaldin, he, for example, took a lot of things from Dugin, like he understands Dugin. He is also Dengist. I support Dengist policies and his reforms, And he's also like Stalin apologist, so I support him on too also. I just disagree
Are you
with
talking
him
about
on.
Jackson Hinkle?
No, Hazaldin. It's infrared.
Say it one more time. I'm sorry.
Infrared or Hazaldin.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you do support the ACP. The ACP is super controversial in America. I don't know if you know that.
I know.
Yeah.
But I feel like that is the one of the best socialist parties. Maybe KPRF in Russia is better, but it's one of the best socialist parties in the world. I heard from my friend that in America there is like PCL or something, which is also based. I don't know much about them, but he told me that they are based.
Yeah, the ACP. Well, I think that to be quite fair on America, we've got like a crossover of economic leftism and like political leftism that's kind of trying to fight for Cash App Bell, trying to fight for like the movement, on whether it's a fight for more economic structures, like what I fight for, versus like the political PC movement to take over and that's where people don't like the ACP because they're not all like far extreme leftist versions. Oh, I guess he's gone.
He's gone for 5 minutes. Slavic, 5 minutes. You can come back up in 5 minutes.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Did you guys watch the governor's meeting today?
No.
No.
Slavic, that Oh, Belle, you want to address Slavic's
Yeah,
question?
Slavic, someone paid to drop you, love. For 5 minutes, you could come back in 5.
I'm sorry,
I
did y'all say?
muted. I muted that comment, FB. I muted. He doesn't know that that's a slur. That's a slur. That's a slur. He didn't know that.
I didn't even see it, so I get it.
Oh,
That's
it's
fine.
on. Oh, make me big box. You can see what he called me in the comments. I got it.
No, I saw it. But I muted it.
Well,
Yeah,
we
I
don't want to show it, right? Oh, never mind.
No, I want to show how this male was talking to me before everybody got on my case to defend him.
muted that
That
shit.
I
I
should
muted.
die. That I don't know, some
Oh,
Slovakian official was gonna unalive me. I was a slut and a whore, all because I said I didn't want to talk to him. Then I went off on him. Then I was rude to him.
Oh, he got mad because you called him a lot of shit yesterday, and you keep calling him racist based off of his profile picture. I'm not justifying it. What he said was wrong. It was a slur. I dropped him before he was paid to get dropped. So again,
Exactly. He came at me on the piano because he had butthurt
how
feelings from
did you
yesterday.
screenshot
I
that so
told him I
fast?
don't want to talk to him. He got Buck and I got Buck. But for some reason, I'm the wrong one. I don't understand. And I'm a woman who should just leave the internet when
No,
men get Buck with me. That will
no,
never happen.
I'm
You
sorry
got
that
Buck? Did you get Buck?
I know I did like that statement. You got
He got
Buck.
Buck
Like,
first. So yeah. And I'm fucking nasty when I get Buck.
How
Shit, this
nasty.
is Aqua Bell. I don't even know why you asking her how she got a screenshot so fast. You know who you
he got
dealing with.
fucking screenshot so damn fast. I muted that shit so fast. I'm like, how'd she get the screenshot that fast? Because I muted it.
she fast as fuck, boy.
Like, what the fuck?
I'm
Damn.
not playing. When I tell a male, I even tried to ignore him. I said, Belle, do you hear something? I told him to shut up and leave me. I told him I didn't want to talk to him. Then he got Buck, like the
But he
trashy male he is. And then everybody came in to save a man against Aqua.
All
no,
right.
no
Well,
one was saving him. No one was saving him.
what's the topic? What's going on? I thought it was Donald Trump playing chess.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I didn't hear. Did you guys watch the governor's meeting this morning?
No. Why would we?
I did not. Which governor are you referring to, Tasha?
It's Trump's hosted the government meeting.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. That shit that he was first trying to not invite Democrats to, and then he was trying to select and pick and choose who he was inviting type shit.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
the vote this morning that came out about the tariffs didn't pass. Like he has to reimburse all the companies for the tariffs now. So he already knows this, before he goes into this meeting, right? He's not smiling. He's not the typical behavior. You can tell like the steam is coming off of his head. You know what I mean? Like when you can tell when someone's pissed off, but they got to kind of conduct themselves. He kicks out the press completely. Like, get out, right?
He's lost his
Say,
mind.
I don't want you bitches reporting this shit.
Right. Exactly. And the next thing you know, CNN is reporting that his panties are in a wad. They didn't say it like that, but I'm saying it like that.
Yeah.
So he
Yeah,
is,
that makes it look even worse because the thing is if you like you could have done that shit, steamed, still let the press do their job. They was gonna get that information anyway. But the fact that you kicked them out and, freedom of information type shit, they still got that info any fucking way. Now you look like a crybaby bitch.
What are you talking about, Trump?
Yeah, that
yeah,
big
he
ass
shouldn't have.
crybaby bitch.
I mean, he could, to me, if you're going to play chess, right?
Mm.
Then you would have left them there to report rather than kick them out. So that way you could address again, I'm not on his side, but if you were going to, I would have left them there so I could respond. I mean, just like in the peace meeting, he talked about war in the peace meeting, which is kind of like irrelevant, right? Like the whole purpose of peace is not war. But same thing with the governor meeting. He could have addressed what they just passed or did not pass, should I say, whichever way it went, about the tariffs. So you would think that if you're playing chess and not checkers, that was your opportunity to chess. You know what I mean?
So, I mean, to be clear, the tariffs are moving forward, and there is no repayment being issued. Um, Only as it is this particular, so AIPA has now specific restrictions, but the administration has already stated that before today, if this was going to be the ruling, which was thought to have always been the case, this would be the ruling. There are other mechanisms, including Section 232, that don't have these restrictions that allow them to move forward with the same levies and tariffs. The provision that people are looking at and why this was probably not the way to have done it to originally
Mhm.
file was because it's a blanket policy. And so for tariffs, the president can't impose new taxes, they can impose tariffs. If you use it as a blanket policy, it's argued, and it seems successfully, that that would be understood as a tax, not a tariff. And so he has to do them one by one by one. So administratively, Section 232 would allow him to still levy the same tariffs, but you just have to go country by country rather than as he did try to do it, which was
A
under.
blanket.
Yeah, exactly.
But why is he paying tariffs back?
So, if, let's say, in a hypothetical where all of these scenarios were unsuccessful for him, in that case, you could think that he might have to pay it back. But in the case that he's refiling as he is immediately for all the same tariffs, you're going to have to wait till all the legal rounds go back through to. One of the things I did hear, though, is that they might have lawsuits from the this gets like really into stuff I don't know well, but like for people in transport, so the people that are receiving our customs and enforcement,
Hmm.
the people in that industry might sue for certain types of money back. And to be honest, I'm speaking like totally off things I don't know, but I just heard that earlier. So there might be some lawsuits in the private industry, basically, for each other, like people wanting money back from like the ports and people in shipping and yeah, but.
So how do you, knowing your how you feel about this current administration, how did you feel about the money that he referred to about the whole peace, the money that he's going to give to that whole, what is that called? I don't even know what it's called. A peace organization or whatever that's called.
The Board of Peace.
Yeah, the board of peace. Like, how do you feel about money going towards that when he sat there and spoke on actually going to war with, you know, Iran?
I mean, I think the Board of Peace is a good initiative, but I I don't mind this being tariffs being a way that we fund it. I think if tariffs are going to be the way that we fund it, though, the American people should own the things that are spent, like um because he's using the sovereign wealth fund and he's using that to basically spend money out of the executive office the way that you usually couldn't. And so if he's going to do that, I think all the assets picked up in the sovereign wealth fund should be owned by the American people. That's my only like little thing that I hope happens.
Don't you find it odd to do this whole peace thing and then to talk about war and also like do all, like, it's the total opposite of everything that has currently done, whether it be, Greenland or what other countries that he's also kind of made these vocal statements of the W. Um, like, how do the, like, how does, doesn't that contradict like the whole, like, I'm just so confused. Like, how do you speak on one thing and you stand on it? Like, you're standing against what you stood on. You're standing against what you stand on. You know what I mean? You're contradicting yourself.
If he does end up going to war, I think a lot of people on the right will are ready to dislike him. Like I'm one of them. I don't want to go to war, and if he does, that changes what you think of someone. But until he acts on that, I can only look at his record right now to say that he has been a peace president right now. If that changes, you can I'll change my
But
opinion. But
how though? Because he's already boom boomed Iran one.
Yeah.
well, I would look at peace as like something that a peace president I would look at as somebody who doesn't avoid hard decisions, but someone who can avoid war.
But he also is like putting pressure on Zelensky when like
One
to,
second.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Belle.
No, you're good.
He's putting pressure on Zelensky even against what he originally said and did for them. Like it's like everything he does, he's doing the opposite of.
He's a
Like I
realist, but he's a realist, Tasha. Ukraine cannot win. You understand that? They cannot win. The only way they could win is if NATO gets involved. We do not want to be involved in that. Period.
so why did he give so much then? If
Because it's a
he
freaking proxy
ho-
war. It's the
hold
same
on,
thing we did in
Bleach.
Afghanistan.
Bleach, I'm
We've
not
done it
yelling.
all the
I'm not
time.
yelling.
I'm not
I'm
yelling
not
either.
yelling.
I'm just saying.
Okay. Because it's like he criticized Biden for it, but then he did it himself. So I'm kind of confused again. Like he
It's
keeps doing.
inside the
Do you know?
Beltway politics. But hold on, real quickly, because some shit it doesn't matter who the president is. Inside the Beltway politics, those people that run the foreign policy of the United States that are tucked away in a small neighborhood in Northwest DC told him this is what you are going to do. When the president comes in, he's sworn in, and as soon as he gets to 1600 pin, there's already papers on his desk as to what he's going to do. You could be president, Tasha, and you would have had to
But
do the same
but
thing.
also but also the difference between him and Biden is Biden didn't speak to Putin for 2 years. He didn't speak to him at all.
One could argue if they ever spoke. I mean,
I don't
I
think they
don't.
ever spoke. Yeah.
Which I think is unprofessional, right? On like to me, I think that there should always be a connection from one to the other. There should be a respect. Like I know you guys aren't going to agree with this, but I want to say that even Obama and Bush, like if you look at that relationship and that path, like it was very professional, and it was like it was respectful. It's the way that I think that you should run business, right? You shouldn't, even though you disagree with someone, doesn't mean you have to be disrespectful, and you know what I mean?
It was politics.
Yeah, and unfortunately, at this level, respect
It
doesn't get
that's
you much because if you look at one of the things that was declassified in the last Trump administration that he did, I think to probably make fun of Obama after he met Kim Jong Un was they had declassified that basically the Obama administration had reached out to Kim Jong Un. I think it was either 14 or 16 times with no responses, and so it's to say that sure, respect is fine, but when we talk about like the president's office and position, you'd be surprised that not everyone takes the call of the president actually, and they don't have to, and them taking the call means something more than them thinking that you're a nice person, obviously, because the minute Trump comes into office, all of a sudden Kim Jong Un and Vladimir Putin are picking up the phone again, and so although it's
Yeah,
nice
because
to
he
be
was gonna
liked,
bend over for them, and they knew that. It was
yeah,
like
and
no,
Obama not about to do that shit. He about to lay down law and do shit, make us do shit we don't want to do.
it's about
Trump,
fear.
we can manipulate. Trump is an idiot. Trump is in it for his own interests, so he'll sell out his own country
Can I
for the
finish?
interest of ours if we can make sure that he understands he benefits.
Right. So it's actually a thing of respect when you pick up the phone. It is a sign
Right.
of disrespect, just like when Obama showed up in Saudi Arabia and they sent nobody to pick him up off of Air
So
Force One. There was
why
a,
is his only friends Putin and Kim Jong Un? Those are the only people that be buddy buddy with this motherfucker.
That's so not
that's
true.
not
Because they have,
true.
you know
It's not.
why?
um
It's an
Because they
exaggeration.
have
What?
nuclear weapons.
Guys,
And
That's
who
why.
else is tight? Or
I
who
have
else is
to
tight with Trump,
I
Bleach?
have
Who
to
else is
remind
tight with him?
people I have to remind people of this almost daily that it's none other than the head of NATO, the Secretary General of NATO, who
Exactly.
is self-declared the best friend of Donald Trump.
So the head of NATO. That's cool.
I
That's
was
not a
referring
person
to
in charge of a
President.
country.
I'm sorry, Iraq. I'm so sorry.
Okay, the president of Poland, the president of Italy. You can go on and on.
President of Hungary,
Hungary, yeah, you can go on and
President of the UK.
on. Okay, Saudi Arabia. Where else would you like to go?
I mean, it's just
No,
endless.
we are actually
Egypt.
losing so much respect.
Can you name any of our like traditional allies?
Right. That's
All
what
of
I was going
them,
to say.
every single one of them. There's only a few of them who are even being critical of the administration, to be honest. Like even Emmanuel Macron is well established relations with the president. Emmanuel Macron and the United States President Trump are very, very, very close friends. Angela Merkel, the Chancellor of Germany, she has nothing but really kind of high accolades for Trump. You look at the head of state, the British royal
Hasn't
family.
Germany come out and issued heavy criticisms against him, along with Italy, France? I
Can you
No.
mean, the
get some
UK kind
sources,
of walks a
Robert? You're
tightrope.
doing a lot of
I'm
yapping. Can
sorry.
we get some sources, please? And not your AI that you made.
Sorry, you guys. I had a phone call. I forgot what I was saying. Whenever I was referring to the respect, I'm talking about from historical presidents to future or to current presidents having enough integrity and respect to understand the value of speaking like, hey, where you left off, yes, I don't agree with that. However, this is my new concept, or this is the way, how I see fixing the solution, or like actually like tapping into each other's um concepts or ideas of, and the reason why I say that's respectful is because no one person can have all the right answers, right? And I think that's where the collaboration is more of a chess game than the checker game of I'm not talking to him because he's the president that we didn't even know if he was a citizen, blah blah blah, like he shame, talk shit. Well, let's not talk shit. Why don't you get together and actually have a mature conversation? That's a chess game.
Well, I actually don't disagree with your criticism, and I think it's actually well founded. I would say that the reason why we have a particularly different set of circumstances in this particular point of history is because of the ebbs and flows of history. I think that you do have most presidents, I think, function the way and should function the way you just said, which is to be cohesive with the previous government and initiatives of that government. But I think every 80 to 100 years, we have these moments of history that our system can continue, can collapse, can go into different economic flows. And I think that because of our point of history, no matter who was in charge at this time, whether it was Trump or Kamala Harris, we're at that point of inflection and changing the system. And so I think for that, you can't be the cohesive leader per se. So I don't disagree with your feedback for him or against him, but I think I would disagree that this point of history calls for that.
Like
Trump is doing a hell of a job.
even in Texas right now, Robert, the Republicans are and Democrats, not all, right? But the Republicans that are standing like not supporting Governor Abbott on some crazy wild. Sorry, I thought someone muted me, so I just check. um, uh, Even they are sitting down with the Democrats and going, look, yes, we have an immigration problem. Let's talk about this, right? No matter who wins, let's talk about what let's compromise. Let's try to come up with a common solution. And like, no matter what history shows, I think this is the way that we move forward productively. Otherwise, we're just going to go head to head and can keep up the division, and I think we have to stop the fucking division to not destroy our country. We already are looking like stupid pieces of shit at this point.
I
Like
what I
sorry, go
What I
ahead.
contend
I know I
with you
talk a
on
lot.
though, is that I think the system wants to fail right now. And because in order to rein in a new system, you have to let this one fail. And so you look at the moments of history, we've had this opportunity. It's going to be things like the Great Depression, maybe even the Great Recession has been a little bit of an adjustment period. But I think that we're at a point of history where things economics and politics will dictate that we're going to be moving into a new system regardless. And so for that, again, and this is why one can even establish like some understanding of saying, okay, why was Obama so divisive? Because some people think of him that way. Why was Biden? Why have we been on this uphill slope of divisiveness in politics for the last 20 years, 30 years? It's because the system's
Obama
calling for
wasn't
it.
divisive.
Y-
Obama wasn't divisive. What happened was that we had a reaction from a racist country when we elected a black president. Because if we're gonna
That's a
be
racist
honest,
country. How did we?
if we're gonna be honest,
He
like
was
there was
attacked
division.
first.
There was a division. No, but he didn't even attack back, Tasha. This is why this
No, I
thing
know.
pisses me
That's what
off
I'm
so bad.
saying.
And if we're also going to be honest, a lot of that division that was going on was because of the sitting president today and his
So
fucking
my
Twitter
my
account.
sentiment, I think my sentiment stands without any sort of particulars on Obama because that seems
Well,
like
yeah, I mean,
a
I was
hot
just checking you
button.
on something because you was talking a little bullshit, like,
Well,
usually.
no,
But go ahead, proceed.
me saying that my position stands says you're wrong because what I'm saying is that I think everyone in here
Yeah, but
actually
you
can
talk
agree.
bullshit, Robert. Nobody believes
Okay,
you.
thank
When you
you.
referred to
I think
Obama,
everyone can agree that we have been on this slope of heightened political animus for one another, starting even before Obama. So is
no,
he
I
a
don't.
contributor to that? We have been. If you look
Rob,
at
but
political
not to
tolerance,
this degree, Robert.
we have
Like
been.
this.
If you go back to, and I'll show you where I'm looking
Okay.
at. If you go back to Ronald Reagan's election year, how much did he
Oh
win by?
God.
You have presidents all the way up until Ronald Reagan winning in like 90% of popular vote, like really, really extraordinary numbers. And after Reagan, you saw this huge drop off of where we went 50-50, where we started for the first time in our country's history going into this 50-50 camp. And so it was clearly actually,
What
it
the
can
fuck
be,
does that mean? That doesn't suggest vitriol or
it
that we were
does.
in
We went
any
into
kind
a
of political
50-50 camp.
climate like today.
It
Yeah,
does.
like I
There's
think
no evidence in that statement that suggests that, Robert.
let me just show you like I know this would just be Texas only, but what I see, Robert, is I see an awakening. And I'm trying not to use that whole term woke because I don't mean it in the same way that it means. But I do see people waking up and paying attention more to politics, right? When before it was just like, oh, I'm not going to vote, it is what it is.
Yeah,
Now I see this. Sorry, go ahead, Bleach.
no, I'm going to say that has to do with Donald Trump. People didn't pay attention to politics as much as they did until Trump came into when he started
And
running.
yet, Obama
Whether it
still
was
has the
negative,
highest
whether
voter
it was
turnout
negative.
in history. So,
Okay,
yet
that doesn't
again,
That's
mean
another
that's
anything.
bullshit
incorrect.
But that
statement.
That's
doesn't.
incorrect. Biden
Yeah,
has the highest voter turnout. Hello.
right.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about 2020. I forgot about 2020.
By far, and not only that, Trump has higher than Obama now. It doesn't matter though. I'm not trying to compare Obama. I'm not even trying to say Obama's a bad president. What I am saying is he's a contributor to the system, the same that they all are. If you're president of the United States, whether anyone here likes it or not, if you're
Mm.
black, white, or brown, you're a contributor to the system. You just are.
Yep.
Like, I found it so
What
fascinating
is
because he's black that we're all sitting here like, no, well, he was actually the one that tried to love us. No, he's an aristocrat of the highest nature, president of the United States. He did the damn thing to all of us, the same that they all do.
so what when you say the system has to be I forget the term you used to be changed or modified or broke, right? To build a new system. How, what does that look like to you? What do you mean, to what degree, and what new system could it possibly be?
Also, to be clear, I am speculating here, but I will attach my beliefs on things like BIS, the Bank of International Settlements, and their initiatives in the next 10 to 15 years, and explain to as a way to explain when I say the system it being upended and a new system being reoriented, it mostly resides in the conversation of central banking. And it's to say that I fundamentally do believe, and if you read the literature around central planners and bankers right now, they're talking about CBDC, a system, a globalized system, a system that they've been working for many decades that should be coming to a consolidation effort in the next 10 to 15 years. And that looks like the United States being, let's say, the hegemon for an empire that scales the United States, Europe, I think now reorienting into South America, South Korea, Japan. and rearing a power structure that transcends the United States, actually. So that's what I mean by the system, I think, is being upended
Oh,
consciously.
we've lost so much respect from Europe. We've lost so much respect from so many countries,
I just told you the head of NATO.
Whether anyone likes it or not, all these like
which I'm
positions, I
not
think, are.
claiming to be the smartest person in the room. I'm asking questions to try to understand
Okay.
because what I see, go ahead,
Sorry,
Bleach.
I think
Fine,
you had
take
a
that back.
lag, Tasha.
Huh?
I think you had a lag. I didn't mean to talk over you.
I don't even know what I was going to say anymore.
Well, what I was going to say is that whether anyone here likes it or not, or whether any president or prime minister likes it or not either, this planning transcends them. BIS transcends, like when you want to talk about the Trilateral Commission, this is the objective of the Trilateral Commission. The Trilateral Commission was how do we transcend politics because they ebb and flow through 4 years, 5 years, 6 years at a time, depending on your country. And they took that power into things like private industry and scientific endeavors. And so you could oversee these sort of long stand initiatives.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like, and I listened to this guy named Dean. I don't know if you know who I'm talking about. Him and his wife do TikToks. He's very big into the market. Um, and he said, his wife asked him questions and then kind of like interviews him on TikTok. And she's like, what do you think about AI taking over to the extreme that everybody is taking it, right? Currently. And he's like, honestly, that is so far down the road that I think that people are overreacting already to something that it doesn't even truly exist to the degree that they're making it out to be.
I think it depends on what labs we're referring to, but I do think that like LLMs have been overpromised for sure. I mean, I was reading a new data point out of I think it was CBS or one of the big news corporations, and it was an article about, I think it was, I'm gonna get the headline wrong, but it was in the high 90s, so like 96% of the jobs that we have AI trying to replace, they're unsuccessful at. They're not doing well. So like a huge 90 plus, 95 plus percent of these jobs AI is failing at currently. So that was
Yeah,
kind of an
like
interesting.
yeah, that's what he was kind of saying too. And then he said, now don't get me wrong, work what is the fucking program? I haven't been at work since September. Workforce. Not workforce. What is it fucking called? There's
Salesforce.
Salesforce. Thank you. Salesforce. Sorry, my dog cried. Salesforce, for example, that would be like, yes, we can see how AI could be make it easier for the employees to use that tool, right? But not to replace the employees. When people are really right now like, oh, we're going to be replaced, and panicking, right? And he's like, that's where the line is like, we're not even close to
And
that degree. Go ahead, Bleach.
yeah, I think if as soon as they tighten a few screws and put in a few more bolts, yeah, you are definitely going to be replaceable.
But he's saying that that's so far down the line.
I don't think it's that far at
There's a
all.
Toyota plant in West Virginia. They're not even talking about replacing anyone.
Yeah, like even
That's good.
Amazon. Amazon, like I worked for Amazon in the HR department for a little bit, and my daughter actually worked at the warehouse. And so I was part of some of the initiatives to create, not create, but to God, all my fucking words from work are just losing since I haven't been working so long. To
Implement.
collaborate, yeah, to implement and to like come to the table where you're a round table and you're like, what tech?
Oh, sorry. My
All
bad.
right.
Let me
All
mute
right.
up.
Um, we would collaborate and come together like, okay, yes, this machine can be the picker. Like, I don't know if you guys know what that means, but like where the machine raises up, picks the item, brings it
Yep.
down, and then brings it to the person standing at it. It's like a computer station, if you will. And then that's where you process the order, right? you still need that human, right? Yes, the pickers are less labor, right, for the people, because it creates to where it's like less injuries, right? Because you're not on a forklift, you're not, stuff like that, that where you could be injured. But they still have to have a human to actually enter and process the rest of it, right?
They
Hmm.
Where
I'll pass.
where I hope this is going is where Elon Musk says it's going, which is because it sounds fantastic and cool, but I don't know how close we are, which is in his most recent interview this week, he said if you're under 40, not to plan for um, retirement, because he said in the next couple of decades we'll be entering what he calls the era of abundance, and so he speculates that
right.
we'll be scaled enough to the point in the next couple of decades to where you'll not need for anything, which is uh cool. I mean, if we can make it there, I think that's really awesome. I just don't.
Wait, how do
I
you see
reserve
that as awesome?
I think that's an
an
irresponsible
age of
message.
abundance. It is an irresponsible.
Yeah.
I agree.
Wait.
Well, I think it sounds awesome because I love the prospect of humans. I've always been an advocate as long as anyone's known me on here. Like UBI was like probably my biggest issue a few years ago. I'm a
T-
big I'm a big advocate of people being able to live good lives without work. Work I think is functional, but I
but
think
maybe to
we
be utilized mentally, not physically so much. Is that kind of what you mean?
kind of and
Like
or
less labor, but
I
more
think that
mental work. You know
humans
what I
might
No,
mean?
have
you're
been
saying
put
you're
here
talking
for a
about
lot of
creating
really
a
wonderful reasons.
society of lazy motherfuckers.
No, because I think that we can reorient society around priority without it
Mhm.
being called a job. So that would mean, and that's a philosophical conversation we will be having in the next couple of decades as a country. But it means, okay, we know that people need to move, they need to be out and about, they need to get into sunlight, they need to have
Yes.
priorities, they need to have markers of success. So what does that start to shape itself like? Does that mean that we can put people in theological orders if they want to be in them? Does that mean that we can put people in art guilds if they want to be in them? Yeah, I think that it's probably pretty multifaceted.
That's
Think
where like our creativity comes out rather than like labor, like true hard ass labor. But actually, I think that doesn't apply for custom building, right? Because like when I worked for American Express for 25 years for the black and platinum card, right? Like I was dealing with people that for example travel, right? You'll never get away with wanting, like those people at that level did not want to talk to a fucking computer. They're like agent, press zero, all that shit.
they won't
Most of us
even
do
know.
that.
But in the next few years, you won't even know that you're talking to a computer. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
Right, but here's where I'm going to come in and say that I disagree, because
Of course.
these bougie people, not only did they want, and American Express, we did develop this. We developed where, let's just say you, Bleach, you have a black card and you want specifically to talk to Tasha every time because she knows you so well, your family, and you share stories, and I can conduct your customization because I know that when the limo picks you up, it needs to have a certain type of wine and a
Yeah,
certain
and you
this
know
and a
what,
certain.
Tasha? You know what, Tasha?
Yes, sir.
You will never be better than a freaking computer at that. What you're
But they
saying
they
is
want it.
mostly what you're saying is replaceable. They won't even
It
know that
is
there's not.
replaceable, but they will never settle for it
Yes,
because
they
of
will. They
the
won't even know. They
bleach. I'm
won't even
telling.
know.
Please don't yell at me, okay? Because I'm
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 not
trying not to
yelling
do
at
that
you.
today. Okay, all right. I'll try not to take it that way. But what I'm saying is they wanted to talk because just like now, I'm going to go to the flip side. Just like at strip clubs, right? Yes, I'm taking it there.
Oh
They
God.
want some men or some women want the personal connection of a human, not just the lap dance or not just the service of booking your travel. They wanted the human connection. I know
Jeez.
I know that was a big comparison, but it's true. Both things are true.
I was listening
If we're
to
gonna be
a tech
honest,
CEO. Just as a quick story, but just I was
Go
listening
ahead,
to a
go
tech
ahead.
CEO tell a story recently where he was in a room of other tech CEOs, and he said, "I asked everyone in the room how many of you are using AI, and they all raised their hand. And he said, how many of you think you'll be replaced by AI in 10 years?" And no one raised their hand. And so there is this inherent contradiction to ourselves, our ego, the belief that we are not replaceable, but it's a very human-centric idea. Everyone feels this way about their job. Basically, you talk to an attorney and you say, "Are you guys replaceable?" "No, no, we're not. We're too special." You talk to a doctor.
We're
"No,
not.
no, we're." But so it's a very human thing, though, to push back towards this moment.
And
I tried philosophy yesterday. We'll see if it works again today. I don't think I don't think certain types of humans are replaceable
Mhm.
because of the concepts that require humans to interact with other humans. Like
Mhm.
there's a guy for his first name Babu or Bober, Bauber maybe. I don't know, but
Mhm.
he talks about what he calls the I vowel, the I dash THOU or THO, either
Uh-huh.
way. But it's the concept of like humans crave the feeling of uniqueness, but when
Mm.
they interact with people, they want to also have a feeling of relativity that they don't get through like uncanny valleys. That's why it's called the uncanny valley. Like there's AI that is it is like there's AI already in development or that is being tested that really appears to be very, very human. Like when you talk to it, it can be kind of hard to distinguish. But when you learn it's AI, or when the understanding is that it's AI, or when it does do that thing where AI is like flat and has like a little less inflection than usual, those things are off putting. And they're off putting in real people, by the way. People that are incredibly monotone struggle to have like authentic conversations with strangers because it's a little uncanny that you talk with no inflection. So, like, I don't know. I think certain groups of people are not going to be replaceable, not because they're not replaceable. I think all of you, including myself, are replaceable, but because people just won't perceive that well. And I think companies have geared somewhat away from that's why they haven't removed the option for representatives
Right.
they
I
just
think
Right.
won't.
people underestimate though how this is going to be pitched to them because as an example, it's going to be advertised as something very attractive. It's going to say, "Do you want to speak to an AI advisor today? On average, each customer saves $800 per session to our
Oh, if they
human
if
counterparts." And they're boom, it's just going to start feeding
you know
itself.
what? I do officer,
I
thank
don't
you
think
for
they would. I don't think they would do that just to cut into their profits. I'm sorry to
but
overtalk you, Tasha.
no, it's okay. Officer, thank you for putting what I was trying to say and like very well like put words. Thank you for that. Robert, I can see what you're saying. You know how right now you can save $5 on your cell phone bill if you get it
Mm-hmm.
on electronic versus paper.
Yeah.
If they do financial incentives like that, I can see it, but there's always going to be those top people, usually people with a lot of, usually the higher end people.
Yeah.
And maybe not just them people. Maybe I'm limiting it to that because
I'll
of my
make.
experience.
Hey, I have a
I'll make a
question. Can
prediction.
AIs?
I'll make a prediction. The
Yeah, go ahead.
companies that transcend to AI for like make drastic shifts to AI
Hmm.
will fail faster than the
Yes.
companies that integrate it into their systems without replacing the workforce. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because AI is an incredible tool, and I don't think that the whole notion of, oh, we shouldn't use that's stupid. But the notion of, I'm going to replace a worker and human oversight so I can put in an AI structure, which let's be clear, AI doesn't have like a function of double checking itself. Like once
Yeah.
it starts down a path, it doesn't stop.
Right.
So
Hmm.
if you give it a task and it makes an error in the beginning stages of it or misinterprets
You're
what its
accountable.
job is,
Hmm.
then you're in the shit basket.
Yeah.
Well,
As
Well,
a
you know what? You know
workforce,
what?
It's
like
Friday. It's
as a
Friday,
work.
so I'm gonna watch Weird Science,
Okay, cool.
and
All
we'll
right.
create a girlfriend, an
All
AI
right.
from AI.
Cool. All right.
Yeah.
So as a
Yeah.
workforce management analyst, like I look at call trends, forecast, call volume, look at, volume versus like year over year, month over month, week over week, day over days, holidays over holidays, right? And try to figure out how much headcount we're going to need as we expand the home insurance business that I'm in. What does that look like? Geico is one of our customers, for example, and they want our call service level to be answered within so many seconds, right? And be a certain percentage for the day. Um, Versus we have chat now available to them, right? So people that are going to the chats are getting more, what we found, they're getting more frustrated because the chat is not giving them, because it's about their home, right? So they're like, I don't want to chat. I want someone to pick up the phone and hear how frustrated I am that my adjuster hasn't been here to my house. You see where I'm saying, like how I'm comparing that
Well,
to,
it goes deeper than that too, Tasha. Because even if we were to simplify it, right, and take it just to the retail space, right,
hmm
in terms of customer service, if you have somebody that's good and knows what they're doing, they can take a disgruntled customer and make them happy without
yes,
necessarily giving them the store. Like, it can literally just be like, I'm sorry, we can't do this for you,
come
but
on.
this is why. And that's something that you're not going to get with an AI. Like, you're not going to get people that come here that are upset and leave happy, minus the possibility that they go to the AI and AI just does everything that they want.
Yes, exactly. Especially if AI makes that mistake. Like for example, like again, using my workforce management skills, like I have to analyze that data. And don't get me wrong, I cheat all day at work. I send the best memos. And I also ask Chat GPT or other sources that to look at my data. Did I forecast this call volume right over last year? Or did I need to add, do I need to add in, okay, now we've laid off, or I'm sorry, now we've hired 50 more agents. What does that look like for the forecast? Definitely, I use it, right? But I have to check it, to your point, Araka, because if it's wrong, that's my ass. The company loses money and that's on me.
Now, let me just ask you this. Has there been at least one occasion where you've caught the AI
A
being
100%.
wrong and you've like, oh, now I need to redo this and start from scratch and correct it?
Y- yes, my co-partner, or my peer worker, that's what we were doing. But which was crazy because we were so successful at recognizing trends and proving that we were overstaffed when our customer is an internal customer because it's the call center director, and then we kind of represent more the financial side, even though even though he's our customer, right? The internal director for customer service, he's our customer because we owe him these answers, but he's trying to push, we need to hire more because our service levels are low at certain times. And we're like, no, we need to do a shift bid, right? Like we're showing you this in this data so much. We got so much pushback, even though we're showing them the data, that it finally got up to the financial advisor of the company, and he put his foot down and was like, hello, you're not listening to workforce management, we are overstaffed. And so it was crazy because we were like, you got to have this internal customer relationship. You want them to support you, but when your evidence is against them, it's really hard because you got to be the in between person. Like we support the company's cost. You're looking at it from what you think you know. Here's what we are telling you. It's in the numbers. And this company is a fast growing company. I'm talking so fast they can't even keep up with themselves. Like, anyways, so yes, to answer your question, sorry, I probably was really long winded on that one. I had caffeine this morning. But I think the personal touch will just always be around. The humanity part will people will, like to Officer's point, like it'll just always be around. People will want the human reaction.
Well, so long as humans are in control, because there's going to be a point in all of this that we're going to be given, take what we're given. Because
Well,
if what we're saying is true, that we're replacing ourselves at the head of the apex in the global power order, which I do think that we are, then eventually we're sharing these markets with something. Not they're not a tool in the market, they're a participant in the market. And so there might be a point in time where they don't care what we want. Like, so that's also a point to consider.
I definitely think we need to look at or take a deeper dive into our children's future, right? Like, do we recommend that they go into a customer service field? Probably not, right? Like, I would say, I would tell my children, no, I would look at more along the lines of technology. I would tell my 18-year-old, for example, like definitely I highly suggest getting into computer, not even programming anymore, but how can you look at AI, right?
Be
Look at
be the person that specializes in fixing the thing. Like there's like for
right.
example like mechanics. There's a lot of money for mechanics
There you
that
go.
have taken the courses to fix Teslas. Like those people make like 6 figures a year fixing Teslas at private shops.
Yeah, or like so for the next evolution of technology, like being in the nuclear business is probably going to be very lucrative. There's probably going to be more jobs than ever in that because that's going to be the infrastructure of holding these machines together. Data centers is probably going to be a big
Well,
job.
construction alone too. Like, I will say, even though you can print a fucking house these days, you're still gonna have that person that says, like, my father was a master carpenter. I'm talking, you know how people have trophy rooms and they have all those weird animals that they've unalived and they want to be like such braggers about it. My stepfather was a master carpenter. I'm talking stairwells that would just the architecture and the engineering of it, just like you can't you it doesn't get any better with woodwork, than
all I'm
that.
gonna say is this: if God is real,
Yeah.
then we gonna have that second flood right before AI becomes like self-autonomous.
But
Yeah,
I
I'm just
do
Well,
saying.
like
We
the
go we gonna
concept.
either that, or he's gonna let us like lay in what we created. Like he didn't stop Babylon till the end. Like we're if we're just getting into the bad parts, he might let us lay with the demon we bring out. Like, and I think we should. I think that's exactly what we're doing. And what's even creepier on that like vertical of theology and like spirituality, the people creating it look at it through a spiritual prism. If you listen to the talks of Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, and people within Silicon Valley, they talk about this
Elon
and I
Musk
quote
doesn't have
demon.
spirituality. You look at him and he's a husk. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, they reference AI as a demon, and a lot of people speculate that it is something that perhaps is already around, but we're just giving it a voice, basically.
Mm.
That's what's that show? What the fuck was that show called? God damn it.
Describe it.
I think it was called The New Gods, something like that. There was a
Gods.
concept where essentially deities, gods, the way that you knew them, right? Like all the gods you ever heard about were all real, right? Like Greek gods, the Mesoamerican gods, all of them were real. Essentially, the essence is that gods get their power from faith and belief,
Uh,
right? So at different times, different gods are the ones that are at the most
What's this
powerful.
called? I would love to watch this show. That sounds so cool.
I'm having a real
he'll think
hard
of
time
it.
remembering the name, but I'm
Put it
gonna
in
look it
Google.
up.
Just describe the way you described it in
I'm
Google.
gonna
It'll
pull
find
up
it.
my second device and I'm gonna start looking it up.
Use AI.
But
It'll help you find it.
yeah, so it was interesting because in that show, internet and I think social media were becoming gods that were overtaking like Christianity and shit like that. And at the current time, it was interesting.
Yeah, well, and it is kind of frightening because the people who are making it say these sorts of things about it and spiritually believe in that sort of thing. And so I don't know. I
Real quick, you guys, in the comments, it's American Gods. It's on Stars. Thank you, JR.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, thank you. You the man for that, Jr.
Sorry, Robert. I just saw it. I didn't want to forget it.
I'll check it out. It sounds pretty cool.
Yeah,
Yes.
Julie, you can keep coming in here, but everybody knows the truth about you.
Rocket Man.
Good
Good
morning,
afternoon,
T-Bone.
T-Bone.
Or afternoon. Yeah, shit. God, I got work to do. I'm going through vinyls, you guys. I was in Bolds this morning going through vinyl records. Marquet, Jelani, and Bold were all fighting over which record, which vinyl. I inherited all these and they're like fighting over which one, who's getting which one. It was good this morning.
T-Bone in the house. T-Bone.
We good at
Tech,
T-Bone?
Can't take the T-Bone away. Can't take the
I'm fucking.
T.
Tech, I
We
thought you
put.
were leaving the country. You were like escaping the country and you were going to go live your
He
happy
took
little
a.
life.
He was gone for like 3 months.
Yeah,
T-Bone's
like
in the house.
I thought you were
T-Bone.
moving, Tech. Like what's up with that? I
That was
thought you
more
were
like two
moving.
months.
You asked way
Yeah.
too many questions. If I told you, Tasha, if I told you, you know the rest. Okay? There's a lot
That's
of
so
people.
dumb.
There's a
If
lot
I
of people
told you,
coming
you'd
up.
know.
You know the rest. Okay? Take it easy.
Shut up. You still in the country. You ain't left nowhere. Ain't no
I didn't
other
say I did
country.
leave. I didn't say I did leave.
But you did say
He
you
ain't
were
leaving
going
Prince
to
County.
leave,
He ain't leaving Prince County. That
Let me
right?
tell
motherfucker a
you something.
fixture.
Let me tell you something, Tasha. There'll be a time, I'm not going to tell you when I will not be in the United States, and I'll cam up for you, and you'll see exactly where I am.
You know what?
In the meantime,
Uh-huh.
we have work to do here in places that matter, like DC
Oh
and
God, of
and the
course.
surrounding areas. Okay, yeah, I was
By the
born
way,
here.
my
Yeah, yeah,
cousin
yeah,
who
yeah, yeah.
worked at the Pentagon.
I was
Hold
born in
on.
a city that fucking matters. Okay,
Okay, my
yeah.
cousin who was an officer, a highly ranking
Hi,
officer in the Navy, worked at the
uh,
Pentagon. You know what he
right.
told? I called him because I've been really emotionally disturbed by all of this
Orlando
fucking every
Blooms are
day.
great in that
And
show.
so you call the guy from the Pentagon?
Yeah, so I call him, right?
Mm,
And I'm
mm.
like, I said, Michael, what the fuck? Like, how am I supposed to, as a veteran, as a woman, as, you know, having a black husband, black kids, all this racial profiling that is just getting worse and worse and worse. And just every overwhelming feeling like I want to just go out there and start a CW and get the shit over with, right? Like, what do I do? How should I think? You know what he told me? Pray,
What?
pray,
Pray.
pray.
Pray for what? I mean,
That's what I'm saying. I was like,
what are you talking about? Well, listen.
so
I mean, there's
I
nothing
was
going
like,
on out here, man. Like I'm
I
talking Civil War. You guys talking about
Tech,
Civil War?
you may think you have connections, but you don't have the connections that this man has. Trust me and believe. So if
Uh,
his reaction was for us to pray,
let
I'm
me tell
just
you
saying
something.
right now, that's telling me a whole lot.
Let me tell you something. Okay, I'm not worried about that. And
I didn't say you were.
as far as connections are concerned, most of those people over at the Pentagon don't know shit. All right, I don't put faith in
No,
people
I
at the
said
Pentagon.
he also was a high-ranking Navy
I don't give a fuck
officer.
how high ranking they are. I hear
I'm
what you're
just
saying.
saying,
I
but
hear
you
what
have
you're
to put
saying.
two and two together.
I hear
I'm
you.
just saying,
I hear
if
you. And
you
I,
gonna do what you want to do anyways.
I'm good.
Tasha.
So I'm not really worried about anything. Is he from
Tech, of
here or is
course.
he a transplant? Does he?
No,
How
he's
long has
from
he
your
been in the
area.
area?
He's from your area. Well,
Okay,
he wasn't born there, but he's lived there a majority, other than when he had to go, you know, travel for the Navy.
right. So
But
he's
he
not from
said
here.
he not originally, no, but majority of the time he was there.
Right.
So I think,
I'm good. I see
I know,
things
of
differently.
course, Tech.
I
I
see
know you
things
do.
very, very
You've
differently.
got night vision goggles. Go ahead, Bleach. What were you gonna say?
yeah, I'm going to say that you're very much caught up in what is said on TikTok and what is said in the news, and not. I don't know that you look. I walk outside every day, and I don't see any difference from a year ago. There's literally nothing going on.
But Bleach,
Uh,
when I go, oh, sorry, I didn't interrupt you.
there's nothing going on. Yes, you have people being deported. Yes, you have people. Um, uh, this is happening, and that's it. I mean, yes, has there been some stuff that's happened? Yeah, sure there has. But if
Mhm.
you go with the amount of actual stops and incidents, it's a very low amount. So
You just
I
feel
don't know
like it's
whether we're
more
going
in our face these days
to.
because of social
Yes,
media and
of
everything like that.
course, of course it is.
But have you looked at the files yourself, like just to see some of the horrific things that were in there? And I'm not pointing fingers. Let's not say like left, right, none of that, right? Just people individually, right? Like
Why
that
do
are
you? Well, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this:
yeah.
Why do you find this shocking?
I don't, because you're right. I don't, because in Houston we know we have a huge trafficking issue, right? Like
No,
traffic.
but this is no different. Listen,
You're right. It is no
this is what
different. But
these are what human beings are capable of. It's just
yeah,
what it is. It's terrible. It's fucked up. But human beings are capable. Who said this? You know what they said? I think, and I think he was right. Um, shit. What the hell's his name?
that's okay. What do you say?
Jordan Peterson said, there's a little Schmittler in all of us," and I think he's right. I think he was absolutely right. Which is basically saying you never know what anyone, and I don't care how good you
Capable of
know them,
doing?
what they're capable of doing. That's correct.
Yeah. I mean, I can see that. But
Do is look back in history. Look back from the dawn of fucking time. Nothing's
no, you're
changed.
right. I mean, you're absolutely right. But maybe it's because I'm in Texas, Bleach, but I see so much more fucking, my husband, like I've never ever felt so much racism
Yeah, you feel
until,
it.
huh?
You feel it.
What, say it one more time. I'm
I
sorry. The
said
dog's,
you feel it. Is it actually happening to you?
yes, it is. It
How?
is.
How?
I'll tell you. I'm gonna tell you because
Sure.
I was on the no, and I'm being genuine.
No, I'm
Like I'm
listening.
not
I'm listening. Yeah, I'm listening.
okay. So I was on the board of the HOA for like 8 years, right? And then I passed it down to a younger generation, thinking like, hey, like they're younger. It's we're more like our kids are kind of almost grown. Last one's 15, etc. And then all of a sudden, the whole Trump thing came about, right? And they're like the MAGA in my surrounding became like they were making comments on the Facebook page of are you saying something?
Yeah. I said, oh my God. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying they were making inappropriate comments about race. Like one lady was like, "I know you got dogs. Y'all better not be fighting those dogs." I'm like, "Fighting our dogs because y'all are the N word," and I was like, "What the fuck?" Like I knew it. I knew racism exists. I grew up in freaking Houston and I know
Yes.
Conroe, they had the three letters. They've always existed, right? But it's never been in my face and from my neighbors. Like we used to gather together and party our asses off. Now it's like, fuck y'all. We
That's
know
because, yeah, that's because
but
what
I,
has
but I
no, no,
don't.
no. I'm going to tell you why this is because.
Okay.
This is because I think it has, I'll be honest, I think it has a lot to do with COVID. I think when we were locked down for that period of time, I think it fucked up a lot of people.
Hmm.
Because prior to that, I don't think it was as bad,
Bleach,
right?
I 100% agree with you. I have a child that's 18 that is very unsocial, even though she's such it did a lot of damage. I
Do you
totally agree with
understand? You
you.
understand? You understand? It's kind of as simple as like this, right? You have a big family, right? you have a big family?
I mean, I
I
have
got a
3
point of
kids. We don't
contention.
No, no,
talk
no.
to
I'm
our
talking about extended family.
no, we really don't because
Why?
we've moved because my mom was a horrible abuser and my father who was a
Okay.
woman abuser. Like
Okay, great,
he
great,
died.
great,
Anyways,
great.
no, it's just us.
Right, right.
It's just us.
If you go through anybody's extended family, right?
Hmm.
Anybody. Not everybody gets along with everybody. That's just a fact of life. I don't know why people get all turned around when somebody doesn't like you or somebody, I don't know, so disparaging when your own fucking family members do it to you. I don't get
No,
it.
I don't get upset. Like, like first of all, I definitely don't fly flags. Like, I'm not that person, even though, like, I don't have to put it in your face. Like, yes, you hear me on TikTok, right? And all that stuff, but you don't, in my neighborhood, I'm very respectful. Like, I don't put up like, like shit intentionally to upset people. Like someone put up, they had a lesbian couple next to them, and they intentionally put on that side of their house where they can see in their from their pool, something about against gay marriage or gay or being gay or so. I forget what. Like it
Well,
was
maybe
a
they're against gay marriage. That's it. That's their. What is wrong with that? They're allowed to be against
no,
gay
like
marriage.
they intentionally put it on that side of their house just to be hateful. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so
Like
fucking ignore it.
Damn.
well, that's what they did
All
until
right.
they and
I have a
but they
point. I have a
hold on
point of
real quick, but they
contention though,
one
because
second,
you
one
didn't.
second. One second. They're raising little kids, right? So as they were raising their kids and they actually had the baby, right? One of them had the baby and had the babies. Sorry, they're twins. And so as they were raising their kid, they had to move because otherwise they would have to explain this to their children, right? Like what that means. Like it was just so much in their
Wait, 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 wait,
face. It
wait.
was,
Wait a minute. You're
uh-huh.
telling me they moved because they would have to explain something to their child?
How hateful their neighbor was. Yes, because they would
That's
intentionally put signs in their yard and
That's
face it
okay.
their way. No,
So
just
what are they going? So
imagine.
when it happens the next time, they're going to move again and move again and move again. You're going to find this utopia somewhere that they think they're going to live in. It.
No, I kind of get what you're saying. Like, you should just teach your kids that that exists, and hey, people are. It's going to be like that in life sometimes.
Yeah.
But I guess, because it was not so in your face, and then all of a sudden it became so like everybody had to make sure that they know what side we're on or how we feel. Like it's more. It's like they got bored during COVID and was like, let's fuck with
What
our
do you,
people. Let's fuck with
well,
people.
well,
You
you're
know what
on
I
TikTok.
mean?
Wait,
You're on.
Bleach, are
Yeah, but
you saying people should
you're on
accept
TikTok. Hold on. You're
marginalization?
on
Are
TikTok.
you saying people should accept marginalization? Like they shouldn't
Yes.
protect themselves
Yes.
and move
Yes.
away from bigots? So we
Yes.
should just accept bigots and marginalization.
Well, I think if you're going to move because somebody put a sign that you have to
No,
freaking move, then
that
I think
wasn't
there's
the,
something
but
wrong with you.
remember, that was just one thing. They kept doing it like in the front
Did
yard
they harm
too.
these
They
people?
wouldn't face it towards the street, right? Like as the
Okay, it's a
HOA,
sign. Ignore it.
hold on a second. As the HOA, like I had to say, you can only put one sign in your yard, right? It can either be a political one or whatever. You can
Listen,
only have one
I
sign.
have a neighbor
These
who
people,
absolutely listen. I have a neighbor who absolutely despises me. Right?
I can't
Absolutely despise.
imagine that.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you why they despise me. Because I think they heard me talking something about Trump, right? So I was saying something. Probably they heard me over talking, maybe on TikTok or something like that.
TikTok, yeah.
Maybe. But the thing is, this person has never met me, has never even talked to me, and they fucking despise me. And the reason why I know that is because they made comments to other people. They even said to the point where I had bought an AR, right? And
Mhm.
I threw the box away. And they saw the box, and now they're telling people that they are afraid.
Oh my God. But
Right.
see how that could be
Well,
detrimental
here,
though
No,
to
I
well,
look,
here's the
no, this is
thing,
the
I
thing.
mean, I'd
I
be
ignore
nervous too,
stupid
knowing
people.
this motherfucker's
right?
armed. Yeah.
I ignore
After
stupid
hearing the
people.
shit that you say on fucking TikTok, yeah.
well, I don't think
What have
they
have
That's
you heard
valid
me
to be
say?
concerned.
I,
Have you ever
Racism is
heard me
on the
say that
I
I was
think
rise.
Aqua's
afraid?
trying to I think
You're
Aqua's
done.
trying to say something. All right,
Miss
Okay, go
sorry.
Tasha,
ahead.
did you say that this person lived in a condominium, which means there's like a condo board, which means the board had no problem with racism? So, I mean, I'd move too because that's pretty scary.
Oh
It's not
shit.
just a sign at this
Yeah, that's
point.
not
It's
that's
like the
not
whole
racism.
condominium
No,
That's
it's
not
not.
racism.
agreeing that
We
these
li-
signs are okay. That's weird.
Aqua,
Yeah,
can
that's
I
not
tell you something?
racism.
Let me
Can
clarify
we
real
have
quick. Here,
can I
Aqua.
have a quick
Can I?
question?
No, because I'm going
A
to
commercial break.
answer. Okay, fine,
All right.
Tech.
Okay.
In
Racism is
Washington,
racist.
D.C.
No, racism is on the rise in America. The Waffen SS is back with the
All right.
heckler and
Thank
cock.
you for your fucking
MP5.
commercial.
MP5. They're on the loose, going
All
door to
right.
door.
Mm.
Beware.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Exactly.
Bleach, don't support that. Come on, Bleach.
Because
No,
I'm
I think
laughing because
I
you
think
you
it's
guys are
stupid.
make you guys are trying to make this seem like
Right.
No,
Germany
I'm
1933,
Right.
1945,
Exactly.
and that's
I
why
don't
I'm
think I'm trying to
mocking.
make anything.
I
I'm
didn't say
actually just
you.
having a conversation. But Aqua, it's actually a neighborhood, and I can't control what they put in their backyard as far as the sign according to the bylaws. But what I could do was tell them that they couldn't put more than one sign in their front yard. What do I want to do personally? I would want is a whole other thing, okay?
Well, could they put a sign? Let me ask you a question. Could they put a sign? Could you have a sign in your yard that says "fuck Trump"?
Yes, you
Okay.
can.
So what's the fucking difference?
But I didn't do that because I don't have to do that because I don't want, no
That's
matter
you.
how,
That's
but no
you.
one did it. It was
Bleach,
only,
how is
That's
it,
F
you.
Trump racist?
I didn't say it was racist.
but
Okay,
And
we're
what
my
talking
she,
about
point
racist
and what
signs. Stay
she's
on
talking about
topic,
is
Bleach.
yeah,
Racist
you stay on
signs.
topic. Aqua,
are
you stay on
hateful
topic.
signs.
First of all, what she's talking about is not racist.
It was hateful though.
It's not racist, right?
But it was
Well,
hateful,
if
right?
it,
So
yeah, it falls under the guise of racism or hate
No, it
speech.
doesn't.
hateism,
No,
hate,
it
yeah.
doesn't.
So, but what they did, Bleach, they took it one step further, right? Like this is so crazy. Like it's like high school being on the board, right? And I'm fucking on the board again now. Fuck, I shouldn't have done it, but whatever. It was literally that they would line these fucking hateful signs up like in a row where you know how you share like a common area of grass because your fence is there and then their front door's there. They lined up a fucking bunch of signs and I had to fucking send them a letter, tell them they had to take the signs down. And if they didn't, they would be fined, blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, mind your own fucking business. Just if you don't like it, then you move. But why do this to people? Why
Yeah,
do you
I
have to
would say.
fly? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I would say if you don't like it, change the fucking channel. Don't look at it. That's all.
But it's hate, right?
So
Why
what? So
like your
what?
neighbor, if your neighbor put out a sign and was like
I don't give a
neighbor
fuck.
is a blank
I
blank blank and they
I don't.
lined it up, but that could, let's say you had a business, Bleach, and
Yeah,
you
I
have a
do have a
reputable,
business.
yeah, a reputable business, and maybe your one of your customers has to come, would you want them to see that your neighbor's doing that to you?
I wouldn't care. I would just explain that my neighbor's an idiot.
Yeah, but it can make
Can you guys give me one
Listen, I'm
second?
not that fucking.
Can
Listen,
you give me?
I'm not saying I'm like everybody else.
Bell wants to say
Oh
Listen.
yeah,
My
something.
name is
pause, y'all.
Buck, and I don't give a fuck. So
Apologize
I
one
you can
know,
say
second.
whatever you want to me, and it's not going to hurt me. I don't care.
but it could be, sorry, Bell.
Stop being
No,
so
no
sensitive.
worries. I have to pick up the kids, so I might be going in and out. What happened to T-Bone? T-Bone. Fuck. Where are the rest of the mods? T-Bone, can you look out for a minute?
I'm
I
here. The
am.
conversation's kind of
Thank you.
dragging. I think that's why people are leaving.
What happened to my mod, Bell?
You got to be voted in.
It was a whole voting thing
Eat
they
ass,
did.
Bell. That was bullshit.
No, there
I
was.
fucking
There
knew
was
it.
a whole fucking, it's a whole cult, right? Like it's a whole thing.
We're going to
It's a
war.
cult. It's a
World
fucking cult.
War Six.
Oh my
I'm here, so be
God.
careful.
I got voted in.
Not in my face, you didn't.
Bleach is a mod.
You ain't even advertise your
In
election. What'd you
T-Bone.
get?
I'm
Oh,
not.
okay.
You you
Okay. I
have
hear you.
Mine is
Say your
different.
prayers.
Mine is only.
Oh, yeah, you're cutting in and out.
I swear to God, Bell, if I find out you gave Rob mod, I'm on your ass like Cascade. I swear to God.
And look who came up.
Who came up?
Does anyone want to hear
Yeah.
Cascade.
Robert? Belle,
I
do
heard
you
Are You
want to hear
Walk
Robert's video while we're taking a break?
I heard Are You Walker was talking about me, so I came over.
No, Araka was just saying I'm on your ass like Cascade, and you popped in the box at the same time he said it. Aqua, what you got?
That
Oh,
was
I have the
timing.
video. I have the video about Robert talking about Taco's kids. Do you want to hear it? And
Um,
talking about raping minors and all that stuff that Belle finds very disturbing.
she's gonna be away though, so she'll miss it.
We don't really
Oh,
want to
well, we
hear
can
about
listen
people.
to it. I mean, maybe if it's more than one
Hey,
person telling
oh,
Belle it
oh.
happened, she'll believe it.
Can I ask what the relevance is? Because I just got here, so I don't know what's going on.
Belle knows what the relevance is.
Oh, so
Hey,
I
what's
can't
with
know.
your? I'm sorry, Tom. My
I
bad.
think T Bone's running the show right now, so I say save
Nah,
it for when Belle gets back so she
I'm
can
Tacos,
hear
chilling.
it.
why are you getting on me for calling your adult daughter a fatty? But this man literally talked about raping your minor daughter,
Wait a
and
minute,
you're
Hey,
like,
hey,
leave it
hey.
me?
alone, leave it alone. Like this man literally sexualized your minor daughter, and you're
Man,
like,
who is
don't
Who
this?
talk
What
about
the fuck
it.
are you talking about?
Oh,
Um,
she's talking about. Oh, I know what
Is
she's
she
talking.
talking about a different
She's
Tasha?
no, she's not
no
talking to you, Tasha.
tacos, not Tasha.
Oh,
Yeah,
tacos. I'm sorry, Aqua. I'm so sorry.
yeah. I get what she's talking about now.
Tigger did say Aqua that even tacos said leave it alone. I
Yeah,
think I
they're both
guess.
pick me's. I don't care. I don't care. They're both
Oh,
pick me's. I don't care what they say. The video sent to Belle.
well,
And
there
I'll
you go,
continue
Tigger.
to call Taco's adult 20-year-old daughter a fatty because she is. That's not sexualizing your adult daughter.
You know what? Let me tell you something. It's Friday,
Wait, hold
and
up.
I miss. You know what
You
I miss
and
about
you ain't got
America?
no job,
You know what I miss about
and you gonna get
America?
high today.
On Friday,
No, Tech. You know what I don't miss? I
Blockbuster,
don't miss you talking so fucking much about
Blockbuster
Washington
nights,
D.C.
no, Blockbuster. So movie nights. You know what I'm saying? So the weekend,
Oh,
yeah,
Blockbuster.
movie nights. You would
T-Bone, you
watch
ran
at
over here too
least,
quick. What the hell happened?
huh?
He's talking to somebody else. Blockbuster
Right.
is where I met
Okay.
my husband.
Blockbuster. So Blockbuster weekends. So you'd have three movies, at least three movies we'd watch during the weekend. Okay. All this shit, all this other shit that people are talking about. I hear you, but I think these younger generation they're obsessed with a lot of shit that they ain't got no control over. Number one, number two, shit they shouldn't even be thinking about. You
Yeah,
know?
It,
I hear,
it's the old people's fault, if you want to be honest.
Yeah, but Tech,
Well,
what do you
maybe
but
it's
mean?
their
T Bone,
parents. Maybe
T-Bone,
their
you ran over here
parents.
too quick. What the hell happened?
You said, huh?
You ran over here too
why
quick.
did
What
you
happened?
run?
Run over here. What are you talking about?
You was in my life. I said, hey, T-Bone, come on. Next thing I know, you in Bell's panel.
I didn't see. I didn't
Mm.
see that. I had my daily scroll. I didn't know
You
you
daily
invited
scroll
me, Cascade. I'm sorry.
on both accounts? You do daily scroll on both accounts?
Yeah, was
Yeah,
Wow,
because I just got my
T-Bone.
Tom account back. So I went scrolling on the Jerry one when shit went on my Tom account.
Hey, what's up, boss?
You know what
I
it's
mean,
giving,
Hey?
T-Bone? Given
in
that
his
you like
defense,
to camp out over here, you rather be on a white woman's panel than a black person's panel in Black History
Oh,
Month.
damn. Come on now.
wow.
Yeah.
Wow, T-Bone, wow.
I mean, it could be
Cascade,
that.
what happened about the positivity? What was
There
that
be
I'm
black
yesterday
saying
people.
morning?
There be black people on
I'm
this app
being
that be trying to
positive.
bully
I'm
me. So
just
you know, I
saying,
gotta,
like, I
No
invited him.
I just gotta
I
positive.
watch.
I asked for him to come on my panel in both accounts, and then he never came. And then I looked, and now you're in Bell's panel. It happened so simultaneously. I'm just trying to see what happened. Why couldn't you
Cascade,
just
I was showing my
hold
husband. I was
on,
like,
hold on,
oh, I'm sorry.
Tasha?
I didn't mean to
Why
interrupt you. I'm
couldn't you
sorry.
just scroll past Bell's account,
Hold
T-Bone?
on,
You
this
don't
is the
just
host. This
scroll,
is a new.
huh?
This is a new obsession. Get over it. My box is better than yours.
Oh,
That
Okay.
doesn't sound right. You might not want to say that given your history on the panel. But listen, T-Bone,
What
yes.
the fuck?
You don't just scroll past Bell's live, you hop in the box quick.
So I'm just trying to see what's the
He's a
difference.
mod and she needed him.
I'm pretty sure if he was a mod in MySpace, it'll be the same.
Room. What are we doing?
Belle
Let's
Aqua
do
wanted
room
to
Why
room.
Belle
is
Aqua wants to know if you want to
I
share
like white people
something.
better.
You want me to get on my other phone, go over there, Cascade?
I didn't end the live now,
Yeah,
nigga. You
she
ran over here too
she can do
fast.
whatever.
Like, what's
What
going
the hell?
on?
Like, I don't know what you want from me.
You ran over here. You jumped like double
Cascade,
dash.
you can
Right, right.
stay so I won't be the only LGBTQ on the
They're fast
panel.
approaching.
You know what? You're right. We need
World War
representation up
Three.
in this motherfucker. Thank you.
Because these men already started bothering me today, Cascade. I was in the live talking to Belle, and a male got on the panel and came at me sideways, and I told him I didn't want to talk to him. And then he said all
Mm.
kinds of horrible things. He told me Stalin was going to unalive me. And then, but
Oh,
listen to this, Cascade.
damn.
How is
When
Stalin gonna
I
unalive
got
you?
buck with him in my
Is
aqua
Stalin alive?
way, everybody came in and they saw me reacting to him, so
Why?
they got on a panel to defend a male that told
Is
me to unalive,
Joe?
a bitch, a whore, all this other shit. They got right
Yeah.
up on that panel to defend this
Hey
male
Aqua.
against Aqua. That's
is
what they did. They
Stalin?
told me,
Aqua. Let me
Cascade,
ask
they
you
Joseph
a
told
Stalin.
me
question.
I should leave the internet if men are behaving badly. They didn't say I should
No, no,
defend
no.
myself.
Wow.
Hey
What the
Joseph
Aqua, can I ask
hell?
you
Stalin.
can I please ask Aqua a question?
Ask
Aqua,
away.
are you in a 2A state?
Yeah, I'm strapped.
Okay, perfect. Remind them that if they can't say it to your face, then fuck off. And I'm not telling you to
Yeah,
leave the
I don't need
internet. That's
advice
not
on
what I.
how to handle men. I need people to not be male saviors and come up on the panel and come at me, not knowing why I'm yelling at them.
Who was being a male
Trying to get
savior?
me to share sources when I already told the dude I wasn't giving him any sources or having a conversation with him.
Joseph
And then to
Stalin
make
Okay,
speeches
died
about
first of all,
how I
1950.
first
should
of
leave
all,
the
I was
Are you a
internet,
woman? Are
making
you a
speeches
woman?
about how I should leave the internet because males are rude.
How do you
Never
identify
happened.
yourself as a
but
woman
why
or
It
a
was
would
man?
that
you
was the most pick me thing I've ever seen in my life. The way the people did that.
Damn.
Did you identify yourself as a woman or your sexuality?
Why does that
That's
matter?
wicked
Given
work.
the conversation.
I don't understand why people let people on internet gangsters try to fucking affect their lives. I
Joseph
literally
Stalin.
would be like, if you can't come say it to my fucking face, bitches, then you ain't shit to me.
Tasha, you're not getting the
Stalin.
point. I was handling the mail. I'm upset because everybody came in while I was reacting to an abusive male,
And then
got on
tried
the
to defend.
panel,
Yeah.
defended the male, tried to prove his stance, demanded sources from me when I already told the male I was not having this conversation. Then they got to make speeches about how I should leave the internet when males are rude. Not gonna fucking happen, you fucking pick me bitches.
Joseph
No,
Eh,
Stalin
definitely.
Why?
But
died
I
in
definitely would.
Hold
1953.
on, Aqua, because I dropped him, Aqua. What are you doing?
I'm not talking about him anymore. I'm talking about people's behavior when they saw me reacting to him.
1953. Joseph
Oh, okay.
Stalin
Stop,
dies.
Tech. Please
Hey,
stop.
Belle,
Please,
Belle,
Tech.
are you there, Belle?
Yeah, who's Stalin alive?
Yeah, what's up?
I wanted to make this point about him. Remember Mike the Patriot and how I was calling him out for his
Yes.
images and his psychology, and he was calling me a liar, and I posted all the receipts and sources, and y'all ganged up on me and told me I was a liar. And then he admitted to doing it. That dude is another Mike the Patriot. That's why I'm not giving sources. That's why I'm not engaging, because the last time I did that, I got beat up. And when Mike the Patriot came out and said, yeah, I'm sorry, I lied, Aqua was right, none of you bitches said sorry to me. None of you.
Wait,
I had
what
joined
images?
at the tail end of that Aqua. I wasn't involved in any of that bullshit. I just want to make that known.
I just have no
He came out and
expectations
admitted
from
to being an
anybody in this
anti.
fucking app. I'm sorry,
What?
Belle. I'm sorry.
Oh no, he did,
What?
I'm
Bell, on a
sorry.
live. I think it was Wawa's live. I was in the comments. I was like, Mike, you never apologized to me. You said I
Was
was a
this during?
liar.
Was this during when he was a Muslim?
He's Mufasa now. So he was on the panel and he
No,
said,
he's back. No, he's back to Christianity now. Now he's back to being Mikey. He's not Muslim anymore.
that's irrelevant, Bell. He got on the panel and said I wasn't lying and
For
that he
fuck's
was
sake.
using the images and that
Okay,
I
Which
was
so
which
correct
which
I
on where he
images?
sourced them.
Which
okay.
images?
The images were for being anti-Semitic, right?
A couple of them, and a couple were racist too.
Ah.
Okay, so he is anti-Semitic. I knew he was anti-Semitic. I didn't know, but I didn't know about the racism part. Did he come out saying that it was true that he is racist and anti-Semitic, or just one or not the other?
No, I think he's a bigot. Either way, I don't care.
Wait a minute.
And
He
I think.
hangs out with Tyler Blunt, though.
Can
What are
I
we talking
please
about?
talk? I
Well,
keep getting
yeah.
interrupted.
Hangs out with Tyler.
I'm sorry.
My point here, Belle, is that when we went through this, I researched. I even found him in the bigot forums talking, and I posted those transcripts, and he still told me I was lying. I found him
I
on like
understand, but Aqua, I
4chan.
need you to
I found
understand.
What's
him where
up,
he.
You do
Puff?
Hold
know
on,
that one of
hold
my
on, hold on.
ex-friends
I
back in the
found
day,
where he was
right,
getting all his
who was
images.
extremely pro Mike, right? And I was told to leave it the fuck alone at that time. Okay? And I didn't even know that he came out admitting to be these things. I didn't know this. I don't know when this
Wait a minute,
happened.
wait a
He
minute. Let's
didn't.
clarify.
Oh my God! If you
Wait a
let
minute.
me
Let's clarify
finish.
though. We
Did
gotta
you hear me?
clarify because
Please
she
let
said
me
Did
finish
it?
so
no.
nobody's
Because
confused. Belle,
Oh,
mute him so I can
anybody?
finish.
Oh my
Mute
god, I
him
feel
so
like
I
I'm in
can
high
finish.
school
what the
again.
fuck? Mute somebody so you can just talk whenever. First off, you said that he admitted that he was an anti-Semite and a racist, and I don't believe he admitted that. You
I didn't say he admitted that. Belle said it.
Why
That's
did
why I
Puff
wanted
get
to
dropped?
talk. He.
No, I didn't. You said it. Don't drop him, Aqua. There's no free drops. What are you doing?
Please let me
That's
finish.
This is
Okay.
not the way this
Let's
works.
yes,
let
Belle,
but
can
that's
you
let's
put me
let
abuse
on
of
let's let
power.
Showtime?
Aqua
Can you
finish
put me
then.
on
Let's
Showtime
let
because everybody's interrupting me and you're all getting twisted up.
You still
no,
can't
you
drop
said it. We
anybody.
didn't say it.
I said
You
I
said
think
it.
One
he's. I
time,
That's
think.
one time.
disrespectful
Thank
shit.
you.
Oh my
That's
god.
disrespectful.
Thank you. Yeah, I said I think he's a racist and bigot regardless. Did he admit to that? No, but he did admit that I was correct in the imagery he was using and the philosophy he was using and where he sourced it from. And when I proved my claim and he called me a liar, he admitted. He admitted to
Okay.
doing that to me. And he's the only one that's apologized. Nobody else has. He admitted to
Okay,
using
I'm
those
not.
images. He admitted to lying to people and getting people to gang up on me. He admitted to all that. I was right the whole time. That is why I will not provide sources on this little Slavic dude when a whole bunch of pygmies are running up to defend him. I'm not going through that again. He never admitted to being a racist or an anti-Semite. I think he is, but he did admit that all of my sources, all of my claims were true, and he was doing those things right under your fucking noses. And that's what the Slavic dude is doing. I'm not going through this drama again, but if he comes up on the panel, I'm gonna get buck with him, and I don't need any pick-me's telling me to get off the internet. Oh, I'm done.
Did you hear what I said earlier? Can you hear me? Can you hear me though? Because I
Yeah, I
want to
can hear
speak
you
to you.
now.
Can
I
you hear
can hear you
me?
now. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't know if you heard me earlier. Like I said, back in the day, one of my head mods, who is one of my ex-friends, told me it's not true, said stay out of it. This is all bullshit. I trusted the situation. I will apologize to you. I didn't know that he came out and admitted to it, and I did. I stayed out of it. He disappeared. He became Muslim. He went elsewhere. But I stayed out of it. But I feel like you're coming at the wrong people for that situation, right?
No, I'm not.
Because
I'm
there was
just
other
saying.
people that were involved.
I know. I'm not just saying in this
I wasn't
circumstance.
involved at all.
In this circumstance, I am not going down another Mikey road with the Slavic dude. That's why I did not want to have the conversation or provide my sources. I've been down this road before with white male bigots. I'll wait till everybody figures it out this time.
Okay.
But yelling at me because I was defending myself against a male is just pick me behavior. It's not going to happen. I'm not repeating another Mike the Patriot and having a bunch of males come at me to try to correct me. It's not happening, Belle.
Okay.
But he did admit that he used the imagery and that I was right on a live. I don't know who he is now, but he was Mustafa at that time.
Perfect. Thank you. Puff is next. Puff, you there? Puff. Puff, if you're talking, you're muted. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, I'll rotate him later. Whoever wants Showtime, put it in the comments. Put it in the comments. You get a minute.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to say, I want to bring to everybody's attention that we are witnessing a great travesty right now. When I was in the candidacy to be T-Bone's mod, no one actually took an observation to witness the speech that I prepared. Improv. I didn't write it down. I came up with it using my great brain. Okay? And you know what everybody did after that? They followed suit. There was no credit. There was no thank you, Cascade. There was no I took inspiration or use, Cascade as a muse, because I don't know if people really know how many parts of your brain it actually takes to use improvisational skills, right? But we're all so smart, right? We're all so smart, but we don't know how many parts of your brain do you actually use when you're improvising, right? I prepared it in my mind and I delivered it. I improved it, right?
T-Bone, you want Showtime?
Nah, I'm good.
Cascade, I told you 1 minute, Cascade. I even let it run more than a minute. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I mean, I don't know what you were doing with that, though. Did you want, I don't know. Bleach, did you want to say something?
Nah, none of this belly aching means anything to me. No.
Alrighty. Robert, did you want to say something?
On this matter, I don't really know what this matter is, so I'll not say anything on the matters at hand.
Did you want to say something about the other matter that was brought up about you, or no?
I don't know what's the other matters.
Something. All right, I'm gonna mute Aqua. Go ahead, Aqua. Aqua. What is this? TikTok broken today?
Anyway, let's just go to the next person because this is getting awkward.
All right. So the rest of you didn't want Showtime, so I'm ending it. There we go. I tried to unmute you, Aqua.
You know what, Bleach? I'm gonna have to. Aqua, did you want to say something?
I got an itch.
Robert, do you want me to play the video of how you talked about Taco's daughter here?
For fuck's sake.
Is this like what we're gonna do all day? It's just fucking boring shit.
Well,
I,
Bleach, do you
I,
think males should talk
I'm
that way
here to
about
talk
minor
about
girls?
the
Do you think
issues that you
males
have on
should
your
talk about
background, Belle.
minor children being raped by fathers?
hold on.
Bleach,
I
do you
think
think
that.
that's okay?
Hold on. I think y'all were gonna do Showtime again, right, Belle? Are you gonna do Showtime for Robert and or Aqua again?
I don't want to do
Aqua's
Showtime.
gonna get another. Is Aqua gonna get another Showtime for 3 minutes to tell us the same thing 3 times in a row?
No, it
No,
was something about Robert. It was a different
Puff.
topic.
Puff, I also had you on Showtime, but you weren't unmuting. Did you need Showtime?
You did have an
No, I
opportunity,
didn't. No,
Puff.
no,
You
I
did
didn't know.
have
I
an
wasn't saying. I
opportunity.
even that
I
ain't what.
just think it's funny, Belle,
Why
how
he
Robert
whining?
says the
Why
most
is he
vile,
whining?
disgusting things in other panels, and he comes here like your friend.
Go ahead, Puff.
I don't need time. Go ahead and take me down. I was just wondering if we was gonna hear the same spew from her
Oh,
again
I
for
thought you
3
were.
minutes.
Because earlier it didn't work. Okay, so Aqua, Tacos is saying it was her kid that was talked about, and she wants you to drop it. So
I'm not dropping Robert's despicable behavior. I'm sorry that he said it about your kid. He said it
So
about
wait a
me.
minute. Wait a minute. We
He
gotta
said
wait
it
a minute.
about
We gotta
me.
respect.
Robert went
Make
around
that make
telling
sense.
everybody my father raped me, which would imply
Make
I was a minor. You think that's
make
cool?
that make
When it was
make that make
me,
sense.
I had no privacy, but Tacos wants privacy? Absolutely
Make
not.
that make sense. You want everybody to respect you and how awful it is nobody apologizes you, but you can't honor somebody else's wish about talking about their kid. Like,
Yeah,
make that make sense.
when it was me, people talked about it. I didn't get privacy when Robert was running his mouth about
Then
me.
don't get up here bitchy because nobody apologized to you for nothing.
That's not what I'm bitching about for
Val,
an
Let's give
Oh
them all
my
Val,
apology.
Val,
god.
Val,
Hold
this Val,
Nobody's
you have to
asking
ask
for an
yourself what kind of
apology.
life
You're
you're.
fucking
Can
confused.
I
This
get
is why
Showtime, Val?
men
Bleach,
have
I'm
fifth
literally
grade
gonna agree with
comprehension
you
levels.
that we
Dude,
can't
don't come off
fucking
mute until
let
your reading level goes up about 8 spots.
It's
Because you're
what
not
getting
people
even paying
fucking
attention to the
say
We need to
affect
conversation.
move
us so
on. We need
fucking
to
it's
move
much.
on. This is
Yeah,
it's
I
not
getting
mean,
what
more
I
sickening
want.
vibes.
you're mixing two different types of styles of lives right now. You have most people here from political debate
Shut up,
spaces.
Robert. The way you speak in other lives is fucking disgusting. Then
But
you
we
come here to
can't
Bels
change.
and you act
Robert is
like some
always gonna do that, Aqua.
heterosexual saint.
We know who
You're a
Robert is,
queer
Aqua.
who says horrible things about women and children. You're fucking disgusting. And to come here on a panel and act like that's normal and you're just having normal conversations with this fucking weirdo is disturbing. Like I'm supposed to sit here, anybody's supposed to sit here and act like he's fucking normal after what he says about people and does
We
to people.
don't. We all know who
They're
Robert
treating
is.
you
There's
like they're
no
normal, are they
Robert.
not?
Hold on, Robert. Why are you surprised, Aqua? You know, we know Bleach says shit. We know Robert says shit. We know I say shit. Puff says shit. Bell says shit. Like, why are we surprised about certain people that have stayed true to exactly who they are the whole fucking time?
Aqua, you got a restriction.
Like I just don't understand
Hmm.
like if Bleach comes in and tells me something like I don't know, whatever typical Bleach may say, I would be like, it's no fucking surprise. You know what I'm saying? Like I have to agree with what.
Yeah, I don't understand why you're making excuses for the horrible behavior. Do
It's
you want me
not
to send you? Do you
excuses.
want me
It's
to send you
respect for the
videos of how
lives.
Robert talks when he's not in Bella's
I
live,
know
Tasha?
how horrible he is. I already know, Aqua, but I can't
Right. So
change
I don't
it.
understand. Well,
You're making people
if we already
aware.
know, the expectation is everybody's not going to accept it. And when I come up on the panel, I do not accept it, and I will not.
And I don't want you to. I would never expect you to, like, I would never hush you or to tell you don't talk about it. But what I hate to see is somebody getting you this upset physically because of who they
Don't worry about my
refuse to.
health. Don't be
No,
passive aggressive with me. You don't know what
first
this
of
Wow.
man
all,
did
don't
to
be
me for
fucking
Oh,
2
making a
okay.
years,
turn.
Tasha. You
Then
don't know what this
fucking
man
block
did to
his
me
ass
for
and stay
2
away.
years,
I
Tasha. Don't
believe
play
you,
games.
Aqua. I
Thanks,
Don't be
Bella.
believe
passive
you.
aggressive.
Robert, hold
Stop it
on.
right now.
It doesn't fucking matter. Stop coming around where he is. Because if you think it's that bad, it's affecting you, then get the
Absolutely
fuck
not.
away
These were
from
all of my
him.
mutuals before Robert. I'm not leaving because a bad male shows
I'm
up.
not asking you
No.
to leave. I'm asking you to protect your peace.
I feel more peaceful when I'm bringing him down. That brings me peace. How about that?
Well, then you're just as bad as him.
Absolutely. And will be when it comes to bad males. Absolutely, yes.
And don't get me wrong. I'm not supporting what he's saying. I'm just saying that to a certain point on
They're
TikTok,
saying what
we
Val
have to
should be
realize.
saying. This is her live, and she should be telling people why she wants it to function, but instead she's letting you take the fall for it.
And I don't disagree with Bell that Robert's his own thing, but I got a question, Aqua. I think you have that feeling towards all males, to be honest with you. I think you think every male's a bad male.
I think you can't comprehend beyond fifth grade, and you should just mute.
Wow.
Well, I mean, really,
Tough,
you have
tough.
to. This goes to the conversation we were having with T-Bone the other night. Like, if this is going to be a space where respectable people want to have respectable
You're
conversations,
not
it doesn't.
respectable. You're a gaslighter. Your conversations aren't
So here,
respectable.
so
You
here,
gaslight.
let's
You
just
word
pause.
salad. You're not respectable.
Let's just pause for a second because this is what ends up happening in these spaces, right? And to be clear, my space runs a little different. But you can't go around saying vulgar shit on the app and then get upset whenever you run to a space like this in the hopes that the conversation will be in the most uplifting and that we'll be talking about something in particular that you don't want to address on some shit that you said before, right? Like if you said something egregious somewhere else, there's the expectation that people are going to come over and be like, hold on, Robert, you said some fucked up shit and I want to address this, right? Like you can't have that expectation, bro.
So, but this is
Robert
exactly
wants a
what we
safe
talked about on
space.
your live where
Robert
you
wants a
agreed the
safe
other
space.
day
He
where you
wants to
said,
come
and
have
we all
respectable
said that it
conversations
makes
so
sense
people can't
to
hold him
stay focused
accountable
on
for his
topics.
I
So
would
disgusting
agree
shit.
with that,
Yeah,
Robert.
anyone can go to any
daily.
of these lives and
Disgusting
But
say,
they
shit
I
he
heard you
don't,
says
say that
I
Aqua.
one
agree.
time.
daily.
We
I
can
agree
all
They
with
play
that,
don't.
that,
Robert.
They
T-Bone.
do
We can
support
all
it.
play that, T-Bone.
I agree with that, Robert. But if you're gonna go over to another panel and say something goofy about fucking Aqua, expect that Aqua is going to look for
T-Bone,
you
I
and
haven't spoken
retaliate.
of this person in maybe 3 years.
I
I've
understand,
spoken to
but
them
you're
maybe
still
twice in my life.
Oh my God.
okay.
They're blocked
I
on
say
every account.
exchange addresses and just show the fuck up and handle it.
No, 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 no.
T-Bone. Just kidding. I'm just saying it's just
He's
such a
not worth
fucking.
it. He'll just be in jail tweaking out or on the streets looking for his next boyfriend because he's a fucking fraud.
Wow.
And if you have all this audacity to talk this way about women and children on the app, Robert, I'm going to come
I
for you.
can't
There is no
imagine.
safe space for you. Here I am, Robert.
Really, but I think everybody on this panel, like literally nobody's taking you serious at all.
I mean, I look good right now. That's why I'm sticking
Yeah.
No,
around.
I'm
You're
taking
making
how
Robert
she
look good.
feels serious. That I can't take. You can't take away the way someone feels, right? But what you can
Yeah.
do is
Yes, you
to
can.
you
Yes, you
can
can.
protect.
Yes, you
You
can.
you
When
can't.
people are mentally unstable, yes, you can.
No,
Wait,
you
no,
Absolutely.
wait,
cannot
no, you
change that,
can't. That doesn't
Bleach.
even logically fucking follow, Bleach.
Yes,
Yeah,
But
it
you
T-Bone,
you
does.
T-Bone,
can't
but
take
we can
Why?
away.
expect everyone else with mentally sound minds can say, if someone hasn't spoken to this person we know is delusional in over 3 years, and you all kind of see that, I don't ever bring this individual
Robert,
up, then
she has
then
a
what you
freedom
shouldn't do,
of
T-Bone, is feed
speech.
into delirium. Like, let's just move on.
It's a
Have
free
a
speech
functional
live. I can
conversation.
Wait,
It's
react
wait a
a
minute,
against
wait a minute,
your
wait a
speech.
minute,
I
exactly.
wait
want
a
to,
minute, wait a minute,
Robert.
wait
Free
a minute, wait a
speech.
minute, wait a
Free
minute. When
speech.
was the comment made about Taco's child?
Tacos and
Like
I
2
Tacos
and a
spoke.
half
doesn't want
weeks
it
or
being
Yeah,
brought
so.
up.
right.
Tacos
Oh, let
doesn't
me go
want it
look
to
Tacos
at
be
and
the
I
brought
have
look
up.
at
had
the clip.
conversations.
I don't care if Tacos doesn't want to be brought up. Nobody
That's
told
not.
Robert
That's
to
not.
shut up
That's
when it
not
was
the
Right.
reason.
ready.
This is
Hold
why you
on.
sound like a
No,
pick me.
I didn't ask what was said. I asked the
The words
time frame.
ask.
Yes, T-Bone, I'm gonna go look at the date the clip was posted.
Because if it's
That's
a
okay.
recent situation, you're
It is
recently
recent,
saying
T-Bone.
bullshit, and
So,
It
there's
but
the
is.
T-Bone,
expectation that people are
T-Bone,
going to respond to
It
it,
is.
Robert.
the
T-Bone,
person involved has
it
asked
is
that they not
recent.
be involved.
It is
So the person
recent.
T-Bone,
who it's
did y'all
about has
not?
said, don't
They can
talk
ask
about
all
that,
they want,
please.
but this happened publicly. I'm gonna address you publicly.
Right.
Yeah,
So
you
T-Bone,
can.
T-Bone,
Ah,
I thought there was
Aqua,
a difference in red room,
Aqua,
blue room, and
Aqua.
messy
Hold up.
talk.
Wait a second. Because a lot of things have been said publicly, and when people from your camp have been addressed about that shit, those conversations got shut down.
You said
Come
my
on now. It's
camp.
not just about
You
whether it's
said
public or
my
not. People
camp.
have been
You
called
didn't say
P3DOs
me.
publicly. People's
No.
children have been referenced publicly. So we can't sit here and act like, no, 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 no. I'm sorry. Respectfully, there's been a standard that has been set that there are certain things that people should and should not talk about. Kids has been one of those things.
You
P3DOism
said
is
my
one of those
camp.
things.
You didn't say me. And the video was posted within the last 2 weeks.
Okay. So a recent situation, Robert.
T-Bone, the person involved I've spoken to.
Okay.
And everyone here knows that and has asked that the person who
That
is
doesn't
also
negate
talked
what you
about her
said about
children.
minor children and harming children.
This
Even
So
is
if
the
you
why
per,
I
made up
always make the
with whoever
suggestion,
you
but
Robert.
said
T-Bone,
it
T-Bone,
This
to,
is
I'm
why,
not
you
but
looking to
said it
have a
about harming
Oh
minor
my
conversation as to
God,
why
this
children.
is
you
so
I don't
fucking
justify
care if
much.
you
this
made
kind of
up. I
behavior.
want the
I'm just
world to
not.
know what you
I don't,
said.
are you talking to me or Aqua?
Well, no one can really hear, can they?
Okay, so this is why I always make the suggestion, because you are capable of having conversations that are geared towards certain things, to just leave it at that. Because when you go into the other
Everyone
realm,
does. Everyone does. There is
no,
one
bro, that's
individual
not
here who
true.
is,
You
yeah.
always go into the other
So,
realm, you say
T-Bone, there
egregious
was a
shit, and then you get
functional
surprised when people
conversation.
address you.
Ask Bell. There was a functional conversation about the world, diplomacy, economics, AI, until one person came in here. That's not how this slide was functional until one person, that wasn't me. I didn't start shouting
I've been
obscenities. I didn't
here since
start
the
focusing
live started,
attention.
you dumbass. I've been here on the panel since before you got on it.
T-Bone, is this messy or I thought
I
that we
don't
were
know.
doing is
It's
Trump
fucking,
playing
it's fucking
chess with the
everything,
United
Tasha.
States?
It's
Oh, okay.
everything.
All
Yeah,
right.
I don't
Cool.
know.
I thought y'all had a
You're gonna
separation.
lose these spaces, T-Bone. This was the point if you keep this up. Like you can't
This is
keep
first of all, this this isn't my space, it's Bell's space.
That
So
is true.
let's number one make that clear. Number two is that y'all have to hold on. Y'all have to understand, even with my platform, how I run shit. It's supposed to be free speech. Meaning if you say some dumbass shit and people want to fucking address you on it, then that's how the fuck it should be. If Tasha says some racist ass shit in a political live and wants to come over to my live and people want to come over and address her about her racist shit, that shit gets fucking dealt with. That's how it goes. I'm sorry. I don't know what you want from me, bro.
Hey,
You
T-Bone,
want me
can
to
you
shut down
clarify
every
that that was
conversation
just an
that fucking
example,
happens?
though?
You want me to police everybody and pamper everybody from what the fuck they can say? Like,
And
no.
T-Bone, can you clarify that was just an example so no one thinks that
Yeah,
I'm...
yes, that was an example.
Okay,
She
thank
and
you.
absolutely did.
I would say it
to
wasn't an
be
example.
to be fair, Tasha,
Bleach.
politics is messy. So I don't know why we have to make the delineation
No, no,
between
no,
the
no.
two.
It's
Not
not.
me.
Um,
I thought
Politics,
T-Bone wanted it to be
people.
separate.
No, no,
That's
no.
what I was
I'm
asking.
just saying in
Oh, okay.
general, people's personal stuff does get involved in politics, right? And
I
then
got you.
what they typically do is when people put these things out about them about something that they did, let's just say, for example, 3 years ago, they often get out of those seats because they don't want all the flack and smoke that they know is going to come to their way. They didn't think anybody would dig that deep or go back that far because it was 7 years ago. Then when people find out about this stuff, they have to step down. For instance, people found, right, what the black
Wait,
man who
am
was
I in the
running in
big box
Texas.
because it's my panel now?
Oh,
Oh, never mind.
people found out what the man
Oh
who
yeah.
was
All
in
right.
Texas was doing, right? They tried to bring it to the forefront and say, oh, look, he has a coin. He didn't give a fuck. He still did it. Some people don't care about it and they say, I'm a regular human being. Some people do care about it. I think we have this expectation of people in politics that to me is very unrealistic. Right? They're still human beings. They still have a life. They still did the shit that they do. And that does not mean that they can't hold a seat in office. So
Excuse
I
me,
think,
real
I
quick.
think, yeah.
I think what
Tigger,
Tasha
somebody said check the Cash App. Just calling it out. Elf.
No,
figure,
I'm
how
sorry,
much
I
did
don't
you
know why.
FB.
send?
I don't know why you guys are letting Aqua fool you. Do you guys know what she's done?
I
Do you
Hold
guys
on,
know
there's
how
a
I
Cash
I
App
don't.
situation,
she
Siren.
threatened to show my minor child corn? Would you like to hear that receipt?
Oh
Hey,
my
Do you know,
god.
Siren,
do you
there's
know
a
But
what she
Cash
T-Bone,
App.
T-Bone, T-Bone. Hold on, hold on. But T-Bone, you
like
just
she
said
sent
I
like
Oh
can
my
go do
gifts
God.
things
to
in
all
other
my
lives and
daughter's
not expect
elementary
them to follow me,
schools?
T-Bone.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
no,
I
so
agree. If Aqua did
don't get
this, then
annoyed.
yeah, Cyrus is gonna follow her.
She's a fucking
I agree.
P3DO predator. She's a P3DO predator. She doxed the fuck out of me, Robert, August, Tacos, Cherry, QB, all of us, and our kids.
Never mind, T-Bone. Tigger said she didn't
She's a
say shit.
hypocritical cunt that threatens children.
Who is the dot in the down in the comments? Is that Memphis?
Yeah, that's
Roll
Memphis.
your eyes,
Racist
Aqua, but
ass.
That's
am I wrong?
Memphis.
Would you want me to show everybody the fucking receipts,
You
bitch?
know that's Memphis.
No, I really don't. You know me. I
Oh yeah. That's
Yeah,
Memphis.
so no,
yeah.
Siren's the example of mess because she's bringing up stuff that's already been cleared away, and I'm talking about something within the last 2 weeks.
Oh no, bitch.
So
That's never been cleared
Siren
away.
wants to
That's never been cleared
bring
away.
up old shit, stir it up. Siren's
Yeah,
an
you're
attention.
Well, it kind of goes
whining
to
and
your
crying
character,
about
doesn't it?
things though, Aqua, even
Siren's
though
an
you've
attention
done some
whore. When she's
horrible
not getting the
shit.
attention, she comes to
It's
make it.
weird. You're a
She
hypocritical
comes to
cunt.
make
Welcome
it.
back, Bex.
Thank
Well,
you.
Siren's
Do you
here.
want to
It's
hear?
messy talk
Do you guys
now.
want to
Go
hear
ahead,
her threatening my
Siren.
child?
Show all
Do you
your
want to hear her threatening to
receipts
show
and
corn
try
to
to
a
get
minor?
some people on
You
your
guys want to hear
side.
that?
As a matter of
No, we
fact,
don't
I
want to
want
hear that.
everybody to make friends with Siren and see how that works out. Go ahead. I'm gonna let her.
I'm
I'm
not
gonna let
saying
her
I want to
talk
be
the
friends with
talk.
anybody, but what I'm saying
I'm gonna let
is
her,
that you're a
show you
hypocrite and a
everything
liar
about
and a
me.
fake.
And I'm not even going to
Well,
respond or tell my side. I'm just gonna put her on Showtime.
exactly.
Let her do it. Put her on
Like,
Showtime.
no,
I'm
it's
not even
fine.
going to
We all know
respond to
that
you, Simon. I've
everything that
responded to you
everything
15
Oh
times.
God.
Put her on
everything that
Showtime.
has happened with Aqua has happened with Siren. Like, unfortunately, everybody in this is a hypocrite. So, like, everybody does
That's
everything
a
to
lie.
everybody else.
Don't lie.
No,
I
I'm
never
not
said
Well, and
you
lying.
were
that's
That's
a
what
just
But
not
hypocrite.
but
how
but
it
Oh
it's
goes.
the
wow.
hold
but
on,
it's
but
the
this is why
truth.
the
It's
choice of
literally
a
the truth.
focused conversation
Oh
is the one that
please.
I thought
Focus
we ended on,
conversation.
T-Bone, just a
Focus
few days ago.
conversation. We here
Because
now, so might as
if
well
we
keep
all can
going.
end
No, it's
here
we've
in
all
saying that
heard all the
everybody
Okay.
has
recordings.
all
We've
this
seen
I
bullshit.
like
all the
what Bex was
proof. We
saying.
know all the stories. Everybody knows everything. We've done it 180 fucking times. We've heard the
Yet you
recordings.
keep
We've
the
seen the proof.
pedophile around.
We've
Make it
done
make
it
Oh,
all.
sense.
you
We've
See,
said
seen
the
it
but then
biggest
the
all.
same
word. Come
thing
on,
can be said for
Siren.
the other people
Come
that are
on,
on the panel no,
You say
Siren,
can't say
and
that
this is where the
word.
Who?
You
problem
gotta
comes in
drop her.
because
Wait,
everybody
wait,
get
wait, wait,
into,
wait.
and then
You
when
can't
I
say
make
that
the
Who
word. You're
statement
else?
about
taking your
all of you
spot
niggas
off.
Who?
being in messy talk
Who
and bringing
else
all
is
of
a
this shit to fucking
P3DO?
panels,
Wow.
I be the
But
fucking
She's
T-Bone.
problem.
literally proving the
all of
point,
your friends are
T-Bone.
fucking
This isn't
pedophiles
about
T-Bone.
messy.
associated.
These
Shut the
panels are
fuck
not
up.
supposed to be
Politics
messy.
is messy.
Who
It's
else
real
is a
life. Let's
T-Bone,
who
we
go.
else is a
just had this
P3DO up here?
conversation.
Because it ain't
Nobody up
We've
me.
had
here
this
is a like. That's
It's
conversation.
not
Oh my
insane.
Bex.
god.
It's not Bleach. It's only Aqua.
How is she? No,
So
what
what do
she
you
said
mean?
was
And T-Bone,
wrong, but that doesn't make
every
her a
time moments like
P3DO.
this happen, every
It
time something like
absolutely
this
does.
happens,
She's
it's a
ready to
Okay,
show
setback to
don't
the
come over
Jemima
here
space.
child
then.
porn.
Y'all over
She
here
sent
crying about
nude
it. Don't come
Y'all
over
are
photos to
like
here.
so
elementary
weird
schools.
and
Bex, are
sensitive
you
about
okay?
everything. Like get all like
Are you
fucking
okay?
Jesus Christ. She
She
said it.
sent
It was
nude
wrong.
photos to
Regulate your
elementary
emotions. Go to
schools.
therapy.
Oh,
Read the
FB
Bible.
said
I
She
don't
cash
know.
sent
app.
Like what the
nude
FB,
fuck?
send it to
Cash
me and
photos
I'll
app.
to
forward it
Cash
elementary
over.
app.
schools. Are
Cash
you
Or
app.
okay?
Cash
Cash
app.
app. Cash
okay,
app.
if
Money
you
on the
hold
line.
on,
Money on the line.
If you already sent it, just tell me how much it was. If you didn't, just yeah.
Yeah.
If you
Anyways, as I was trying to
didn't,
say, she
you're
sent
in
nude
trouble.
photos to fucking elementary schools. What the fuck are we
To
doing?
adults
Like, are you
that work
okay?
at elementary schools. She didn't
Okay,
send it
T
to
Bone
She
or
children.
Rocket
posted them
even
on the
said cash
reviews
app.
of the schools. What the fuck?
Just
Or
Five
Rocket,
Okay,
for
put
five.
Siren
who?
has been dropped.
The
Five
whole
for
thing should have
five.
been dropped. This is not messy. Like we've heard it. We know. Aqua said things, Siren said things, everybody said things. Oh my god, we get it. Everybody wants to defend their own children but doesn't care about anyone else's children. Like what are we doing? You don't care
Did you?
about
what?
children either, Siren. You've done fucked up shit too.
Right, but Bex, the whole thing isn't about her. She was calling out hypocrisy as it was because we're at a standstill in the live, unable to get to a topic because people keep coming in before she did
Yeah, Siren's talking
and
about
No,
not
shit
allowing the
Aqua
that's
been
months
conversation to
here.
move
old.
forward.
I'm
Aqua
talking
been here
about what
though.
you said in the last 2 weeks, Robert. Because
What
we've
the
all
hell?
held each other accountable for the shit we've done. I'm talking about what you said in the last 2 weeks.
We felt those
Those
people accountable.
those in glass
Oh
houses.
yeah, like between me and mutuals, like we've held each other accountable. Like I've been spoken to, but you haven't been held accountable, Robert. Let's go.
Tacos in all caps said, I said drop it.
Yeah, so
Yep.
Tacos doesn't want it talked about, so can we not talk about it? Because in
I
the
feel like
end,
it
what
gives
who
it
this
Oh,
affects,
really?
energy.
hold on, who this,
Wait.
hold
Siren, drop
on.
it. Don't talk
Who
about me
this
anymore.
affects is
Drop it. Don't
Tacos.
play my videos anymore,
No.
Siren. Drop it. Leave me
Bell
alone,
is here, so
Siren.
you
Don't
can
bring
send
it
it to
up.
her.
Just drop it. Does it work that way, Bex?
No, if it's about Taco's children and she doesn't want it talked about, I respect that. I don't talk about shit having to do with my children because I don't want it brought up again. Every time it's brought up again, it draws more attention to the negative
Yeah.
shit that was said.
Yeah. To be fair, Aqua,
Okay, I'll
like
just
if
post the video on my main page so everybody can
no,
hear what he said.
I think that's the best. I wouldn't the part about her kids though. You know what I mean? Just
When it was
say,
my kids, nobody cared. When it was me, nobody cared. I mean, what? Really?
I can't speak on that because I
That's
wasn't
the
aware of
thing.
the
Like honestly,
situation.
I don't like kids being spoken about. I don't like the kids being spoken about being posted. These are people's children and everybody cares when it's their own kids, but nobody cares when it's anyone else's. Like truly. We all just want everybody to get a gotcha. This person's a bad person. We know who Robert is. We know who all these people are. We get it. Like, do
Yeah.
I think Robert is like a terrible person? Yeah, kind of. Like, is it going to change? No. Posting him is not going to change. What
CA.
Taco said is leave it alone. Drop it. Like, just drop it.
T-Bone a cash app from FB.
Yeah. I do think it's kind of
Just put in there how much you sent because I know that she's here, so she'll be able to see it.
I do think it's
She
crazy that
just can't talk.
we do these things on the app and then we want to kind of come to these spaces and have quote focused conversations. I do think that is cowardice in my opinion because I mean if you have a reputation on this app, no matter how long ago it's happened, people are going to want to address you about it. And if you don't want to do, wow, why was my microphone turned off?
Please don't abuse powers, Bell said.
Let's
Aqua was
go.
dropped.
Okay, never mind. Then I'm just be quiet.
I'm gonna just make this statement one more time. Hopefully, you know, people understand the statement that's being made.
Top of the
Yep.
hour, Aqua,
Two
you got 5 minutes.
two things. Number one is that there can't be an expectation that you get to say shit on this app and people are not going to follow you to address that shit, right? That's just how the shit fucking be. I think that because what happens is a lot of niggas say shit on the messy side of TikTok, and then you run over to the debate space because you don't want to address it over on the messy side,
T-Bone, but you're
and
not
then
in
those
any way
people follow.
consistent. You just had a
How am I?
conversation that took you
Yeah, that's true.
just a
Can we
few
let
days
T-Bone
ago,
finish?
T-Bone.
Can we let
We were
T-Bone
having a
finish, please?
conversation where you were
Can we
effectively
let
saying
T-Bone
the
finish? I
opposite.
know.
When
No,
we
I was
last
not.
spoke, you had
T-Bone's been
agreed.
consistent in that.
Well, guys,
Thank
T-Bone's
I'm
been,
you.
at
speaking.
You
I'm
least in
keep,
this
speaking.
why
I'm
am
live,
I
speaking
being
to.
muted
because
I'm
for cutting
speaking
off
when
to
you
T-Bone?
T-Bone.
Why do I
Listen,
keep
when
being
you
muted? I don't
said that
yes,
as
understand.
if you would allow me to finish, Robert, because
Well, I haven't been able to finish either because they interrupted me when I was responding to you.
you interrupted what I was saying, Robert. That's why they interrupted, because
I
everybody
said
thinks
that you
everybody
were
can
being
interrupt
a
everybody now.
hypocrite because just a few days ago, Bex was a part of that conversation. Her boyfriend officer, Real Talk was a part of the conversation where everyone heard you say that you believe they should stay focused. Now, today, when your friends are here, well, I get what focus is, but if you said it, then it just should happen. That's not what you were saying. And to be certain, what we said still holds true that if you want these spaces to be effective, yours and Bell's, Blue Room, Red Room, we were just talking about all but a day ago. You can't have that position, and you agreed on it, and you went back and you went forth, and everyone came with you to a determination point where you agreed that if you're going to allow things like this to continue, lawyers, doctors, professionals, experts, they are not going to be interested. So you can take this tone again once more in front of your friends to sound cool like you want them here, but just in a private conversation all but a few days ago, you were saying how you don't want them here, how you do want the experts, how you do want the attorneys, how you do want policy experts. It's not going to happen, T-Bone. You can't make the caveats and excuses. Okay, let's just do a little doxing for 30 minutes. No. And that's not
Okay,
the tone you had.
okay, are you
but
done?
really.
No, no,
Go ahead,
no.
T-Bone.
Are you done?
Sure.
Cool. Stay on mute while I fucking speak. Number one, I don't know how you know about this private conversation. Number two, even if you do know about the private conversation, you would also know that within that conversation, I talked about the variety within the red room, blue room. And number three, you would know that even though I made that statement, I also said that based off of it being free fucking speech, that the panels go the way that they want to. So as much as I want for the fucking panels to go in a certain way and the hopes that people will stay on that fucking topic, I'm not gonna fucking police people, Robert. I'm not gonna fucking do it. So you can keep trying to back me into a fucking corner or try to sit here and act like you're
It's not
playing
a
fucking
corner.
poker
I'm
with
trying
me
to
and call a
defend
fucking bluff,
your
but understand,
position.
I
I'm
thought
trying
I
to.
asked you to stay on fucking mute while I was fucking talking, nigga.
Just go on ad nauseum and then stop and then think that I'm going to not take
Bitch
credit.
ass nigga, I let you go on for fucking nauseum and
Wow.
didn't say nothing. I waited until you were fucking done.
You
This is your
fucking
fucking
paused.
problem, Robert.
No, my fucking problem is that you fucking
No, your
paused.
fucking problem is that you're a bitch. And when people come after
Oh,
you,
look how
you
angry
then
you
turn
get.
to the fucking host or turn to me to bitch about how people are coming
Look
at
how
you
angry
for
you
the shit
get.
that you fucking say.
Look how angry you are, not
Yeah, I'm
me.
angry because you're being a bitch, Robert. Don't
I'm
be a
not the angry
bitch.
one.
If you want to say something on the fucking app, then fucking say something. But don't be fucking mad when people come after you for the shit that you fucking say. If I say something fucking egregious, there should be an expectation that people are gonna follow me around the app to fucking address me about the shit that I've fucking said. It's happened on multiple fucking occasions. Multiple. That's how the shit go. We've all been on TikTok for fucking years. We know how the shit is. And now I get a fucking violation because bitch boy,
Wait, don't drop yet. Robert, who the fuck told you about a private conversation? How do you know about a private conversation?
I don't even think he really fucking knows about the private conversation.
I'm
I really don't.
unmuting you, Robert. Well, I'd like him to
Well, I
clarify.
found that quite interesting because that was me saying that on a conversation that you Bex me on when there wasn't a lot of people. That's what I meant by private. But you all just admitted that you T-Bone said about your friends in a private conversation. Actually, you just admitted that you don't like them.
What?
You just admitted that.
I'm so confused.
Sorry about that. Everything that's it wouldn't matter because there's nothing to hide, right? Everything that's being said in the discords is being said on fucking TikTok. There's nothing fucking different being said. Bex can vet that shit, officer. Anybody that's in
I
that
didn't
bitch
suggest there
can
was.
vet that.
Hold
You're the
on.
one that came
What
out
are we
with that
talking
when
about?
I
He's not.
was you're the one that came out with that when I said we had a conversation, all of us, and when I referred to private as small conversation on TikTok, you're the one that took that moment to take it into what was, I guess, an actual private conversation. You thought I knew about that, and you wanted to compare
Well,
notes on
I
your
wasn't.
telling me that you didn't want
No,
your
it
friends
would
in those
Hold
again,
lives.
on,
Robert.
hold
Again,
on, because I wasn't listening completely. I got a DM, and that's why I asked.
Yeah,
There was
that's
no
what it was.
private conversation. Okay,
Ro-
so no one's been telling, and there's no fucking leak,
How would
Aqua.
I? How would I? All
What the
right.
fuck is
Anyway,
going on?
it would look. It doesn't even matter. Even if there was, there's nothing to fucking
There
hide.
is no
All
leak.
the conversations happen in the same way. It all runs together. There's nothing different.
Yeah, the problem with saying
What's
there's a
happening
leak
is
is
that Robert is mad because he doesn't get to fucking run the conversations the way he
I'm
wants
not
to.
even
He wants to
mad.
run away and hide from the shit that he
I'm
fucking
trying to
says,
hold
and
you
people don't fucking
accountable
protect him.
simply. I'm not
Then
even
boo hoo
angry.
no,
you.
there's no holding T-Bone accountable. This whole
There
red
is.
room
I'm
blue room is
speaking
not
to
like a
another man.
secret thing. Like we have most of the conversations live on panels. It's very rarely behind the scenes because there's not like secrets.
Well,
Like
you guys are the ones. Hold on, hold on. T-Bone's the one that confirmed that there was a private call. You guys, I didn't say that. I
We
said that
have
we were, when I
hold on
referred
a
to a
minute. We've
private
got
The,
call,
private.
the,
I was
We
talking
have
about
private calls
hold
every
on.
day with each other.
I
What the
want to be
fuck?
clear though. The private call I was referring to was a TikTok live just all but 24, 48 hours ago that we were all on that was small. You all are the ones now referring to this private conversation. There wasn't one. There wasn't one. I never referred to there being one. You all
you
are
saying
admitting
private
that every
you
time
know what
you
the
guys
fuck
get
you
kind of
mean
weird
when you
about
say
it.
private conversation. And this is the shit I don't like.
I made
Because you know
reference
what
to the
the fuck
exact
you're trying to
conversations
do.
in that
And you come in
live that
these
I had.
panels and you try, can I have fucking showtime? Like, I'm so sick of this shit. Like, you come in these panels and you try to
Yeah, Beck,
start shit
start.
dividing people.
Start it. You
Like,
start it.
you come in here, you try to cause fights between people. You're trying to cause drama where there isn't none. Like, this whole thing was supposed to be like a fucking, like, positive thing. T-Bone tried to have like a fun democracy vote. And we can't have nice things because people want to fucking ruin it. Like, this
Mm.
is so fucking weird to me. Like the obsession over
But
what is happening in red room, blue
when
room is
two
crazy.
men are having a conversation, I don't care what
Shut
your
the
fat ass
fuck
has
up,
to
you
say.
little bitch boy. Like I
You're a
don't give a
drunk.
fuck. You're not a
You're a
fucking.
fat ass. You're a drunk and a fat ass. I'm talking to
Okay,
okay,
T-Bone.
so then
first of
And
all, you're not
don't
going to
get
muted
mad
fucking
when
me.
call
some
him a
hard
You
fucking
fucking
you've
facts
fat
don't
ass,
come
abused your
out, bro.
You
Robert.
powers
muted
way
me.
too many times. You've abused your powers way too many times. I'm done, Robert. I told you. I gave you
Hmm.
many warnings.
Right, because I'm the one getting spoken over, Bell, by six people at a
Then
time.
speak
Robert,
over
you
Bitch,
me. What the
nigga.
literally
fuck?
just
Oh my
you
god.
just fucking
What's
body
happening
shamed
in here?
somebody.
Hold on,
Like
hold
what
on,
the
hold on,
fuck?
hold
That
on.
You call
motherfucker
me a
gonna be mobbed
drunk. Like
next
what
week.
the fuck are we
That's what you
doing,
are.
Robert?
You lived in a
I've
trailer. You're a
literally.
failed mother. You're a
Robert,
failed woman.
stop.
Oh, draw. Like, get rid of him, Belle.
No, that's not how it works.
You're not gonna talk about my
Yeah,
fucking
Robert,
parenting.
you're fucking crossing the
We can. You
line.
pay for it here.
Like you're not gonna talk about my fucking parenting, you little bitch.
He's gonna be modded next week.
Please hold that line, Bex, because that's my issue. I don't think the things that he is saying is free speech. It's hate speech. Hate against women, hate against black people. That's not free speech. I think you should hold that boundary that he will not speak to you like that, even in a free speech platform.
What the fuck? Back? No.
I
What?
gotta switch accounts. I'll be right back.
He's reporting, Bill. This is why I said when y'all said y'all was going to vote on certain people,
Fuck's
I didn't
sake.
agree with it because I knew that he's going to come in any one of y'all platforms and fuck it up. And here we are today, February 23 or 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. He fucking up your platform, but y'all want to vote for him to be in a goddamn red room, blue room.
Oh, hold
He's going
on
to
a
take the
minute,
shit
because
down.
a
He don't
minute, hold
care.
on, hold
He
on.
don't
Can y'all
care.
stop? Can y'all
He
stop?
don't
First of
care,
all,
Bill. That's what I'm telling you. Y'all feel
no,
sorry for him. He don't have no
I'm
sympathy for
I'm
y'all.
speaking. I don't need you to feel sorry for me at all. Secondly,
No, I think y'all feel
Robert
sorry for
didn't
him.
start this shit. Robert came up and was
Yeah, but he
debating.
don't care if he started or not. He's gonna report. He's showing you that he's gonna report right now. The hell?
Let's be honest. I mean, this motherfucker's been sewing up Discord for the last 4 weeks on this app.
No, I just want to hold on a minute because this is getting really annoying. Because, like, no joke, okay? Just it's you guys just keep bringing up and bringing up and bringing up shit. I'm confused. When is it gonna end? When is it gonna end?
it's
Probably gonna end when you end your association with that motherfucker.
I
That's
was
when it's
gonna
gonna
say,
end,
so
Bell.
it.
Hold on a minute, because a
no.
motherfucker yesterday questioned my parenting and said a whole fucking shit. Okay, who is associated with people that are literally on my fucking panel right now? Who also I called a P3DO. So what are we doing?
Nobody agreed
And
with what he said,
and
though.
just to
That's the
be
Yeah,
clear,
thing.
nobody agrees. So I don't fucking agree with what Robert does either. But that motherfucker is still frequenting your panels, so Robert's gonna fucking frequent mine.
Well, when he reports
No,
your live and
Robert's
gets
I
you
don't know who
shut
here.
you're
down, don't
referencing.
holler and scream about it. Then you talking about, oh my God, I'm gonna do this and do that. That don't make no sense to me. You know what he gonna do when he get mad. What
Yeah,
are we
Belle,
doing?
the only people that let him around are Bold and Nick. None of us do. We have them all blocked.
Who are you talking about? Robert or the person I'm referencing from yesterday? I don't give
Robert.
a
The only
fuck what you're
place he
doing.
can.
I don't care what you do with Robert. I don't care about that. That's your
Who
decision.
are
I
you?
respect it. I've condemned a lot of shit that Robert has said. I don't agree with him. He knows that. Okay?
And he's still
I'm
reporting
talking
your
about the
live.
person yesterday that I called what I called yesterday, okay? Y'all still frequent him. He's on your fucking
There's a
panels.
difference.
So don't tell me who to fucking platform on mine.
Nobody's telling you who the platform. What I'm saying is that y'all wanted to vote him in, knowing that when he has his little 5-year-old temper
He didn't get
Nobody
tantrum,
voted
he's gonna
fucking
in.
report the
voted
live.
Robert
Wait,
in.
He's
nobody
gonna
voted for
report the
Who the
live.
Robert.
fuck voted
Nobody
Robert
voted for
in?
Robert.
I said
Robert was
y'all wanted
already
to vote
mod.
him in. Wanted to. Wanted.
Nobody
Nobody
said
voted
that to
him
Robert.
in.
I didn't say
Nobody
y'all
said that to
did. I said y'all
Robert.
wanted to. Y'all
No,
wanted to
we
vote
No,
him
didn't.
in.
What are
nobody
you
wanted
talking
to. I
about?
don't fuck with Robert. Nobody would have voted for
Okay.
Robert. He
All
had
right.
mods. Stop.
Belle,
Nobody
who
voted
fucked
for
with you
Robert.
yesterday? Can you say?
No, we're not talking about that. We are not talking about that. We
Okay.
went through a whole thing yesterday. It's squashed.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
done.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Comments.
Okay.
No, I'm not yelling at you. Sorry, Tasha. But comments, stop bringing it up.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Like
I'm just
it's
saying, if
the,
you
So
get your
it's like
page,
I've got the same situation. Bex, is this not the same situation, right? Me and
yeah,
him don't
similar.
bring it up. Me and him don't bring it up. It's other people that bring it up. Tacos is literally telling people to not bring it up. Tacos and Robert are not bringing it up. Other people are bringing it up for them. This is the issue on this fucking app.
I will
It's a bunch
say,
of people that want messy that bring shit up when they know they're not supposed to create messy.
Mm.
and
I
real
would say
quick,
I don't
I'm
think that.
sorry.
Oh,
Just real quick
go
because
ahead, Timo. Go
I
ahead. You
also
go.
want to make the statement that we act like the problem is only Robert and it's not. Because if tacos comes in here, people gun for tacos too. People are gonna gun for Bex. You feel what I'm saying? It does not matter. It to be honest, it's multiple components to this, but the reality of the situation is that if somebody says something that people disagree with, they're after them, and they utilize this space, my space, other spaces that are similar, because they know that they can address them on those spaces.
I hear you. You don't necessarily like. You have a point there. The only thing that I would say in response to that is that, like, yeah, like everybody on this app has, I think, ops, right? Like the moment you utter your true opinion, there's gonna be somebody that disagrees with you and everything else in between. But I would also say that there are some individuals that have way more skeletons in their closet than others,
Mm.
and it would be harder to get to a certain place, provided that like I understand the free speech. This is y'all platform. Y'all gonna do what y'all want to do, but if there is a goal, then there needs to be certain restrictions and guidelines implemented. Otherwise, you're gonna deal with this chaos.
Yeah, it's kind of like you have to, if you expect a certain outcome, right? Then you have to look at how you get to that outcome. And if you allow it, then your outcome will not succeed. I have to agree. I mean, I'm not trying to tell y'all what to do. I hate it when people say, "Oh my God, why am I not a mod?" I think it's the most childish shit. And or why can't I come in there? Why? Da, 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 da. It's just so fucking childish. But if you do have a goal or an outcome that you're wanting to achieve, then yeah, you may have to draw some lines and sands because it started affect. Never mind. I sent you a message, T-Bone, about it.
I got you.
You know what I mean? Self preservation, if I even said it right.
So how about them Dodgers?
I will say this. If we ever have to get to the point where we have to implement the rules or like, you know what I'm saying, put up like certain shit that niggas can't say, like that shit would just be bad to be honest with you. Like that would be a poor reflection of the people who frequent the space and the fact that y'all can't be adults and just have conversations every day.
Exactly. And the whole
Well,
point of this group
yeah,
is we
yeah.
ain't got
Oh, go
there
ahead,
was
Bell.
not gonna be there's we don't have crazy rules. That's the whole point was free speech, let everyone be what they want to be, say what they need to say. But y'all just want to like twist that shit to fit your narrative, right? You just want to like fucking cause you just want to make it's like it's feeling like y'all are making it a mockery at this point. Y'all are
I'm I,
adults.
I'm not I don't want to make it a mockery, Bell. And
I'm not talking to
I
you. I'm not
wish.
saying you specifically. You know what I mean.
No, no. Well, you good. But the thing is, I just want to bring it to the forefront, right? That we know TikTok is what it is as far as the space and the individuals that are on this app, right? And I understand the goal of having a free speech platform to where we can engage in all types of topics and really hear like what's behind people's minds. The thing though is that if we leave it up to just free speech, Messi's gonna come in. Messi's gonna come in because that having just that guideline, that's basically like the invitation that Messi Talk wants because it's like, oh, I can go in there and say whatever, and I can catch a restriction, and that'd be that. And then at the end of the day, like that ultimately hurts the platform that y'all trying to establish and build because as y'all run up those restrictions and shit, y'all live visibility comes down.
I don't know. I don't even know how to respond at this point. Once in a while, even the messy is needed. We all know that. But like, y'all don't even know how to be messy the right way anymore.
It's being messy the right way.
I don't know. I
Like
don't
if
know.
we're talking about something and it's like like you just gotta have what y'all be calling it discernment, right? Just read the room. If we're having conversations about something egregious Donald Trump just said on the Truth Social and how that's a fucking issue for the American people, and
Mhm.
then you come in and say, I want to stop all of this because tacos says something that was interpreted as microaggressive 72 hours ago. And that takes precedence over everything else that all seven people in the panel are talking about. You know what I'm saying? It's like, for what? Like, I'm not opposed to addressing the microaggressions. I'm not opposed to addressing the bigotry, the racism, the messiness, oh, this person called that person and somebody's school guy. I'm not opposed to talking about those things because, especially with people being harmful, the messy side of TikTok is really good at exposing those people that are harmful. But there's also a time and a place for it. And people should have that understanding of when is the proper time and place for it. People shouldn't have to tell you, hey, if we're having a very in-depth political conversation, maybe we should tell this to the back end of the live, or you should come back tomorrow and that should be the first thing that you bring up.
Listen. This is just my suggestion. At the end of the day, y'all know that I fucks with y'all. I'm a support. I'm a frequent, but at the end of the day, y'all do what y'all will with this suggestion. But at the end of the day, motherfuckers have multiple accounts, right? So y'all can kind of establish the political live, and then if y'all want, y'all can also have y'all messy bullshit too, to where y'all can kind of I don't know, Like I hear you.
Sake or
At the
what?
same time, I feel like we just putting a lot of faith into randos on TikTok, and I just don't
Hope
have
they
that
do the
faith in
right
people.
thing at the right
Yeah, I
time.
just don't. I don't have that faith in humanity. I'm a pessimist. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I think it's proven today. because it was bad timing, but it also, I understand why I wanted to be addressed, but bad timing.
I think it was.
It's never a bad time to address the male for his nasty, vile comments from the past 2 weeks, by the way, who says them in our spaces, then runs from the panel and comes to the debate talk and expects respectability. It's always the right time to address those males, no
But
matter where
Aqua,
they
we
are.
all know who he is. It's not a
That's not an
surprise.
excuse. You can accept how he is. I do
I'm not
not.
accepting it. I don't accept it. I don't. A matter of fact, I have him blocked. He happened to be in here. We were having a conversation. So, but other than that, I don't have any respect. It doesn't mean I respect him. It doesn't mean I support him. I don't drop coins. I don't. He's not even worth paying to get dropped. You know what I'm saying?
It's like, I don't know, how long is it going to be, T-Bone, since we started the Red Room, Blue Room, that we're going to keep, like, in all of our lives, Bex's, yours multiple times, it's how the show should be run has been brought up how many times with Red Room, Blue Room?
That's what I was saying, Belle. I thought y'all were doing like when this like today your background is, politics. And then I thought y'all were going to do, and then there's times where y'all will host messy. And now they're getting intertwined. So I thought, but I
The
misunderstood according to T-Bone. So,
the conversation is flowing, and people can
oh,
talk
you cut
about
out,
whatever they
officer.
want. But
So you lost
I
bars. You
got
went on
yeah.
mute.
Yeah, go
Did
ahead,
the
officer.
officer get cut off?
He got one bar. Yeah, yeah.
no, I was just saying. I mean,
Damn, you got
no,
bars
no
again.
shit. I'll get to it later.
Dang. Come back.
Every
Come
time you
back.
go to talk, you get bars. That
Back to earth.
sucks.
Come on, right this way. Come on, right this way.
Come on, put that foil on the antenna.
Am I
Yeah,
wrong?
I was just saying I don't think the same topic every day helps either, Bill, in my opinion. Like you had this topic yesterday.
I barely went live for like 2 minutes. Like what was it? 3 hours, four
I
hours?
understand. I'm just saying it gets monotonous. I think people are going to bring up other stuff because there's only a certain extent that you can talk about this topic too. Like you got to change it up, variety. You know.
I asked you and Siren to
Damn, ain't nobody yelling, and we still got 52 people in here.
Shit, yeah. I need to post my second Puerto Rican history video. Start shooting that, but I might spin the block on y'all.
Memphis, I want you to come up here and talk about what you said about me or
Memphis
DM
has
me.
Memphis has religious dilemmas that he has to deal with. So
Oh, I was just curious. DM me then. Let me know because I want to know what I said that would be like that.
Officer, are you there? Sorry, I
Yeah,
can't
what's
reply.
up?
I couldn't reply because I'm on the same phone that account is there, but no, absolutely not. The answer is no. No access at all.
No, yeah,
Yeah, and it was
I didn't
clarified.
think so. I had thought back.
Yeah, he clarified it that it didn't mean what everyone in the fucking comments took it as, but yeah. No, absolutely not. Never in a million years.
So what started? Did he get dropped for the day and now he's upset?
Yeah, a little bit, a little bit.
Oh, okay. All right.
He still has mod powers,
If
Belle.
it's over me, he can come back. I don't care if he comes back, but like talking about my parenting and all this when it's just because he's angry at me for other reasons is stupid. Like you're not gonna sit up here and lie on me. Like, don't do that. Don't fucking do that.
Well, that's the thing, though. See, that's the thing, though. We said no doxing and no children, right? Parenting involves children, okay? And all of these, even Aqua, even what you were trying to bring up too. I'm sorry, I must have spaced out. Like, okay, it involves children. I don't want it on my panel.
So you
Yeah, I mean,
don't
I don't
want
know.
to
On
be
my
you don't want to be aware of predatory males on your panel?
Absolutely, I do. Tell me on the back end.
Okay,
Tell
then
me
watch
the
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 clip. I
problem, the
sent it to
problem
you.
is
Yeah,
that
I
all of
will,
them
but
are
I can't
predatory.
right now because I'm
The
live.
problem, Aqua, is that every man is going to say something that you don't like, right? And this is what it comes down to. Every single person has problems with different people. Every single person has been attacked by different people. If we sat and went through and blocked every single person that has done problematic shit, there would be no one on these panels. Right, and that's the problem. Like, there, if we sit and we go for your comfort, right, and we block all these people, there's someone else that has been hurt by you that's going to want you to be blocked, right? And then that
When have
person's
I
going
ever
to
say
want someone
block
else to be
someone?
blocked.
I didn't say
What?
block him. I'm saying I'm going
He's
to come for
speaking in
him when
general.
he says foul shit and doesn't
Right,
let
but
and
but
runs
if it's in the
away.
middle of a
I never
conversation,
said block him.
not
Repeat.
everybody wants to
Aqua
listen
never
to
says
this.
block people.
Okay, yeah,
You
I get
don't,
it. You
but
never
you
said
keep
block
saying,
people.
but hold on, Aqua, because you and Cascade both said that y'all have him blocked, and why do we continue to platform him?
That's not what I said.
No, Belle, that was response to you because you said other people let Robert on their panel. You said like my mutuals let Robert on the panel. That's only Bold and
Nah,
Nick.
I wasn't
Like
talking
I
about
personally have
Robert
him
on that.
blocked.
I
I've never
wasn't.
told you who to block. I've never told you how to run your space or who to have on your
Nah, well,
panel. I'm not in your DMs doing any of
I
that
was
to
not
anybody
talking about
ever.
Aqua, she wasn't
Robert.
talking about Robert.
I said you guys, your mutuals, and you, and I mean maybe not you because I will give that to you. You are consistent. You were like one of the only people that actually called that shit out for what he said a long time ago and what he said recently. I'm talking about someone else that the fight was about yesterday in Bex's live. I don't want to say his name. I don't want to bring up the situation. I'm just saying that that same person is being defended and platformed in other sides, right? Now you've got Robert being platformed in other sides. So it's like, it's the same shit, Aqua.
Well, I apologize for misunderstanding who you were
Okay,
talking
so I
about
wasn't,
and
yes.
causing confusion.
Passion,
My
I did not
apologies.
bring it up. Passion, I did not bring up the situation. Passion did not say his name, Passion, at all. Go ahead, sorry.
Said
No, I'm
what
just
I
I have a
said.
perfect
apologizing for
record.
misunderstanding you. I'm sorry, Belle.
No
What I
worries.
said, Bell, was that why let him up here if you know when he has a chance he ain't gonna do nothing but report people on the panel and hurt your page. That's what I said.
Okay, that's what you did say, but someone did say why continue to platform him, knowing what he has said. Right, because when Robert can be sorry, when it comes to having a debate or a freaking political conversation, Robert will engage with that. He will. If other people don't bring up his shit, right? He will. And the same thing happens in other spaces, right? Everyone has an issue with everyone. I am not condoning what he has said. I didn't even know about it until you brought it up. He knows when he's wrong. I'm going to call him out on it.
And just to be clear, we can all agree that people have variety to them, right? Like Aqua can be messy, but Aqua also knows how to debate.
Absolutely.
That's where
Okay,
like
hold on. Did
Oh,
you see
oh,
what Robert
oh.
just said to you, Belle, in the comments?
What do you say?
And he still has
What?
mod rights, by the way.
Who have dogs? Okay, Robert, we're not going to talk about children. We've made that very clear. Your situation's not going to be brought up. Don't bring up any of her shit, please. Anything that has to do with children is not going to be brought up. I don't know where you were, but I was literally not, I don't want to say defending you, but kind of sticking up for your ass. So please stop. He does not have mod powers. He just has the badge. I took his powers away
Okay, I didn't know. I was just,
Can
because
I speak? I
I'm
have to.
neutral. Just,
I'm
he's in,
sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you, Miss Tasha. I have to
That's
go
okay.
though in a minute. But to what T-Bone was speaking of me being capable of debating, I am very much so. I don't think people remember that I'm actually an excellent debater. I've stopped debating because people let the same bigots on their panel daily, and the conversation ends up being the same every day. Like, we need fresh meat. I want to show off my skills again, but I'm not wasting it on these bigots that have been here for the past 5 years. I'm not telling you how to run your platform. I'm just telling you why I've kind of stepped back from debating.
But the whole thing is though, Aqua, because okay, I get it. You want new meat. I had fresh meat on my panel this morning, and you told him you didn't want to talk to him. Every time I have fresh meat, you're like, no, no, you got to pay me for my services. You remember that? Like, what are we doing? If you want the conversation, have the fucking conversation. Debate with the person. Explain
The
to him
man,
why his
the
shit was
man,
wrong.
Bell, the man came up on the panel to attack me for calling him a racist yesterday. He got up on the panel and demanded that I talk to him and give him an explanation. Do you think if a man talks to me that way that I'm going to react kindly?
No, I'm sure that it sounded and came off a little rude because he has a thick accent. But the first question he said was, "What is your problem with me?" He was referencing what happened yesterday in my life. But
Yeah, and what
because
did I say?
he's got, and you said, "I don't want to speak to you." I honestly, I don't remember. All I remember is you saying, "I don't want to speak to you. Don't talk to me."
Exactly. I don't want to speak to him about whatever he thinks happened or yesterday. I don't owe him a conversation about whatever he's thinking or whatever happened yesterday. And because he doesn't take rejection well, he went off on a tantrum and told me Scarlett Starlin was going to M word me and all of the other vile things he said, his transphobia, like it was loud. And then when I went back at him, everybody came in to tell me that I was, wrong.
Who is incog? Uh, I'm gonna call you Inco. Okay, I'm gonna call you Inco because I can't say the rest of that. But who are you talking?
Well,
Yeah, I did drop and mute him. I did drop and mute him.
Miss Julie, you bringing receipts today? Mm-hmm. What's up, Trey?
I didn't, Inco. I didn't.
Damn, I just got a text message from a dealership. It says if you buy and lease a car with us now, you'll get a golf cart too. Sorry, I thought that was funny.
It was.
Trying to lighten the room. Trying to lighten the room right now.
It was funny. Thank you, Trey. Me and October share the account. Y'all want to get back on topic, or did it just die out? See, this is the issue. Once the drama is brought in, everyone gets tired of the yelling, and then it just dies out. Does
sounds
anybody
like we
else?
all
No, I
agree.
wanted to
Let's move
speak
on.
on tariffs. I read the article about it today. I don't know if anyone knows more about it than I do, so I was waiting for you guys to change the conversation to that.
That's the host's fault. Shut up! Don't blame me. Leave me alone. What?
Yeah, they were doing that earlier too. I hate it when they blame. It's like this is your channel, right? Like it's like you're on TV or you're on the radio station. This is your station. If people don't like it, fucking change the channel.
What what about tariffs? What are we asking?
We were talking about tariffs earlier about, is that
Oh,
what
the
you're talking
Supreme
about?
Court case?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. That's where the conversation started.
Oh, yeah, I mean I saw this coming. Yeah, yeah, it was a good one.
But Robert was explaining, oh shit, now I can't remember what he said.
I'm sure I think Robert was explaining that there's a new world order coming and we're trying to get in front of it by seizing monetary power and the president has to do this to shape blah blah
No,
blah.
something about he didn't have to pay them back or something. It was about paying back.
It well no, well, they didn't mention but him having to pay people back. He was like the courts are just saying like that could be an outcome though.
Yeah, but the courts can't make
But I
that
don't think the
decision.
courts ever like man like the court can't. I don't think the court man. That's like a separate like lawsuit action. Like the court didn't mandate that we like get refunded. But like I think the big
Well,
argument is that
there
one,
wouldn't be one because he's going to continue the same tariffs.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. He has to.
well
He's going to do the
he has to
tariffs in
rebrand he has to
by
rebrand
each
them.
country,
He
one
has to
country at a
execute
time.
them administratively
Aqua Drive.
different, but he can still have the same function and end goal. And so, and not only that, he can have the same tariffs in effect. You just have to go one by one. You can't have blanket policy. That's the caveat.
Yeah, I mean the court's decision made sense. Like you can't just like impose tariffs out of Congress because at the end of the day, a tariff ends up being a duty. Like this is different than like a
It's a
business.
tax.
Yeah, like it's duties. I mean, it's just all. I mean, like I kept saying. I don't know why people don't listen. I kept saying this when like the Tax Foundation and like Yale and like Harvard are releasing these business reviews, and they're saying like the average American's paying this much more in duties each year. It was a no-brainer that you like SCOTUS is going to overrule this. They also are not impressed by his use of emergency actions, which he did another one today, but they're not impressed by his use of emergency action to justify going around Congress.
Well,
Like you can
that's the
do like
entire. Well, but hold on. That's the entire thing. It's IEPA was to say that that's the flaw. The flaw is it's not an emergency action, but however, he has the tools. Like the president specifically has in his jurisdiction and in his tool belt tariffs. He does not have the ability to tax
he,
by himself, and
he
so if
does,
they're
but they have to
executed through
use
tariffs, because what I've and I have this figure that we can look at. But from what I understand, they're going to be using Section 232 to execute the same exact tariffs immediately.
it's not exactly the same though, because Section 232 has to comport with the Trade Expansion Act of 1962. That's the one that Joe Biden was using whenever he was tariffing China, and it was the same one that he was using when Trump used when tariffing Canada, or maybe he used 301. But
But it
the
doesn't have the same restrictions that IEPA has now, though, because IEPA has now limitations on cap amounts, on percentage amounts, on terms, on how long it can be in effect. Um, and these don't have that.
wait, what is that you have on your screen?
I actually don't know. Let me see what I put up. What is this? This is, hold on.
So has anyone read the opinion yet?
Yeah, I was reading through most of them, well, like glancing through a lot of it, but I
I
actually
I
can't read
start
it.
I started reading it. I haven't finished it, but their function is just going to be to interpret whatever laws are on the books, right? So they can't
Well,
enforce or
in the dissent, Kavanaugh in particular goes on to say that this doesn't stop the position of the executive from overseeing tariffs. It just functioned and administratively wasn't done correctly, and there are still paths to see these programs through. And so
yeah.
I think that was pretty because there are, and I don't mean this for anyone in this live, but there is a lot of Democrats right now thinking that this was an interpretation on all tariffs, period, and it isn't. It's IEPA. That's it.
Well, that, but they're also saying that like he can't use like they brought in like the major question doctrine and saying that he can't use tariffs to manipulate like geopolitical standing by going outside of already established boundaries of Congress underneath these different acts. And so if he
Or
wants to use
IEPA.
the tariffs for IEPA, but he lacks justification for IEPA in order to justify an emergency, he has to render the evidence to Congress, which he failed. This was actually the exact same issue with the Alien Enemies Act. He activates an emergency. He fails to present the information to Congress to override the legislator. That's what it does. It gives him the unfettered powers, and then they have to dial him back. But the issue he's having now is we now have to he not we, but the administration and probably Congress now has to decide what tariffs actually fall within the bounds of the previously stated acts, like the Expansion Act and the Trade Act, and which ones are going to count for 302 or 30 or 232 and 301s, and which ones don't. And he's had to change probably a lot of these things if they don't fall within these bounds. Because again, he can't just say, "Oh, well, you are going to support buying oil from Russia, ten
I
percent
don't think
tax." It's
I
like,
don't think he's looking to change things as much as he made a good point today, which is very true. And I think this is like legal scholars are making this point, is this should have been done a long time ago. The idea that the courts are just testing all this now is kind of a dereliction of duty of them, which I seldomly kind of put that kind of weight on the judiciary, but this is a dereliction of duty. The notion that we're sitting here today without these clear like lines of what a president can and can't serve in functions and capacities that they were given long ago is kind of pathetic. It really is pathetic that we're having to like in live action time figure this all out. So I think if I'm seeing what Trump is doing is he really just wants to see what his capabilities are and then use them.
yeah, I think the issue is that the legislator has failed to, whether it's domestic or international, like craft a different future if the American people want that. But like our legislator has spent its time crafting a very careful, um, I think at least, international and domestic relationship. And regardless of what the president feels the right thing is, again, unless he acts within the bounds of what Congress has set, and we already have acts that allow certain types of tariffs, he just can't do it. And this is actually something we've known for a long time. I'm surprised. The only thing I'm surprised about is it took this long to to get the court case through, to get the ruling that we got. I had said this when he first started his term, and we held up these Barney style numbers of how we were going to tariff countries by just simply subtracting like with the deficit and getting a random number. I'm like, this
Well,
is
but
not
that's
going to
if he's
fly.
presenting them through IEPA, though, and that's what I don't think he's going to do anymore. So I don't think he'll have to explain or justify the position that you're explaining unless he's using IEPA, but I don't think IEPA is the path forward. I think IEPA needs the clarification that it got, but what sucks is that section like 232 is an example too, is going to have to go through the same legal process that this just did. So if it upholds, great, but if it doesn't, and what's going to be in between the equation in between the time of now and decision? And that's kind of what sucks too. And that's why I'm kind of frustrated that it seems no matter what, even if the legislative branch was doing its function, that's why I don't actually issue my critique towards the legislative and towards the judiciary, because no matter what law was on the books, when exerted, it was almost certainly going to hit this position of having to go through legal review. And it sucks that we're having to figure out this legal review in live time with trillions of dollars on the line and national security on the line. And so I think for that, I kind of don't judge him in that it certainly needed to happen, Trump. But also, one can say that this is also very almost negligent. But if you potentially you could never have gotten it done any other way.
How do you think that this is going to play out now that he once he starts with Iran, Robert?
Well, I don't know what starts with Iran means, but I don't think we're going to war with Iran.
Well, they're definitely going to take out the Ayatollah. We know that for sure. I'm almost convinced that
Wait,
that's
hold on, wait,
what's
sorry, I was in a good spot. I do want to bring up something that Wawa said though in the comments because that was my next point. This could have gone a different way. Him and his administration could have advocated to Congress, which the president has the power to do, that they needed them to craft legislation or get authorization to do a thing and presented the evidence for the thing. My guess would be if the president, like many before him, had said, here's what we're looking at, here's the results, here are the bottom line numbers, I need to do X and I need the authorization from Congress, they would have gave it to him. There might have been a debate,
But
sure,
no
but they
matter
gave it to
what,
him.
since there's so many companies involved, and this is why I said this had to, because the end evolution has to be in the judiciary, because no matter what, there's so many parties interested in seeing this fail from the private perspective that no matter what, even if they did that with Congress, the private sector is going to levy legal battles
I
against it, and so no matter what, it had to go through this interpretation.
I think that what people are looking for out of these court rulings is for the judiciary to back the unfettered power of the White House. But unfortunately, the White House cannot run the government. and the president's thoughts are irrelevant unless he's going to put fact on paper and present it to the people, which is Congress. And
Well,
we're
Well,
not in time of
Wawa,
war. We're not in time of emergencies. If we were in a
well, that's the problem is that he keeps uh, using these emergency declarations, and then, like you kind of just said, not going through congressional.
so
Uh,
Wawa, the reason why I'm saying that in this case it is the judiciary's role is because of the nature of the conversation and what we're discussing. No matter what, even if you had the executive and legislative branch come up with policy and law, mind you, would have been probably impossible, but even if they did, the private sector is always going to be in the posture where they want to see this go down and use the mechanisms of law to try to see this sort of thing go down. And so it have waged the same legal battles. And so no matter what, it would have always ended in the judiciary, this particular. And so I think that you didn't need that middle man, that process of going through the legislative, if it's always going to have to go through this anyway. And mind you, you're probably only going to get it caught up in the legislative, never get it out. You're never going to actually get anything from it because the legislative branch, unfortunately, is dysfunctional, like highly dysfunctional.
No, I think they would have been very different battles, Robert, because the battle about authority wouldn't have needed to happen. So, like, yeah, maybe a private company would have challenged the tariffs, but not at all under the basis that Congress didn't have the authority to do it. And so we would be looking at different legal questions. It sounds like you want the judiciary to be legislating, and that's not our job.
No, in fact, I'm happy with the ruling. I'm not looking for anything other than the particulars, which is, I think, in this case, whereas I oftentimes would rely on pushing the legislative branch to quote unquote do their job better or more frequently or at all. In this case, I'm thinking because of the nature to which it has to be reviewed anyway. And if I'm being honest, probably why I'm taking such a hard position on this is because mostly what I don't like the prospect of is that the legislative branch is so dysfunctional. And so really I would like to avoid the legislative branch. And so for that I think I'm focusing on trying to like uphold this idea that we don't always need them. But if in a functioning country, if our legislative branch was functional, I would prefer, like you're saying, yes, to go that route. But I just don't believe in the legislative branch anymore, if I'm being honest, which is
Yeah,
probably.
but I mean, I don't know how to engage with you don't believe in the legislative branch, right? Because right now we operate in a situation where the Supreme Court shouldn't be legislating at all, right? All they should be doing is giving effect to what these documents mean. And so I
Which
caution
I'm happy
anybody.
to see.
Yeah, like I
I'm
caution anybody that
but
wants
Robert,
them
maybe
to be
you should
legislated.
clarify your position on the why. So are you basically saying you have no confidence in the legislation?
Well, what I am saying is, as far as it is the case and what I'm looking for or not looking for in it, I'm happy to see that the rules are coming out of it because that's what in effect that's what the judiciary is now doing is they're defining the rules and the groundwork for how this sort of stuff would happen. And I think that I'm happy to see it being done with the judiciary because I don't think it could have ever been done through the legislative. So whereas normally I would emphasize that the legislative needs to do their job, do better, do more, and fulfill, let's say, this particular. I'm happy that in the checks and balances of our system, it seems as though in the dysfunction of the legislative, we're at least getting these rules defined from the judiciary, which maybe I shouldn't lean on them. And while I was making a fine point and saying that I shouldn't lean on them in that way, because that's like it's a modern kind of legislating from the bench sort of idea. But I'm as a citizen happy, and that's all I'm expressing is that the rules are being defined. I don't care what the rules are though. If that restricts him more, that's fine too. I just want to see the rules defined.
Yeah, that's kind of been my issue is, and I haven't read the entire opinion yet, but um, the rhetoric per se is that they are ruling on the direction of how tariffs are able to be used, and that is in fact not not up to the judiciary to determine, how we use them, more to interpret the laws and not set them. I stumbled over my words there, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. But when you have like a strong power of a human turn up, like the phoenix, like Trump has risen, and he's like the king of America, you guys should appreciate that he's not like your typical president, but he's the king of the world.
King? We do not have a king.
You do have a king.
No, we do not. He is not a king.
He really is a king.
How is he a king? By
Okay,
what
because
definition?
by the powers that he possesses. Yeah, so it's not the same as, like, for instance, the King of England. Does he have the power to pardon a prisoner from prison? No, he does not. But the King of America has the power to do so. Can the King of England,
King!
What?
is he able to veto bills? No, he can't. But can he set up tariffs? No, he cannot. Can the king now instruct the army to go and get the president of Venezuela and extract him to the UK? He absolutely does not have that power. So I can tell you right now, the King Trump is the most powerful king the world's ever seen.
This is wild. I'm sorry. This is wild.
Is he serious?
Yeah, unfortunately, yes, he is.
We even live in the United States.
Hell, King Trump, bro.
Well, I think that in some ways people see him that way because when you see normally the way they view their prime ministers and presidents is somebody who can't operate in other territories, and Trump has been operating in a way that, well, that all presidents, I guess, do. But the United States president does serve in that way. Like sometimes their presidents, you wake up and their presidents are abducted by us. It's kind of creepy, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I was gonna go back to the previous conversation. That seems really silly. Wawa, I had read the ruling. I don't know if I was explaining it well though. When it comes to them basically saying he has to comport to already established congressional boundaries, and he can't just like exceed them because of the major questions doctrine.
Oh, yeah, well, part of them talked about the major questions doctrine, or at least hounded on that. Chief Justice Roberts definitely hounded on the separation of powers and who had the power of the purse. It seemed like Barrett and Gorsuch really cared about the major questions doctrine. And then, of course, we had the three dissenters. But you read 170 pages already? Because I'm not even all the way through. Like, what?
I just think it'd be so funny if King Trump manages to gain through a third mandate.
But
You guys
well,
will go crazy. It'll be
anyways, I
so
think
funny.
I think it.
Somehow, if
Yeah, I
he
think it's
finds a
also
loophole
important.
that lands him for a third term, you guys are gonna go berserk. That would be
Yes,
so funny.
yes, just incoherent psychobabbling. I think it's also important because I had like this is what I had mentioned whenever I was reading studies and it was talking about duties to the American population or at X amount. Is that like when like raising this is why also raising business taxes is better. Like if you want more taxes in for whatever, raising business tax is not a duty on the Americans. Businesses just choose to raise prices sometimes.
But
But a
this
tariff
is
is
where
absolutely a duty.
I think we need to remind ourselves though that we are talking about this in terms of how it applies to IEPA, because that same conversation, I think, on tariffs more broadly doesn't apply in the same way.
No, I suspect, Robert, these people never traded in their lives. Yeah, so they don't know
Who
how
are these
trade
people?
works.
Who?
Well, the
You talking
ones that
about
are talking
Americans?
about, no, the ones here
It's a
talking
person.
about tariffs. Yeah, let's work it out. It gives negotiating power. America is a huge market. Yeah, you import shitloads of stuff, but guess what? American businesses have to export goods to other countries as well. So if
Are you
Trump
trying to
is
give us
able
a
to put
supply chain
tariffs, can
lesson?
I land the plane, please?
No, no, because
Oh,
did you ask
really?
for a
Did they
supply
raise
chain
the
lesson?
tariffs on crumpets and tea?
Oh, she
Like, what are you
doesn't.
saying?
Oh,
Did they
I'm
raise the
saying
tariffs on
Sound
that
like you're
he
coffee?
has the
sad.
power
Do you
to
need
open
something?
other markets. Yeah, so he can negotiate
What?
with other governments because he would say, guess what? You open your market, we lower our tariffs. Yeah, you don't open your market, we put higher tariffs. And
Jermaine,
if he
I don't know
puts
if you've
higher
seen the.
tariffs, incentivizes
He act like
businesses
he
to
in
Okay,
create
fucking
hold
jobs
on.
parliament
in
right now.
America.
Jermaine,
So
Jermaine,
how
I
about
think you
that?
missed the moral.
This
I
is
think you missed the moral of the
Can we
story. I don't
fix
know
this
if you're
this is
guy?
not
watching.
the
I
parliament,
don't
damn
know
it.
if you're watching the news or not, but the tariffs apparently aren't right now aren't working like they should be. Right? He's literally. What was he
Tariffs
doing?
don't. Bell, hold on, wait a minute. But this is just stupid from any standpoint.
Right,
Tariffs don't open up markets.
right.
Oh, really? I
I don't.
just
I don't.
fucking
I don't
explained. Are you
understand. And when
fucking deaf or
you talk
you
about
just
we talk about
dumb?
opening up markets on an international level. What I would
Oh, hey,
what is
Robert,
meant
can you
by
please explain what
what
I
is
just
meant
said,
by
bro?
you
Please, I
have to
beg you. These
allow for
people are just
trade.
so dumb.
Got it. How
I
about
think
this?
you might
I
be
don't think.
I'll
blocked.
just pay to drop them. How about that?
Damn.
Yeah, yeah.
That wasn't even the question, though.
I don't think
The
he was.
question was whether or not
How
He
I
many
think you're
wasn't.
minutes,
taking the
officer?
authority.
He didn't even know what we was talking about. He was talking about the
How
tariffs.
much is it for the day?
Are you sure?
Or yeah, 5 minutes. Wait, who's coming up besides him? Somebody else gonna come up? You know what? Let me get Communist Cat. Yeah, how much for 5 minutes?
$5, 5 for 5. Bye,
Okay. Who might
Jermaine.
put your cash app in the comments?
5 for 5.
Oh, that goes straight to me,
How
by
do
the
you
way.
guys do that thing that you put the thingy in the thing?
What?
Yeah, that
Thingy in the
helped out a
thing.
lot.
Oh,
Okay.
they taught us that in middle school, Bell.
The thingy with the cap.
Listen,
That's the birds and
I'm
the
with
bees.
kids.
I
I'm
can't
with
tell you
kids
that.
all day. I'm starting to talk like one. So again, you know the thing that you guys put on the thing where you just put your cash app in the
Oh,
little thing.
stop saying thing.
Okay, the
She's asking about a
square,
badge. She's
You're
asking
the
talking
about
about
a
a
badge, the
tag.
badge. A
badge, the
badge, yeah.
badge. Where do I get the
Badge.
badge?
Badge.
Where do I find the badge?
It's
Go
in the
to go to.
settings
s-
somewhere.
Are you talking about the
Stickers.
stickers?
Yeah, the sticker, the thing that you put
Yeah,
where you put your thing.
uh uh the settings, and then it should be stickers that are in there. And
Settings.
then you click that, edit it, put it in there, and then yeah.
I got
As
no
I
Well,
was
I think
gonna
I
stickers.
think a mod can do it too, right?
as
And
I was gonna say
the
though.
reason why I think that I like to draw the distinction, officer, is
Oh.
because I think that the reason why it's built into that
hmm
understanding is because of its specifics on national security. So I think that it would only apply to that, and I think that
I don't know what he. So like, my issue is like I don't know what he means by
How
national security though. Like if you're gonna tell me that you're gonna put a tariff on I don't know like the like chips market or whatever because we're developing chips and manufacturing and that's so we don't cripple our own. I don't know like what does the president mean by well I have to impose a 15% blanket tariff across Europe because they're not capitulating with X demands. And well, that's just national security. He said the same thing about countries that spoke out against the Greenland invasion. That if he couldn't acquire Greenland, countries that didn't agree with him, well, that would be 15% tariffs. But I don't understand how us invading another sovereignty and them speaking out against that is a national security issue. It seems like the president, at least according to people like Sarah Payne and other well distinguished political scientists and historians, he's actually the national security threat in the room, not people that are speaking out against his like bewildering comments about
But I
invading
guess
other
this is like a
nations.
question I have for Wawa though, is like is because sort of the reason
Oh, okay.
why. Well, I'm thinking out loud that it might be a question that she might better understand because I don't. I'm thinking out loud here that I don't really understand what I'm saying in that it sounds to me like because it impacts national security. The claim that it's a national security threat would mean that when you said, officer, earlier that the courts are interpreting that this can't be something that impacts the country as a whole, is that tied to that national security conversation? And does it apply to, or would the same logic thinking go towards other tariffs? Like, let's say we are interpreting Section 232 2 years from now, 3 years from now, does this same conversation apply to every time we're talking about tariffs? This conversation of it can't impact the national scale, it can't impact the larger economic picture. Is that going to be something we come through every time we look at tariffs, or is that just specific to this because of its being written in the national security space originally?
I think that was to me, but I need that more succinct, Robert. I'm
I
not gonna
know,
lie.
I know, I know, I know.
Yeah, I think
I'm
it's
Good
thinking
a
about
ally.
it. Give me one moment.
I think if I'm understanding the question, I think the issue is that the president cannot rewrite domestic international policies on the format of national emergencies and not operate inside of already established boundaries that Congress has granted through different acts, which would cede power to another branch without one demonstrating those claims to Congress, which gives them the authorizations, or two, without like the factual findings to those authorizations just being true inherently. Like, for example, if Trump had inherited an actual war, like we are in conflict with another country, or we are in an actual like designated war, and he said, any country that trades with this country, country A that we're at war with, we are going to tariff you at this percent. Like that might be more of an interest of like national security or in an emergency are like these are things that we could probably articulate more of, but he has nothing except for political disagreement. Well, that's a major question. Can the White House just decide because of political discourse we're going to rewrite American foreign policy economically? Like, is that something he can actually do? Like, that's probably where they're going, at least from what I'm understanding. I haven't read all of it. I'm a good chunk of the way through, I would say, but it is 170 pages. I
Are
don't
they
read books in a
asking,
day.
can he do that because it's in times of crisis? Like, is that the question, or is it something? Is the question, can he do that? Period.
He
I
can't
think
do
that
it as in a general trade policy. It has to be an emergency. This does, I guess they trying to say this doesn't fit this. What he's
Well,
doing.
yeah.
He's
that's the
trying to
issue is
he's
that he.
yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry,
No,
man.
you go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
No, you gotta go ahead. I was just saying, but yeah, it's only for the trade he's doing it to try to benefit America and trade. It's not they made this for the actual emergency. Just back in the 70, I think this came out in the 77, I believe. They made this for the law for national security emergencies. That's what they're arguing for, as determining how Trump is using this. And they're saying this is not in case of emergency. This is just you trying to do general trade and try to benefit.
Yeah, that's always been my issue with it is that he continues to I don't know, legislate's not the right word, but he continues to use these emergency wartime or these emergency clauses to implement his agenda. And while I think they're effective short term, they're obviously not going to work long term.
Let's say he doesn't use IEPA and he uses a different way to achieve the same sort of goal. Is it still then going to come about in the conversation that his tariffs can't impact the national economy, or is the conversation around his impact on the national economy only because this IEPA is in this interpretation is in the national security space?
Oh, are you trying to ask whether or not there's still a question as to whether or not he can do it? Yes, because that's the major questions question. Because Congress has the power of the purse. And so when you're talking about impacting the economy, are you talking about whether or not it's revenue generating?
Yeah,
So
correct.
yes. So yes, that's always going to come in because that's an Article 1 issue. That's a who has the power of the purse issue. Unless it's delegated, right? Unless Congress has specifically delegated a specific power to the president in a specific statute or however, right? But it needs to be explicit. That's what the court is saying, right? You can't, the way that they were trying to rely on this delegation and say that Congress delegated this power under IEPA, they were saying the word regulate included the power. And what the court is saying is, nah, this is a major question and it's a major power that Congress has. There was also, if you listen to the Supreme Court oral arguments, which we did in my live, because that's just what we do, there was also a lot of questions about how Congress would get the power back. So if regulate here, right, meant that Congress was delegating its purse power, it needed to be more explicit. It needed to use clearer language that that's what it was doing. We don't just interpret Congress giving away its purse power under the word regulate.
And so this ruling doesn't help in that. Does it help get us closer to an answer on that, or
Well,
not
it will
really?
depend on what they if they try and use another like if they try and use another statute or something like that, it's going to depend on the language and how they're trying to use the language. So what the court is saying is hey, if Congress is going if Congress is going to give away, I mean, what that's most of their power is the purse power, right? If they're going to give that away, we need them to say it real clear. We can't be making this up off of the word regulate. You can use regulate in a multitude of ways, but does regulate mean now Congress you have this like you've given away your ability to spend the money and make the money for our country? I don't think that that's enough. And that's what the court was saying from the major questions perspective. There was also the portion of under IEPA where like they talked a bit about the emergency, but so yes, it's still going to come up if he's trying to take up. Think about it from like a basic standpoint of separation of powers, right? And who has what power and when. So that's always going to be underlying if the president is trying to take a power he doesn't have constitutionally and use it.
Okay. Thank you.
I feel like everything that a lot of the things, maybe not everything, but I feel like it's all, he's trying to get things done with loopholes. I don't know if I don't know if that's really, I mean, yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like he's trying to find loopholes and getting a lot of stuff done that, I don't know,
That
Robert,
is what he's doing.
has this
Yeah,
But
been
like
done
look at all the
before?
EOs that he did.
yeah, that is what he's doing, and it's creative. But like again, you can't you can't run your whole political agenda off all these emergency acts and these loopholes for 4 years. Like eventually, you've got to go to Congress and you got to legislate. I mean, eventually, I mean, if
Yeah,
you're going to be um, this abrasive, if you will, I guess is the word I'm looking for.
and he got he got a
Do you
Congress.
want him back, Officer? Where's Officer?
Oh, he's gone.
Officer Levitt looked like.
You want some
Yeah,
more money, Bill? Sneaky, sneaky. Once you get paid.
but however, though, unless this
Here's
was
what I
written
think of you
perfectly,
and money. Bye. Now you got another 5 minutes. Guess who paid? I did.
You paid
oh
yourself.
wow.
Bill,
Well,
you need to send that to
days.
my Cash App.
Right, we want to hold it in a separate fund for you.
I'll escrow that for you.
You're funny. Yeah, no, he's doing okay. It's creative and everything, right? But it's like it's starting to feel like a lawsuit. It's like what you do in law. It's like he's. I mean, I don't know. I
I
shouldn't be surprised,
disagree that
right?
it's. I
We knew
disagree
he was
that
a
it's.
businessman.
I disagree that it's creative because they know that half of this shit that they're trying to get done is unconstitutional. That's why they're challenging the Supreme Court to rule on it. But they're trying to stall in the meantime because we know it takes time. Look how long it took for them to hear this. So that's all they're doing. Look at his EOs. That's all he's doing. He's putting EOs out. He has a Congress. He could get things put in legislation if he wanted to. He has enough, people to do it. But he's just doing everything EO, just making controversial rule, just doing these shits, and it's causing for the Supreme Court to look at it like, damn, bro. I mean, you kind of you're doing not doing it right. So yeah, that's what he's doing.
Well, Belle, do you think that this is the way to go, or do you
No,
think
I
that
don't.
okay, so you would be more amped for him to follow the rules already in place?
I do want him to follow the rules. I do. I mean, I know that I did like the fact that right, businessman, he knows how to do some things, but this is not what I was. This was not it.
Yeah, but running a business is not like running a country.
It's not. I
Yeah.
agree.
And so I think that there are different things at stake and your impact is a lot different. And so
Well,
I mean
but I will say this though. I mean, I do feel like the government is kind of like a business, right? You're trying to make money to feed the people and create, I don't know how to explain it.
there are business components. I mean, yeah. I wouldn't have my specialty if it didn't exist. Like I do nothing but government contracting and government. So I understand that there are business components, but I mean it's not the same as like running a hotel chain. It's just not.
Yeah, we're
That's
literally
true.
talking about people's lives
Mhm.
that the president has to make decisions on. Just give you an idea, like bring y'all back to when Trump, he didn't want to extend the funds for people to eat, during that shutdown, right? He had opportunity to do that. Like that's fucked up. That's not a business decision. Shouldn't be a business decision to feed people, right?
Well,
So
but the morality position is high on both sides though, because from his vertical, he would say, or from like his supporters, you would say that he believes that these are the rules that we've been taken advantage of in playing by the wrong rules, and that's why he wants it legally flushed out. And the benefits of going through something like this are beneficial for the American citizen on the other end. And so it's not like he's offering hell. I mean, it's just, does this regimen prescription fit the diagnosis? Like, we all see the same issues.
Yeah, but
Does he have the right solution?
but they
do
know,
you think the solution is the consolidation of power into the president alone?
right? Like this is
That
all he's doing.
unfortunately for everyone here, if we're looking case study through history, these systems, which aren't actually as rare as I think people like to think that they are, ultimately end in that way. And whether we like that or not, we have to ask ourselves more the question of is our country at the beginning evolution, mid evolution, or end evolution? If it's at the end, we might do ourselves better by being cooperative with some of the ways that it might change than aggressive. Because like Ray Dalio has been talking about this like quite academically, been writing about this ad nauseum about the countries and empires ebbs and flows of their peaks and what they looked like, and he was talking about how the United States is primed to consolidate. The idea that we are all so venomous towards each other is exactly what it looks like before we go into gridlock, and gridlock uh, breeds authoritarianism.
I do want to respond to that though, Wawa, where you said that total control, that the president should have total control. I am extremely against that. I'm extremely against that. I mean, that is one of the biggest reasons why I always had an issue with MAGA, because I am totally against idolizing one man. I'm not okay with it. I don't think it's okay. And that's why we have
But Bell,
dummies. One second. That's
the
why we have dummies like Jermaine calling him the king of the world now. I have an issue with that.
well, but Bell,
Who was
otherwise,
advocating for? Oh, sorry, bro.
otherwise
Go
we
ahead.
stay in gridlock. Is that what you guys all want here too? Is that if our system is one in which our legislative, which is the people we task to do these kind of democracy functions for us, the republic, if they cannot do their jobs, which they cannot do their jobs, then what are we to do? We need an executive that's functional.
Robert, let me
They
propose this
have
question.
control of the fucking legislation branch.
Let me propose this question, Robert. Let's say hypothetically that Biden is still in office. Would you want Biden to have that unfettered control?
Big
No.
time. Oh, big time.
What?
Oh,
What? You
yeah.
fucking liar.
Unbelievable.
No,
Never.
guys, I'm
Never.
a system person. I don't know. I'm for the system.
Well, you're not for the
But
system as
But
it
Robert,
that's
sits, it
contrary to
sounds like.
everything that
Bro, you
our
for the
system stands
president, not the
for.
system.
Yeah. It sounds like
Like
you're for
you,
a
you want
different
a
system.
dictator, an authoritarian. Like that's not how we run this country. The last time I checked, the Constitution said we the people. And if you're governing, you're supposed to do it for the people, not for your individual self and
Not
authoritarianism.
particularly, though. Not well.
That's
No. It's a balance because we're not a democracy. We're a democratic constitutional republic.
I guess I just wonder how it can look so different between two different people. So, like, I think in Biden's administration, we had an incredible amount of congressional cooperation in
right.
achieving
Mm-hmm.
fixes to our system. But in both of Trump's administrations, we have seen a extreme amount of gridlock and instability. And the reason why I wouldn't want Democrat or Republican one person having the complete power is because they'll fall into the dictator's trap. They always do. This is why authoritative or more centralized government systems fail. They become unstable by their own doing. The dear leader makes it unstable. No one can ever dissent. I mean, it's just an incredibly wild system to have. I think we have this fine. I think what the issue is the executive and the people that surround him. I think right now Republicans, and I'll land here, Republicans have an inability to criticize and disagree with their leader,
Yeah.
and they take that and they gridlock themselves down, and then they blame the Democrats.
Well, officer, I think the reason we saw, to kind of use your words, bipartisan agreement under Biden is I think we were in unprecedented circumstances coming out of C-19, right? So I think people were more willing to reach across the aisle in agreement because we were in uncharted
But
territory and people were
it wasn't
willing to
just
compromise.
but it wasn't just about C-19 that Biden got cooperation on. Biden
Right.
got multi-level cooperation on massive infrastructure
Yep.
projects
Right,
to
which
the
was
tunes
off
of
the back of
billions of
C-19.
dollars.
We
No,
needed
Well,
it
we
because
have
of
to
no, it wasn't.
C-19.
wait. We have to think because Biden's been in Congress for over 40 fucking years. So
You guys,
he's built those relationships with some of those people he was negotiating with. So that's actually was the big reason why he was able to be bipartisan on a lot of things to get passed. And in only 4 years he passed historic legislation. While Trump has, he don't even have the majority, right? As far as Biden did at that time. Now you have Trump that literally has, he can get things passed if he wanted to, but he's doing EOs, challenging the Supreme Court, wasting time, right? And that's the difference between Biden and Trump.
I don't think you guys realize that this is a product of the time and has nothing to do with the history to guide me in understanding that even if Kamala Harris was president right now, the times would call for that the United States has it that the Republicans would be waging just as aggressive lawfare against her. That is to be certain. And so what we're saying is if we understand it in that framework, it's not about Trump. He's having it done against him. It's not about Kamala. She would have had it done against her. Our country is at a place, a scale in time and in history where our animus for one another has the system asking itself questions on survival, really. And what that means is the executive and the shaping of it is 60, 70 years in the making. This is not Trump. This is not her. This is not Hillary. This is the executive and the preservation of it, or the ostracization of it, which is I hear from officer. Um, and the meaningful conversation that goes into that, and why history calls for either a strong one or a weak one right now. This is not about the individuals involved, though.
So you don't think that the Biden policies were off the back of C-19?
I think that these administrations are much more of a continuation of one another than I think you think.
I would agree with that. I guess my point is off of what officer said is the reason we saw such massive legislation through Biden is and bipartisan agreement is because we came off of unprecedented C-19 and lockdown and businesses going down and people not working and et cetera, et cetera. So they were willing to reach across the aisle and agree to things that I don't think under any other circumstance, i.e., right now or before C-19, they would have never agreed to such legislation as they did with in Biden's era. So I don't think it's indicative of Biden being an effective politician. I'm not saying he was not, but I think it's more indicative of the times that we had went through, and they had no choice but to pass said legislation
I
to
think that's an
further.
establishment versus establishmentarian. I don't think your vertical per se encapsulates what is Biden, who believes in the system, obviously an establishmentarian. It's obviously going to work a lot more fluid than Trump, who hates the system and who the system hates him.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that's fair. Yeah.
I don't think he hates the system.
I think he
Yeah.
hates parts of the system.
No, I
I
think
don't.
that he's been pretty in line with what how the Republicans have wanted the system to be used. And arguably, I think he likes the system. I think they just want to get the key players in power so they maintain the power structure on their side. But I don't see a disdain for the system.
It's fair.
Well,
I
in the
just when I
system,
say
and Trump is following the system because you have the Heritage Foundation that's pushing all this bullshit.
what I would say
He's
when I
literally
define the
falling in line
system.
with the Heritage Foundation wants to do.
Yeah, but every political group has like a political think tank behind them. I mean,
But
that's not just
Trump
a.
never
I would
had
say the
policies, though.
system has three capitals. One is
He
power,
never
which
had
is
policies.
DC. One is finance, which is New York, and then one is tech, which is Silicon Valley, in my opinion. And actually, I would say you also have entertainment, which is LA. And I think that when you look at what components Trump is in bed with, he's in bed with tech, and he's in bed with finance, New York and Silicon Valley, but he's loathed by media, so LA and DC. So I would say he is in the bed with the establishment, but not all of it.
Do you think he's loathed by media?
Oh yeah.
I disagree with that.
I think that's a. I don't think that's a blanket, but he's definitely loathed by like mainstream for sure.
How?
Well, well,
Any
if you're
press is
taking,
good press, and Trump is probably the worst
always,
press
yeah,
president that
yeah.
we've had. Like
Yeah, that's a
the
fair
media
point. So
has
if
been
you're
very
saying
much
negative press
beneficial
is
to
good
him.
press, then yeah, that's fair.
I
But
think
I'm
any
just
yes,
saying, yeah.
yeah, like any press is great press, and I mean, I think that's the one thing that was like, oh, if Trump is elected again, we're gonna at least get memes and like funny things out of this presidency.
Yeah,
Um,
Biden was so milk toast they were making articles on him freaking ice cream.
yeah, like what? I don't know. I just feel like we as a society, people don't know how our system functions generally, and so when they see things happening, they like freak out instead of doing some investigation. Um, and that's where we end up with people screaming, not knowing that they're delegating power. Like when we listened to the tariff case in my life, there were so many like Trump supporters coming in and whatever, either side coming in and like screaming like, "Oh, he can do this. He has the right to do this." And I'm like, dude, that's not even the question. The question is, did this delegation happen? And if this delegation happened, is this the language that does it? Like I'm trying to tell them, and they just don't care. And so part of me questions whether or not people care about the structure or the democracy that we have today. I don't know
See,
that people care.
They don't.
that's my
They
argument.
don't.
Go ahead, Robert.
Well, I was going to say they really don't, and that's the observation and critique from both sides, though, is that both sides, and this is a testament to our system as a whole, have dehumanized the enemy, which is something that in our lifetime has changed. If you go back to even the '90s, this wasn't the case. And someone I was watching an analysis of this the other day, and someone wanted to zero in on who they thought the person that did this was, and I actually agree with them. You would look no further than the political actor, former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, to say who started this because American politics wasn't like this in the 80s. It was just the way that we have now totally taken the human out of our enemy and our political opponent is fairly new. And I would say Newt Gingrich is, and he's a former Speaker of the House, Republican, very prominent Republican. He kind of made this modern version of hate and the monetization for fundraising purposes off of it that we all live in. And that's one of the issues that we're all really struggling with and suffering from in the country today is that we need to get back to humanizing at the baseline our enemies.
I mean, that's a fair point, and I would I somewhat agree with the Newt Gingrich thing, but I think it's
Was it
you know
the Southern Strategy too, in which he was a part of it as well? Nixon was on that.
yeah, that goes a little further back though.
Well,
Well,
like
if,
the
well, if
'70s.
we care about the
This was
president,
like the mid '70s, pushing into the '80s when the
Yeah,
Southern
Newt Gingrich
Strategy
was
was
what
developed.
early 2000s.
Hold
he
on,
was
let me
in
look
the
at
in the
let me
'90s,
look
early
at that.
2000s.
I'm gonna look it up real
So,
quick.
so what I was going to say is that I think too, off of what Wawa and Robert are saying, is that I think uh, politics are very popular right now amongst this new generation, and ties hand in hand with social media, right? So it is the new craze. It is the new reality TV, and so you have a lot of people that are engaging with politics now that are new to politics and have not tracked politics over more than a decade or 5 years, et cetera. So they don't know that some of these trends we've seen, um, you know, a decade ago, 2 decades ago, or in the 70s, 80s, like, so I'll use the example of the fascist that's being used. We started seeing that under not Nixon, Reagan, right? And then we saw it with Bush, and then we saw it again with Trump. So this fascist rhetoric is not new. And if you guys recall, when George Bush, when we were at war, um, that whole rhetoric started. because they said that he was going to hold the war so that they weren't going to hold the election. And the whole fascist stuff started on Time Magazine. Now, the big difference between then and now is we didn't have Facebook, TikTok, et cetera, et cetera. And the information was all on tabloids and or newspapers or on late night news. So now we have the ability for instant information that travels quicker. So I think that's a big proponent of why the dehumanization of politics has happened as well.
Yeah, I think the issue is the internet with memes. Never mind, I have bars. Skip.
Leaders guiding us effectively, though, we wouldn't, even our social media would mimic better tendencies and proclivities. But because our leaders have been at this for so long on both sides, I think we're now at a tipping point in the United States where we've lost the ability, and especially for youth, to humanize at all their opponent. And God knows, like we're not like the youth. Like a lot of us are not representative of, like, let's say a 15, 16 year old today, but or even I don't even have their insights. I don't have any young people in my life to know what they even think like. But I can imagine that if we're this kind of far gone, what they're like. I mean, they've spent their lives on screens actually. And you see how little regard for life they have. I mean, kids are creepy. I can only imagine how hateful they're going to be. It's just getting worse.
Yeah, it's interesting. I have a 17, 16, and 12-year-old, and I was long story short, I was talking to someone yesterday about, I'm 41. So when I was younger, my daughter has a brand new car sitting in the driveway that she can drive at all times and go anywhere she wants. And she maybe goes somewhere, obviously she goes to school every day and then she drives straight home and she may or may not go out with her friends 4 times a month. And then you go back to when I was 16, 17, I could only wish I had a car. I would have been gone nonstop, and begged for, rides. And because I just didn't come from privilege to be able to buy a vehicle, but it's completely different because they don't need to leave, right? They can stay in their bedroom and or at the house and be able to see each other and interact, as to where we had to get out and physically interact with each other to
Well,
feel.
and the interesting question is how in a secular world can we reorient America to not have these issues? I think I'm saying, I guess, leadership, it starts at the top and we have to have everyone in on it where the discourse changes. That's one solution. But I guess, does anyone else have any other solutions as to how we get there actually? Because I mean, my other one would be like theology, but that's so unattractive to the secular thinker. Mine would be God, obviously.
I mean, I don't know. Like I was gonna say earlier, I think the issue right now is everybody's opinion feels like it's valid and it's not. I think we should get back to saying that. And then also the internet with all the memes. Like whenever I hear politics, I'm basically just hearing a meme war between two different sides. They're just trying to get, I don't know, a good clip or something. But the reality is, the American system, whether you like
What the fuck?
Officer,
That's interesting. Officer, I'm going to drop you real quick. Oh, there you go.
something's wrong with you, officer. Officer? Oh, yeah, yeah, that was crazy.
Officer, I dropped you. You were glitching out real bad. You just come back up.
It sounded like
No,
y'all
that
remember when
was
we had cable
I
and
think I had an issue with my
and you get
headphones. Can you hear me?
the
Do I sound better?
emergency broadcast. Oh,
No?
sorry.
Yeah, that's what it did sound like. Yeah, you're good now, officer. It was.
it took
Yeah,
like
that was
one
weird.
tone. It took one tone from you and just like extended it. It was like,
Is it still
it's
doing
crazy.
it?
No, you're
No, it's
good.
good now.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I was just saying, I don't know. I think that the reality is that we live in a pretty good country with like really decent um like boundaries and safeguards, and like our system is really like well thought out. And I don't think enough Americans just acknowledge that on face. Like I feel like right now we're trapped in this death cycle where both sides are under the impression we have to dismantle the entirety of our institutions because they've all failed, which is not true. Like objectively, that's a false premise. Like we have issues, that those issues can always be corrected, and I think like when it comes to politics, I think my final point would just be we need like more at like the upper level, not like even our level. Our level will just always suck because I think the in general Americans is like uneducated. But at the upper level, there needs to be a conversation, or maybe it does start with us as a cultural conversation about what our country needs to look like, where it's been, and where it needs to go. And like when I look at things, I promise to land here actually. When I look at things that really affected me in this political cycle, like looking at the Supreme Court ruling around the Kavanaugh stops, that for me was like full stop. We are in a very dark and bad place if this is what we're going to justify. I started hearing Americans saying this is not a democracy and they don't understand what representative democracy means or what a republic means. Like these are all failures of the system to educate the population as to where it was and where it is. We have to get back to that.
Oh, so, but how do you inspire people to feel good in a system that you say their voice kind of like, and I think I know what you're talking about. I think if I'm not mistaken, just bluntly, you don't think stupid people should be able to like vote. And so if that's the case, how do you inspire a populace
Is that what
that
you're
you're
saying?
telling?
Robert,
No,
we
Okay.
got very different things from that.
go ahead. Yeah, well, go ahead.
No, is that what you're saying though? Because I didn't think that's what you were saying. Like, what?
No, that's not what
It
I'm
was
saying.
it was a part of it, and I even prefaced that I was going to be blunt. So maybe not exactly, but it gets the point across to say that I think you had expressed a sentiment that
No, I think
not
stupid
everyone's
people.
opinion matters.
Well, yeah, that I did mean that pretty bluntly. Like, stupid people can vote, like it's your vote. But I think the issue I'm identifying is we have the internet, which means anybody can pick up a microphone and talk. And unfortunately, we live in a society where not everybody is media literate, actually literate. Some people have like a numeracy. Like we have a population of people, a lot of them that are genuinely just uneducated in the actual system that they live in, which is unfortunate because we should be receiving that from a very early age. And when you have something like the internet, where basically I feel like most people, this is a feelings thing now, most people are just memeing. They're just meme farming you. They're just rage farming you. Even like when people appear to be sincere, I call it I call it guilt farming. Like they're just trying to garner support, clicks, and likes. Oh, I'm just so genuine and virtuous. That those aren't like real conversations. You know what I mean? Like a real conversation boils down not about immigration policy. It boils down to, do you think that immigrants are an actual net positive to this country and its future existence, or do you think that they are a net drain? And with that net drain, should we eliminate all immigrant? Like those are the conversations we need to be having at a higher level, and then with proof substantiating it. Not a one-off study, not like oh this really this historian wrote this a couple of years ago. Like what does the consensus, the meta-analysis, what are we gaining from that? And if we're not implementing those meta-analysis from our very prestigious educational institutions, why are we not? Like what ideological foundation are you using to ignore actual and raw information? And if you are ignoring it, do you have to give a fuck? Like
So
I
are
like
you
a real
suggesting
conversation.
we use the state as a vector for moral authority, as moral
No,
authority?
I'm no, I'm saying that the population in general should steer the ship, but all of those opinions, all of those thoughts need filtered through something. I don't think the state as an apparatus should do it. I think we have a really good like unspoken buffer between like society and its like thoughts and what's happening on the ground to people, and like our actual and like our institutions of academics and like research foundations that the government can then lean on to try to formulate better outcomes rather than going with like
So the
right now.
government synthesizes it and then it enacts it.
I think that'd be an okay model. Like right now, for example, we're trapped in what seems like a cycle of like isolationism light. But it's like, why would we go back to isolationism when that failed us and it's failed other nations? Like look at China for example. They were poor farmers until they opened up their borders in the 90s and actually took in manufacturing industrialization. Now they're such a competing economic force. We're talking about if we need to have national security tariffs on their tech industries.
So do you prefer a model like Germany and World War II, where they had the party that told that basically the state was going to enact its will, or do you prefer that the actual dogma reside in the state itself?
Repeat that first part I cut out. Sorry.
Do you prefer a model like Germany had in World War II, well, pre-World War II maybe, but where their party kind of dictated the moral tone for the government and all decisions were made in the party and then was enacted by the government? Or do you think that the government should have that system built within its ranks, but not a third party?
What? Wait, hold on. Why
Just
are we using World
as
War
an
II
as an
Germany though?
as an
I'm
it's a bad.
cautious to engage the World War II Germany reference.
It's not anything to say that it's mimicking that government. I was just more using it as an example. It's a
So
controversial example, but
so to dumb it down, like are you basically saying that I mean I'm kind of
I
backtracking
could
to
have actually asked the question without examples, to be honest. I could just ask, do you think that
well
the government should have the moral power within itself, or should it externalize that power?
my question would be too is are you saying that because you're talking about meme farming and uh, based off of that, are you saying that because most people are headline hunting and the inauthenticity of or the inanimity of being on the web and not being authentic in their beliefs? And so what do I mean by that? Like, so you have people that get on here, and I'm not saying anyone in particular, but someone that would advocate for abolishing ICE, right? And that's all they do is just get on the web all day, and there's no action behind what they actually do. Is that kind of where the premise starts?
Well, I think like a good example of this is like if I'm having a conversation, because I actually ran this in the background one day. Um, if I have a conversation with somebody and they say I want to abolish prison, I'm gonna look at you and say I don't even know what that means. Where do I even start this conversation? Like the definition of a prison, like the actual concept of removing people from society for breaking our laws at their proper adjudication. We should annihilate that system. Why? Now if you told me I think that we should remove the system of mass incarceration and forced labor without pay, okay, well that's something they probably all tackle together, right? But like I feel like right now people speak in generally large concepts they don't think through, and then they're amplified by people who sort of or even mostly agree with them, and they all have microphones, and there's just no real critical analysis of what that means to your system. And then I think our politicians are examining this effect and they're seeing it. And the internet typically magnifies opinions that would be microcosmic in a normal setting, and they're thinking, "Oh wow, this certainly is a good idea," and it's like bleeding into our political system. I thought the same thing with like defunding the police, for example. Like you actually want to remove like money from your public safety apparatus
Well,
as a punishment? Like that's insane.
the reason why I think I vilified and said even that Germany in World War II is because I don't think, if I'm to say my perfect system, it's with a theological base. So I would probably be like a theocracy. But so my institution that would guide this, if I'm to have the same model as you, would be the church is the third party, not the party. And so that's why I kind of, I guess, look at all these other models differently. But it's to say that in what you're saying, I'm still interested in what should exert the power and then what should be the synthesis of morals. And because I think that if we're doing that and you say the state, that has problems, that's like, Mao maybe.
Yeah,
Or if
yeah,
we say third party, depending on who
I
you
don't
say
think
is
the
the third
government
party,
has any
depending on who you say the
authority in
third,
morality.
depending on who you says the third party is, it could mimic Germany World War II.
So I would
go ahead.
unequivocally say that the federal government has no authority over morality.
Well, I'm asking Officer what he thinks should, because the question was, how do we get this back on track in a secular fashion? And we're exploring, I think, in his belief system, there's needs to be, and I don't disagree, a synthesis of all best of let's say behavior and character, and then exerted through what? And then is that government who's
Well,
creating those morals?
I think the government can be amoral as long as it has a strong social contract. Like, and I think our Constitution serves as that foundation. Without, you don't need God for that. Like, if the government has made a promise to you and it's founded that promise through its like founding papers, the Federalist Papers, its founding documents, and that promise is to be upheld, well, for example, if the government seeks to like racially profile me or discriminate against me, this would violate its tenets. It can't. Like, these are things you can do without having to be moral. This is an ethical claim. Like, can the
But
system violate some ethical
in a
foundation?
system that gets to where people get to exert their will and see it through their ranks of power, certainly a higher moral judgment isn't going to be what they move towards. It would say that you need a moral system that tells them right and wrong, whether or not they like it. You would have to have that. Otherwise, the system would fall apart. You couldn't have everyone's position upheld.
Well, what would you
Wait,
say the
why does
current one
everyone's
is?
position need to be upheld? I'm confused.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
think it
I'm
should
confused
be.
by it.
That was my
I don't
different
think
point
it
to it.
should be. It can't be. It certainly can't be.
So then why are we looking to the government to do that?
Well, I would say we're looking to say who should exert the power and who should establish the moral. I would say for me, I think that why I think to the church as a place to establish morals is because in my defense, what I would say is there's thousands of years of history that can surmise summarize and characterize the best moral behaviors and patterns for a life that I think lead to happiness. And so that's kind of a real general idea of why I would think theology is a good anchor and weight. And I like that it draws from history. But where I think that maybe the government might be a place where you're vulnerable to give the moral judgment to is because if it does have any way of its populace expressing its will on the leadership, then certainly it's not going to pick best practices. It's going to pick popular practices because it can't, in theory, it can't impose its will on the populace. Otherwise, they won't like it anymore.
Um, let's Bell, if you're okay, let's get some of these other panels in. I think Young's been up here for a second, and Con, Young, you
No,
want to add
no,
anything?
no. Fuck all the other panelists, especially Young and Con motherfucking Bell.
Whoa, all the other panelists?
Damn,
Damn, that's fucked up.
don't do Dylan like
I
that.
want to bring in all panelists, but those two specifically. And yes, because they're Republicans.
Han, how are you? Do you think, I mean, what do you think of the background? What do you think of what we're talking about?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I was about to say
Yes,
who's this
Dylan.
for?
Yep, I'm talking to you.
I mean, listening to the flow of conversation, I'll know I'll interject if I hear something wonky.
All right,
I was listening. I have some thoughts.
Go ahead.
It
sure.
sounded
Get in
like
there, communist
you.
kitty cat.
Hello, everyone. Robert, it sounded like the tariff discussion led to you describing some sort of sense of a shared uh, sense of urgency we have as in America to want to get to a better point, and then started talking about different government types to get to that point. And then you essentially started describing. I thought I was hearing things when you brought up Germany's government form during World War II and prior to it. But it actually makes perfect sense because what you then further clarified in your description was you want to embrace the type of pseudo Christian nationalism that Trump has and the other Republicans. That is a bastardization of that theology, by the way. Not even in alignment with the scriptures that that theology claims to be based in. But anyway, it is clearly a form of, again, pseudo Christian nationalist fascism that you want to bring about your vision for this country, which I think we should make that clear. I don't know if I'm hearing things or if you want to clarify.
or if anyone else interpreted
Yeah,
that differently.
I'll help you understand, I think. So when I brought up Germany, it was to vilify it. I admittedly said that in a system where the party tells the government how to express its morals, which is what Germany had, I purposely wanted to vilify that because my ideal would be, in essence, in short, a theocracy, because I believe that who would be the best moral judge and arbiter and vector of that outside of the government, who could tell the government what to do in that respect, I think that that would be the church best fit. And so I explored with him why I said that, because I said it because I think I was trying to vilify um that position, that if that was his position, it was kind of snarky almost, or actually.
Almost or actually. Okay, got it. But well, it's also, I'm just curious why you didn't respond to the other points I've made about how Trump is very clearly embracing a form of pseudo Christian nationalism. And it seems to me that you also want to embrace that to get to whatever point of Christian nationalism you favor.
No, so Officer and I were exploring a hypothetical in what ought to be an idealized world of what him and I want. This is like a game every man plays with, since they're like 10 years old, is what kind of world would you, where would you conquer? So it's kind of not a real conversation, but it was to say that what is my ideal? In an ideal world, if it was, I was king of the world, what would it be like? Well, sure, I would have theology at the center of that, but as it is for the country we live in, certainly we don't live in a theology or a theocracy. Um, we live in a constitutional democratic republic, which is fine. I love it. I love our country. I'm certainly an institutionalist, so I mean, I really love our country. I love all that it represents, and I certainly don't want to see it fail.
Young, you want to get in?
Yeah, not on this at all though, because honestly, it just sounds like somebody has a problem with being a Christian and being a Christian nationalist. And I'd make the argument that yeah, Christianity is actually good. I'm sorry. Um, I really wanted to challenge Wawa's thinking. Her exact words were, "Hey, all press is good press. Bad press is good press because it gives you visibility." And she said I wouldn't understand the proverb. So I wanted to see if she could probably break that down for me since I wouldn't be able to understand what she's saying.
You
I
just
really want to hear
repeated
that.
it. Any press is good press is a proverb. You it seems like you understand.
Yeah, it seems like you get it.
I'm a little confused, so I think you need to break it down, right?
Can you tell me where you're confused at? You
Yeah, I said I
you reiterated
vehemently.
it pretty
What I
fast.
said was I vehemently disagree, and then you
Well,
said I
that's not a
don't
me thing. I
understand it.
can't describe your disagreement.
You might want to tell her why you disagree.
Yeah, I don't mind telling her that because I already mentioned it in the comments, but she said that I really don't understand it. So if she could try to break it down fundamentally here, I want to make sure we're on the same page.
Well,
Break
she
down
can
that.
respond once you break it down.
Yeah.
So respectfully, I was quiet. You can let me finish the sentence, right? I could get back on mute though if you want to keep talking, right? She said I didn't understand it, so
Yeah, you came up here
this
and
is a
then you
great
explained
opportunity
it,
to.
sir. You came
This
up
is a
here and you
great
explained it
opportunity.
well.
All right,
And so
I'll
I
just
don't
go
need to
back on mute
explain
as
it.
well.
I don't understand. Do you just want to argue? Because it sounds like you understand what I was saying.
I think you might have come up hot wanting to argue with her, and then you might have realized that it was a miscommunication, and so now you don't know what to do with yourself.
Yeah, like I don't. It sounds like you actually do understand. So
While Young King's up here, though, I do want to say you had a premise. I've been busy the last couple of days. You had a premise with a young lady a few days ago where you had made some references to, um, like, if I say I'm not hungry, but I bring a plate and a fork to your house, am I really not here to eat? Do you remember that?
Yeah. Who is this? Who is this talking?
This is Officer.
Yeah, apparently you feel like I really want to fight with you, but I want to make it abundantly clear. You said I was
What?
confused, so I really want you to break it down.
I didn't say you were
I'm
confused.
not really talking to you. I'm talking directly to Wawa.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
What?
just, sir, I think you're misunderstanding. You came up here and you explained exactly what
So you
happened,
don't want to break it
and you
down. Okay, go
explained
ahead. I'll
it.
answer the play question.
Sir, you
So the
explained
play
it
question,
correctly. You explained my position correctly. So you're not confused. You just disagree. That's the difference.
yeah, to explain the analogy of, hey, I'm here in the name of not eating food at all whatsoever. So I'm gonna bring a plate and a fork, and I'm not gonna eat. But I'm here in the name of fasting. I'm here in the name of starvation. But here I am bringing a fork and a plate.
hmm
Is it harder for me to convince you that I'm there to not eat?
no,
Because
because of volition.
because of what?
Volition. It's referred to typically as like the gap. Like there's a gap between being able to do an action and doing the action. So like if I say I'm self-starving or I'm on a hunger strike, that's an act that I'm already accomplishing by not eating. But just because I carry the capacity to eat doesn't mean I have the will to do so. So it's like I think you're discussing the pretty case. Like law would account for this as well. Like the willingness to act and the demonstration to do that act through like other like means. So like if I'm carrying a weapon in public, yeah, I carry the capacity of violence, but there's also volition. If let's say I enact violence, you can't say I'm being violent.
Well, it's funny. I really wasn't calling anyone violent at all whatsoever, right?
No, I just shifted examples.
Yeah, well, that's fine because I was using an example as well. But the premise of what I was saying, right? Hey, it's harder to convince someone you're the, and everything you just said could be entirely true. You didn't really address the main crux. The crux is it harder to convince someone? So your job right now is to convince someone else that you're not there to eat. Is it harder to convince someone that you're not there to eat if you bring a plate and some utensils to
Oh,
eat
I think I
food?
actually found the issue. I had one headphone in and one headphone inside my pocket. I'm really sorry. I was connected to both. No, I would argue that, like, if you tell me you're here in starvation, but you bring a fork and a plate, I'm probably just going to believe the initial claim that you're here in starvation. Like, you carrying the capacity to, like, because again, there's just volition. Like, you can possess capacity to do something,
Sir,
but
the question is, which is it harder to convince? If you come with no food and you come with no plate and no fork, would it be easier to convince as if you came with a fork and with a plate? And with which one is easier to
Yeah,
convince?
Young, the reason, can we just get back to the reason why you even this was inappropriate to begin with is because and why people are trying to help you with this is because there's a notion in the world that if I see a young woman wearing, like a skimpy skirt and a low cut blouse, that you can R word her basically. There's and what people need to remember is obviously
So
that you
there's people
shouldn't
out
do.
there saying you can R word women.
Yes. And what you need to remember is that you shouldn't. And so
Really?
when you imply that
Who?
taking a certain set of
Who?
materials
It
to a
sounds
house
like you just said
implies
something you
certain
can't
things,
prove.
I'm trying to help you
It
understand this
sounds
right
like
now
you
in
just said something
really
you can't
simple.
prove.
Yeah, can you please let me
It
finish? I
sounds
didn't
like you
interrupt
just
you.
said something you can't prove.
I didn't interrupt you. And
Yes, you
so
did. I got
the
interrupted
idea
multiple
that we're
times.
trying to, I haven't.
Who said that you should R word
The
people? Who said
idea
it?
that has been trying to
Who
articulate
said
be
it?
articulated to you is
Who
simple.
said
It's
R
that,
word people? Who said it?
are you done?
So no one said it. You just made that up.
I'm going to try to make my point.
Yeah, you're just making stuff up.
I'm trying to
No one
help
said it.
you realize why people are trying to have this. I'm trying to level with you
I'm talking
because
about
it's going
food
round
and
and round and
plates.
round and
You're
round
talking
and round.
about, hey, people are going out there and saying R
There's a
word people,
reason
but you
why
have no
I'm trying
idea
to
who's saying
help
it.
you understand what everyone hears when you say, I can take a certain set of materials and expect certain things. And I'm trying to teach you what most people are hearing and why everyone else's brain is trained to say, no, certain sets of materials don't tell me I can R word someone. Your brain doesn't make that connection. That's where everyone
So my
looks at
brain
you
is
in a
telling
weird
me I
way.
should R word people because I think if I say I'm here to do something and I bring the complete opposite, that means I really want to R word people, right?
Having a certain set of materials
Now you're
with you
accusing me of being an R word.
doesn't
This is
make
hilarious.
it a
No, I
qualifier
think
to
that
the
This
the
is fucking
actions.
hilarious.
Now we don't kink shame over here.
true. Watch that. No, I think that the oddity in the question is you're asking me to disbelieve the words that somebody
That's not what
has.
I'm asking.
They
You keep
okay. If you say
mischaracterizing the question. It's which
I'm
is
not,
easier to convince. It's a very simple question.
neither of them are easy. It's easier to convince me than you're already doing.
You guys aren't even trying to engage with the analogy.
I am. You're frustrated over nothing, to be quite
It's
frank.
basic. I think he's
You're not
asking
trying
some
to engage
stuff
with the
compassion.
analogy. And you
I
guys are
am
way too
engaging with the
intelligent to
analogy.
not try. You're not even
I
trying.
The
King, correct
analogy
me if
the
I'm
analogy
wrong.
when it comes to food is if you tell me you're here in the name of starvation and you're actively not eating, I'm gonna believe that whether you possess the fork and plate or not. It's easier to believe what you're already doing. If you don't like the answer, you can call it not engaging. That's not my problem. You just don't like the answer, and that's on you.
So this is a question to where you say, hey, it's easier to convince A or B. But instead, you're going down a route where all of a
I'm
sudden you're
not.
talking.
Young
You
King,
got
to
to
be
let me finish
serious.
the
Young,
sentence
young
because you're
King, to,
also
because
under the
you're
impression that I'm frustrated.
no,
But
just because you're
the
crying
reason
about
why you
the
won't let me
answer
finish
that
the
you got.
sentence
I don't
is
really
because you know
understand.
you're not engaging. You know you're not.
I am engaging. It's frustrating that you're trying to say that I'm not when I clearly answered the question you gave me. You
You
gave
didn't
me
answer it at all. You said
how?
neither. That's not
I
engaging.
told you it's easier to believe what you're already doing.
That's not engaging.
I didn't
Look,
say that. I said it's easier to
you
believe
said
what you're
neither,
already doing.
sir. You said neither. Don't even try it.
Okay, hold on. Am I confused? Did I not say, young King, I would believe the actions you're already taking? So if you're here in the name of starvation, you're actively not eating, that I believe those
Which is
words,
not
that we have the
engaging with the question. It's
how?
which one is easier to convince, not which one do you believe.
The one that you're doing is easier to convince. We've been changing my words around, that's fine. I'm sticking with
You
the same
said
answer.
neither is easier to convince.
Okay, I'm telling you now that the one easier to convince what you're already doing. So go on from there.
Yeah, that's not engaging. There's only two
How?
options. The
I
person
gave
that
you the
comes with,
option.
sir, so make it abundantly clear because I'm really confused.
I
The
know.
one that comes with the plate or the one that doesn't come with the plate?
The one
So
that
what are
comes
you
with
guys talking
Who's
about?
gonna have a easier time convincing people that they don't want to
but
eat?
now
Which one?
What are you
you're only
guys
giving me
talking
half of
about?
but now you're only
So
giving me
long
half
as
the
you guys, so
scenario.
long
What
as
are you
you
guys
guys
talking
stick on the
about?
plate, so long as
Shut
you
the
guys stick on
fuck
the
up,
plate
retard.
analogy, no one knows what you're
Come
talking
up here interrupting people. What the fuck that dude's problem?
The problem is it's not just the two options. There's more to it than that, and
There's
that's
really
what's being
not. It's a
missed.
very binary
It
question.
is.
It's
No,
either
but
you
yeah,
have a plate
but
or you
binary is
don't.
the
Which
problem.
one
Things
is
aren't
easier
that
to
binary.
convince?
Right,
Even
I
if
understand that,
even
but things aren't that
even
binary.
if it's a binary,
This question is very specifically binary.
even if it's a binary, now you're only using half the option. You said if I come here in the name of starvation, but I have a plate and a fork, what was the rest?
What's easier to convince? The one with the plate or the one without a plate?
Then
Who's going to have a harder
why
time
did you include
convincing?
starvation at
Who's going
first?
to have a harder time convincing? The
No,
one
no, no,
that
no, no,
came
no,
there
no,
with
no,
the
no, no. Now
plate
you're
or the one
changing
that came there
things.
without the plate?
Why did you include starvation in the first example?
It's my
What
example. I included it the
what's
very
the
first
full
time.
analogy? Don't give me
You were
half.
there. You were there the entire time.
What's the
Okay,
full
so wait, so
analogy?
what is the? Wait, I'm really confused too, and the chat is too. What is the analogy
All right, let me
we're
see if I can
making?
restate the same analogy, but in a different context. Officer, are you more likely to be in fear for your life as someone with a firearm or
Well,
without a
but
firearm?
people are asking what this conversation's about, which officer might be able to recap it, which people want to know.
Why did you
To be
drop?
certain, what it is about, I should just tell everyone kind of quickly, is a conversation. If I'm not mistaken, if you're the right person, I think you are. There was a conversation leading into a set of circumstances that means that just because you can show up with certain things, like if he says, I think his analogy was, if he shows up to a house with certain things, it's implied that he's going to get certain things from the person there.
No,
And what people were trying to articulate to him, and most especially myself, on the, let's say, R word analogy, is it's directly analogous to that. If just because
no.
someone is dressed a certain way, you don't behave that you're not, nothing's
What are you
implied.
convincing anyone of in that analogy? Because the main premise of this analogy is that you're trying to convince someone of a thing.
Nothing is
So when you're
implied.
trying
That's
to
the point.
convince this
Nothing
is
is
the reason why
implied
you're
in either
interrupting me.
So
interaction.
okay, so
This is
let
the
me. I
reason
have
why you're
clarifying
interrupting me.
questions.
That's the only reason why he's
Wa-
interrupting me,
Was,
Dylan.
wa-
Because they know they're not engaging in good faith.
Well, no, but
They know
what's
they're
so?
not.
Are you? Is the argument that someone who's actually starving would come with a plate and a fork and not empty-handed? Is that the argument we're trying to make?
The key word that you guys are very much ignoring
Oh, I feel like you're doing it on purpose at this point.
I'm
Convincing other
not.
people. I need to hear you guys say convincing other people. I feel like you're leaving that out on
Hey,
purpose.
can
Convincing
we?
other people. So someone is convincing other people they're starving. Are they believable? Are they more believable if they
Now
come
I'm
with
getting
this plate and a
confused.
There we
fork, or
go.
if
That's a whole lot closer to what I was trying to talk about.
okay? So
What
Yes.
is
I'm
the?
trying to engage. I'm trying really hard to engage.
Yes, thank
So
you. Those are the most
right.
important words. So when you
Okay.
start bringing up R
So
word, who's trying to convince anyone of anything when they're R wording them?
to me, wait. Oh wait. How did we get to R wording all of a
Because
sudden?
these
If
guys
this
are
is
lunatics and they want to make me look like I
Oh,
support
I
R.
didn't say you were R-wording anyone. Don't say
No
these
one said
guys. Who
that.
are you
No
talking
one
about?
said
wait, how
Right.
that.
does this
Not even I
compare
said
to?
that.
Bex,
Wait, I need
R
someone to
wording has
explain to me
nothing to
like
do
I
with
am a
this, and they're the ones
kindergartner
that
right
brought
now.
R
Hold
word
on,
into
hold
this
on, hold
room.
on,
No, I
hold
did
on.
Robert
Can
not.
used an
someone
analogy
explain
that
to me? Yeah,
Robert
Wawa, do you get
Robert
it?
used an analogy that some people have expectations when a woman is
That's not
wearing
what he
certain thing
said.
that they are entitled to
That's not what he
support.
that
said.
is
Okay.
what
He
Robert
That's
said the
Okay.
exactly
entailment
it.
of my argument. He said, let's
And
call a spade a
he's
spade.
blaming
What
me
this
for
guy
this
is
now
arguing
for some
for is if a
reason.
woman dresses a certain way, she needs to get R
Who
worded.
are these
And that's what people are
guys?
saying.
Who are
That's
these
exactly what she
plural?
Wait.
said.
Back up,
And
because
then, you know, it's funny.
let's not
I
put
said,
words.
who's
Let's
saying you
not.
need to
This
R
is a
word people?
serious topic right now, and let's not put words. Let's not put labels on
Go to
people
the
that
Yeah,
like.
playback.
Come on.
yeah.
Go
I
to the
need.
I'm
Every, yeah,
playback.
I
mistaken.
need.
This
Hey,
isn't that
really quick. I
serious.
need everyone to shut the fuck up. I never said anybody was R-wording anyone. Young King, do you disagree with that or no?
I'm not sure who's talking. I'm playing
It's
2K.
The
officer.
I know for sure somebody did.
Okay, so let's not say you
Nobody
guys. Let's
accused,
identify
no
who
one
the fuck
accused
that
you of
is.
R wording anyone. Nobody.
Whoever's talking right now is the guy who brought it into the
Robert.
scenario. Nobody else was talking
Yeah,
about
I
I'm
R
out
brought
of this
in an
wording. He
conversation.
analogy
brought
This
up
as
is
to
R
fucking
wording.
why
stupid.
what you were saying was inappropriate.
Yeah. So
That's what I
I
did.
do believe it was Robert that.
Nobody else was talking about R wording.
This
I
is
just want to get a foundation, please. What was the original statement that was made for you to bring that analogy up in the first place? Because that's what I was confused on.
So the original analogy was we were talking about how many females I get, and I said, you know what's funny? If I had $1 for every female that would claimed celibacy and came to pull up on me in the name of celibacy, and she was just a celibate young woman, and she came and she let me know, hey, I'm pulling up, and I don't have no panties on, and I'm bringing condoms. Is it harder
So
for her
he
to convince
thinks
me that she's
he thinks
celibate?
that panties
Notice how he's
off means
interrupting
have
me again.
sex. He thinks
You see this,
panties
right?
off equals have sex.
You see this,
Dude,
right?
That's not what he's
it
saying. Can you
definitely.
let him finish? That's not actually what he's saying. Let
It
him
is. I've
finish,
already had this
Robert.
conversation
Let
with
So
him
him.
you're starting to see
finish
Hey
so
why?
I
Are you
can
Bex,
starting
hear
to
can
it.
see
you
why he
not
called me an R
yell in
That
a
word?
that
drunken rant? Go ahead.
Oh
Let
my
him let him
God,
say
Robert.
it.
I'm so sick of it. It's fucking two
I'm
o'clock in the
talking to
afternoon. Nobody
him.
is drunk. Shut the fuck
God.
up.
Okay, well I'm talking to him. You don't need to like get all emotional.
No, you need to just shut
It's
the fuck up and let him
Wait,
finish his
Bex.
sentence so we can all know what he's
Why
saying.
don't
Bex,
you
one
let
this.
him
second.
so
One
that way
second.
he can
Everybody
finish?
stop. 1 second. Bex, officer got a restriction. Officer, if you're still in here, can you come on another account or
He
re-request
came
or
on another
whatever?
account, and then there was a
That was the second
conversation of
one.
this being used. Hold on. There was a conversation where they said a really obnoxious, untrue thing, and he left because he doesn't want to be part of that. I'm pretty sure.
Wait, who
Like
said?
that
What did
was
they say? Who said
Young
what?
King put Robert made a statement, and Young King said these guys make it talking about the statement
Oh,
and implying that Officer was part of that, and that's a very serious thing to fucking say.
yeah.
Oh, so young, what
So
did you
hold
say?
on, Robert, because you keep doing this. You throw these stupid little jabs like that, and you get everybody confused. Young King, that was not Officer who said any of that. It was Robert. It was the dude right
Silly
on there.
Okay.
that
little
didn't say it
jabs.
So,
was.
So,
wait,
hold
wait,
on.
wait, wait,
Silly
wait,
To
little
be
wait, wait,
clear,
jabs.
wait,
I
Hold
wait,
didn't
on.
wait.
say
Just
Silly
it
a
was. I
little
second.
never said
jabs.
it was.
What?
I'm
I
sorry.
never said
Yeah,
it was
Silly
yeah.
little
No,
Officer.
I'm
jabs.
sorry.
What?
I'm
Val,
sorry.
can I
Just to
have
be clear,
What
Showtime?
did the
Because
because
no, it's
conversation
not
have to do
silly little
anything with
jab. It
grape?
is
Why
about what
did
he
you bring
said.
grape into
but
it?
Because
that's
Val,
not a
he's
jab.
talking
That
about when a woman shows up to your house without panties, that you can have sex with her, and I'm trying to teach him that you can't do that. You
Oh, I
fucking
didn't
no, no,
hear
no,
idiot.
no,
that
no, no,
part.
no,
I
no,
didn't
no.
hear
So
that part.
that hold on, just a second. Hold
I
on,
didn't hear that
please.
part.
First of all, it's
Because I
not a
didn't finish
jab.
my
But to
sentence.
yeah, First of all, it's not a jab, but to say that that's in particularly what he's saying, no. What he's doing is talking about the individual and their claim to celibacy, right? And just to be clear, there's a difference between express and then implied. What he's saying is that there is no expression, right? Words are not coming out of their mouth that they want to do this said thing, which is have sex. However, the
I was there for the
implications of them
original
saying,
conversation. Why
But
don't you
right?
just
Timo,
let him
hold up.
So,
finish?
Let me get in before he starts derailing it
Yeah,
again.
let him finish
This
because
is why I
you were
said
there.
Bex is the
but
Hey,
only one
yo,
that
let's
sounds like
go.
she's up
Let
here
him
in good
finish.
faith.
Tom, go ahead, Tom.
okay,
Because
go ahead.
the key principle here
is that you're trying to convince someone else of something. So who's going to have a harder time convincing me that she's here
Right.
in the name of celibacy? The
Okay,
girl
so
that
what
pulls up
law
with the
are we doing?
condom and her
Celibacy.
panties off, or the girl that pulls up with a chastity belt and, you know, got her Bible in her hand?
There you
Who's going to
go.
have a
There you
harder
go.
time convincing me that she doesn't want to have intercourse, right?
There it is, everyone. I'm happy you all got here with it.
But that's not saying that he thinks he should be able to take
That
it.
he's entitled to things. I
No,
had that
that's
No,
not
that's
what
conversation
not
he's
what
with him,
he's
saying.
guys.
No,
saying.
you're
I'm the
trying
only
now. You're
one that
trying
was
to
there for the
imply
original
something
conversation. Thank you. I was
that
the only
It was
one there.
about food, numbnuts. You brought in R word to a conversation about plates.
No,
And
because
you
that's what
said,
you're saying. That
and
if a
we
girl
got the
shows up to your
playback.
house with a
We have the
condom, so
playback.
we're certain, it doesn't mean you get to do anything to her.
We have the
no
playback.
kidding. Just agree with him, so he'll shut the fuck up.
We
Gee,
have the
you said some of
playback.
the
He
most
doesn't
heinous
agree.
shit on this
He
app
doesn't
about
agree.
women. Like the fact that you want to do this
So
when
are you
you are
defending
literally
that?
you have said
Are you defending
heinous
someone
shit
who
about
who hurts
women.
women? Are you defending him right
You
now?
have said
This
heinous shit
wasn't
and you do
about
this
me.
little
This
twisting
wasn't
game to
about
try
me.
to
It's
make
about
people
him.
look
This
bad.
wasn't about me. It's about him.
You
Do you want
literally
to defend
don't
him?
even like women.
Do you want to
And you're
defend him?
making this something it's not to try, and now you fucking caused this whole issue. Like, be so fucking for real.
I didn't kill him and Officer were
You're
having
like
this
a fucking
conversation.
virus to this fucking app at this point.
Yeah, your boyfriend and him were having this conversation about him saying that when a woman
And
shows
you
up to your house
fucking
with a
inserted
condom,
yourself to
you
make
get
it
to fuck
something it
her.
wasn't to
No,
try to
because
make
I was
fucking
there. I was
men
there from
look
the
bad.
beginning. I was there from the beginning.
And the
Okay,
fact that you're like doing
can we
this
just
as a
move on?
fucking like, oh my god, I'm not
Oh,
even gonna get into that.
now the
But you have
fat
no
pig now the
business with the
fat
two
pig
men
looks
that
like
you're
an idiot.
talking
Shut
to
up, you
putting these
fat
kinds of
fuck.
accusations on anybody. You are heinous to women on this app. You have
You're
said
you're a
disgusting shit to
homeless
women.
woman who
Like,
exploits
shut the
people and
fuck up,
begs. Just
actually.
beg, you fat
All
ass.
right, guys. We don't got to go down this road, man. We don't.
It's pathetic. I'm over here defending women, and the
Starting to
fat pig can't
see,
even
No,
understand
you're
it.
starting to
not.
see
No,
T
you're
No,
Money
no.
how
not.
it got
Yes, you
derailed.
are. Yes, to
Oh,
be
hold on,
fair,
hold on.
he
You can't
is,
defend women and
but
then
to
call a woman a fat pig.
Thank
Exactly.
Yeah,
you.
she's
that
not.
that
I don't
She's
is
not a
fucking
also
woman.
Starting to
true.
understand
That
that.
is
see,
She's not
also
a
true.
woman.
Just
starting to see like, come
I
on.
am a woman.
so, so again, I do disagree with how he's interpreting that, saying that if a woman is to show up without any underwear on and send text that she's coming without any underwear on and with condoms, that means that she's implying that she wants to have those sexual
Bingo.
relations. That I
Bingo.
agree. But hold on. But when you take it to the level of saying that he is now making the statement that he is entitled to that punani, that is where we're
That's
being
not what I
dishonest and
said.
Yes,
what the
What I
that's
court
a
said
said.
when him and
different
officer,
statement.
so when him and
That's the
officer were
problem.
talking about it, when him and officer were talking about it, I said, let me break this down to you, young, as to why everyone here is concerned with what you said, because they were talking about plates and dishes. And I wanted to remind him the reason why everyone, and this is exactly what I said, it is recorded. I said the reason why everyone's concerned is because in essence, there is a idea out there that men can hurt women just by what they're wearing, and everyone here wants you to know that that is not true. And so then that's when everyone was like, wait, you're talking about grape, I
Yeah,
thought we
because
were
it
talking
wasn't
about
about grape. It was
plates.
about a
I thought
plate
we
of
were talking
fork.
about plates. No, it's talking about when a woman shows up with fucking panties, you don't R-word her.
You don't
That's what the
even.
original
Oh my
conversation was
god,
about.
Robert,
That's
No,
you
what
don't
the
even
that's
give a
making
original
shit about
sense,
women.
Bex,
conversation was
because
about.
that's why and to be clear, that's why the analogy of the food and the plate came into play.
That's
I just
not
don't
no,
like.
no, no,
I don't
hold
like
up.
this
Let me
pretend
respond real
faking.
quick because he's mischaracterizing again.
Okay.
And this the R worder is not convincing anyone of anything. The victim is not trying to convince anyone of anything. The main analogy, and this is why you also use plate and fork and convincing people that you don't want to eat. Because the main idea is that you want to convince someone of something you want to do, but the materials you're bringing with you say the complete opposite. So when you bring up R wording, there's no convincing going on in that. That's just a disgusting crime where nobody's trying to make an argument against anyone else. But when you're bringing a fork and a plate to someone's house after they cook, that you're trying to convince
No,
them,
use
hey,
your direct analogy. Use your actual one. When a woman shows up without panties, you get to R-word her. That's what you're saying.
well, I used at least 5 different analogies, and these weren't the only two, but
No,
these are
your
the.
original analogy, this conversation is centered around what? You saying that when a woman
It
shows
was a
up
plate and
with
food,
no
sir.
panties, you get to R-word her.
It's
See,
not what he
it's not what I
said.
Hold
said.
on, that's not what he said.
That's not even close to
It's
what
not
he
even
said.
close.
That's what he
And
said.
that's
Let's
He
why.
just
And
said
let's
it
this is
again.
where this shit is
He's
harmful.
using the
respond
No,
real
this
analogy
quick.
is
of
where
an
this shit is
Let me
assessment.
try
harmful.
to do it a
This
different
is
way.
where this
So
shit
let's
is
let's listen to
harmful.
let's listen to it
This
again.
is
Let's
where
listen
Let
to
the
me
the
try to
shit
do
is
it
exact.
a different way,
harmful.
Yeah,
And
guys.
okay,
I
fat
don't like
pig,
it. As
shut
a
up. Shut
woman,
up,
I
fat
don't like
pig.
it.
Shut up,
As
fat
a
Let me
pig.
try to
woman, I
explain it
don't
a
like
different
it.
way. Let me try to explain it a different way here, Robert.
Okay, I'm gonna let you do that, King. Give me 1 second. Robert, please. After the shit that we just went through earlier, right? With accusations, Robert. Can we not do that? And stop calling her words, okay? Stop. T-Bone, did you want to say something?
Nah, I'm chilling.
And also, that is not what I heard from King. I don't think he referenced grape at all, okay? Where is the damn thing?
Still a bad process that or thought process to
I
have.
just wish maybe like use another analogy or another example because we got cuckoos like Robert over here using that, bringing up that part of it. Why is this 3 minutes? Uh, Go
Yeah,
ahead, yeah.
absolutely. I'm not going to though because this is I'm talking to grown men here. I'm not talking to anyone that's a young man. So we all understand what I'm saying because we've all had intercourse with women and we've known the women that convince us to have intercourse. It's not this abstract idea. I mean, it's not this black and white idea. It's pretty abstract. There are a lot of women that want to have intercourse with you and they try to convince you by saying certain things. So he wants to bring up the original argument. The original argument was in a whole nother debate about this woman all of a sudden claiming celibacy and conflating celibacy with abstinence. So it had nothing to do with anything he's trying to talk about, which is a terrible crime that no one wants anyone to do. And that's why when I asked him, hey, who's going out there and saying, yeah, go R word people, go R word people? He couldn't tell me. I don't think there's anybody out there that's saying, go do this, go do this, go do this. And I'm willing to bet that nobody subscribes to that idea. But I'm going to try to explain this analogy in a different way for him. I want to convince you of A, that I'm trying to do A, but everything I'm bringing with me would really convince me that I want to do B. So the first thing I used was, hey, I want to not have intercourse, but I'm going to have no panties on and I'm going to bring a condom. And it was, hey, I'm going to convince you that I don't want to eat. So I'm going to bring a plate and a fork. Now, who's going to have a harder time convincing you that they're not want to eat? The person that didn't bring a plate and a fork or the person that brought a plate and a fork? And a lot of regular people say it's harder to convince someone you don't want to eat when you bring a plate and a fork because a lot of people who want to eat bring a plate and a fork. They do. And a lot of women who want to have intercourse with you won't wear panties and they'll bring a condom because condoms are protection and not wearing any panties is easier access. This is just very basic logic here. I'm sorry.
Very disgusting, Val, and the fact that you would say this is cuckoo. Okay, I want to be very, very clear that when he says plate and fork, his original statements were panties and a condom. We're talking about a conversation that happened not on this live, but on another one. Me, Officer, and him were a part of it, where he said that if you show up to a woman's house, or if she shows up to your house with no panties and a condom, and then he says it right there. He's not going to be able to convince you she doesn't want it. Let's do the math here, folks.
But
If
he's
a
not
woman
implying.
shows up to your house without panties and a condom, you don't get to make that inference. You don't get to make an inference that just because she doesn't have underwear on, that she wants something sexually, and she does get to convince you that she doesn't want it. And so, Bal, I'm really disgusted with you because when you want to start saying things like, well, Robert, we all know Robert's just so cuckoo. Robert is the only one here, it seems, with like a head on that when someone says that when a woman shows up without panties and a condom, that
Okay.
she does get to convince you that she does not want to be hurt by you or be sexualized by you.
Okay.
That is
Absolutely.
so true. That is like basic common sense. So please get your head on straight because it's disgusting. And if any of the women in here, you most especially, because you're not listening to what's
Fuck
going on in your life
me.
and you make yourself look foolish when you do this, please hear me one more time
No, don't
that
repeat it.
if
I
a
heard it.
woman shows up, no, I'm going to tell him one more time that if a woman shows up, no matter the circumstances, you don't get to imply anything or infer anything about what she wants sexually from you. That is so like 101, don't R word a girl. Like, hello? It's called
Absolutely.
like consent.
Okay, I agree with you, King. So, with the analogy that you gave, at the end of the day, whether she comes with them on or with them off, and with a C with her, and she says no, she changes her mind, right? It's still gonna be a no, right? There you go, Robert. That's all you need to know.
That's
Like I'm.
that's what I've been saying since the beginning.
Okay,
That's
that's
all I've been
great,
saying.
and he
And so
agrees
when I
with
tied
that.
in an analogy, no, he didn't though, because he keeps coming up here and saying it because likes to use plates and utensils. So that way you all get weirded out when I start talking about what he was really talking about, which is panties and condoms. So that way, so he gets you guys on plates and pencils, and then you guys are Robert's talking about panties and condoms. No, that is his argument. His argument was that when a woman shows up in this capacity with a condom and no panties, that she doesn't get to convince him that he can't have sex with her. That was his position from the beginning, and why I drew analogies earlier as to why this sounds like our word is justified.
No, it does not sound like our word.
Finally, it's my turn. That is not what he said. What he was saying is that is it harder to convince somebody that if a woman shows up in a chastity belt versus a woman who shows up with condoms and no panties on, which one would be easier to convince that maybe she had smecks on the brain? That's the argument, right? It doesn't say that he's entitled to that. He doesn't say that he can take it. He didn't
That's not
defend any of those things. The only statement that was made was that if a woman showed up with no panties and condoms, there would probably be an expectation that she expected it to go somewhere that night, versus a woman who shows up in a chastity belt probably does not expect to be moving that forward that day. You are adding an entire new layer in this, which is harmful for so many reasons in this conversation. And as a woman and as someone who speaks out on this quite a bit and is very strong on these topics, making this something it's not to disengage the conversation is disgusting. And
exactly.
then to layer to literally like immediately come for me and start putting me down while you're claiming to be defending women is absolutely disgusting. You have said some of the most heinous, hurtful things to women on this app, and then you're going to twist a man's argument to try to make them the problem, like you're some sort of hero. Like, be so fucking for real. This is like, I am disgusted with all of this, and the fact that it's happening is insane. At some point, I would love to engage in the original conversation about a fucking plate and a fork and whether or not that shows signs of starvation, because I think that's an interesting conversation. But this whole eccentric theatrical performance you're putting on right now, like in the name of whatever, is disgusting, Robert. And it's $5 to kick him, I think, Bell, correct? For five
Yes.
minutes.
Yes.
And how much for the live, just for the chat?
25.
25 for the live. Uh Disgusting. Honest to God, disgusting. I don't know who's next after me. Yes, Aqua, I know. It's anyways, like I get it. I get it. But I don't know. You can skip me. I'm over it.
Thank you for the gifts. Who's next? Rio,
Oh,
go
I'm
ahead.
next.
Yes. I'm sure you didn't
Um,
think that that's what he was saying either. I don't think he was referring to grape at all.
no, I don't. I mean, if it was, he was insinuating that if you say one thing but your actions show another, is clearly what he was trying to say. So, like, again, I don't know what was said on the other live earlier, so I can't speak to that. But I mean, in the reference of the way that it was being used. Now, maybe he could have been a little more classy in the way that he uses his references, but clearly not what he was implying, that if someone shows up that he gets to have his way. So, um, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and babble on for 3 minutes, but Young, maybe next time, maybe not use the analogy if people are going to get triggered by it. I don't know. But you can skip me, Bell. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Admir, hello. How are you?
Good afternoon. How you doing, Bill?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm doing great, but I'm a little unhappy with you.
Of course, of course. Why? What did I do? I haven't even been on freaking TikTok for like a week now.
Really? Because you came into T Bone's live the other day, right? After we did the whole voting thing. After
Yeah,
he did the whole
like a
voting
week
thing.
ago.
Was a little
Yeah, like a
disrespectful
week
to
ago. Yeah.
me out of nowhere. What did I do to you? What's your problem?
Who, me?
Yeah, you came up there like, I only have a problem with Belle. And I'm like, for what? What'd I do?
I don't remember that. I think you are hallucinating. But anyways,
What?
I just wanted to.
I will get the fucking recording. Go
I
ahead.
hope you do.
Yeah, I'll go
I
ahead.
am just up here because my favorite immigration attorney is here, so I get to, um,
Who's your
learn
favorite?
some shit.
Who is the immigration
Um,
attorney?
let's see, T-Bone. I don't give a fuck about you. Bex. Yeah, we're good. Real fakeness.
See,
Yeah,
this is what this is
Robert's
what
still
you
a bitch.
this is what you did in T Bones, and then you named me too. What? What are you doing?
I'm just having a good time. Listen. I'm
Mm-hmm.
having a good time. I ate very well.
You're always eating. Did you just finish eating? What'd you eat?
Yes. Well, so I went to Chipotle. I got me triple steak
Yeah,
with
no.
pinto and black beans,
Yeah,
guacamole, and all of the works.
yeah,
And I topped it off with 2 liter of Pepsi. It was beautiful.
yeah. That's wonderful. Well,
Mhm.
mention that.
So you can skip me.
Alrighty.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Hi. Wait, I can't. Hey,
Oh shit!
Robert.
You're like, wait.
I couldn't see because I've got it on the Showtime thing and I can't see who comes up.
Oh yeah, I don't really want to participate in this conversation. Um, I think that there were wires crossed and hairs crossed, but I definitely think that some of these ideas absolutely support grape culture. And if you are interested, a really good book about gender based violence and grape culture is Believing by Anita Hill. So there you go.
Perfect. Thank you. Communist, did you want to say something?
Yeah, just quickly, because that was a really good contribution, and I don't want to take away from that. I Well, I'll remind everyone it's $5 minimum to kick Robert, 25 for the entire live. Please feel free to send the host that. I believe he's 100% disingenuous, harmful in how he interacts with other people, and manipulative. And well, we just saw right now, right? It doesn't need to be repeated, but he was trying to act like he's, calling that potentially problematic idea out in contexts, I agree, and acting like that was because he some sort of virtue signaling type of performance there, right after using misogynistic slurs and just such hateful and harmful.
1 minute, Robert. 1 minute.
All right, Belle. So you don't think that that's what he was saying. So would you explain to me or answer the question? Because I'm going to position the original question to you right here, right now, and you're going to answer it because it's not our word, right? So the original question was that if a girl
Mm-hmm.
shows up at your house
Mm-hmm.
without panties and has a condom,
Mm-hmm.
would she have an easier time convincing you she doesn't want to have sex as a girl who shows up with her panties and without a condom? Go ahead, answer the question, Val. It's not our word, right?
I don't get the question, honestly.
So
I
which
just
girl, if a girl shows up with a condom and no panties, can she convince you that she doesn't want to have sex with you?
absolutely just by saying
So
no.
when he says that that's not the case, that she can't convince you because he's saying in the question she can't do it any more than the girl who does or doesn't have them, what's implied there? Is there a consent missing?
I don't think that's what he's saying.
I'm
And
asking you, I didn't ask what he said. I'm asking you to engage with his original position.
I don't know if that's his original position. I need to hear
His
that from
original
him.
position was, and I'll ask you the question again, that if a girl goes up to your house without panties,
That's not his fucking position.
that is his original
No,
position.
All
it's
right, let
not.
him clarify his position himself.
Let me make this abundantly clear, because not once did I say anything about consent, right? And I made it abundantly clear
You're
earlier.
right. You
Our
didn't.
word is
You didn't.
actually
You're right. You didn't. You didn't. You're
Mel,
100% right. You
can we
didn't.
move this conversation on?
I,
Like
I really wish we
this has
could.
been really going on long enough.
Like, I want to engage in the actual fucking conversation and not about fucking Robert trying to like
yeah.
spin
I'm
this.
not gonna let him
Bell,
rage bait me anymore. I'm
unbeknownst to
not
you,
gonna fall for it. Let's get back to
unbeknownst to
the
you,
hunger.
Bex, the original conversation was the one about
Cash App Bell,
panties.
Let's
Cash
get
App
back to the
Bell,
hunger, because the
Cash App
conversation is
Yeah,
Bell.
about we are
unbeknownst to
gonna.
fat ass Bex, the original conversation was about panties and condoms. It
Young,
No,
wasn't about
it's
There you
about
go
places.
again,
convincing people
Robert.
one
because
second, 1 second. Young, you got 5 minutes, love. Please, 5 minutes in the comments. You can come right
24
back up.
after.
And but I want to progress the conversation. I don't want to have this conversation
The fact
anymore.
that that was him and not Robert,
Then
y'all are
I'm glad
like
that we
really
established
triggering
that,
me right
Bell.
now.
I'm really glad we established that, Bell. So now from here on, I'm glad that you now know more about consent, Bell,
But
than you
you
used
are.
to.
Hold on a minute, because you are
I'm
you are.
glad that you know more now about consent
I've
than
always
you used
known.
to.
If a woman, I don't care.
Yeah, I'm just here
If
to help.
hold,
Oh, he's
shut up,
so full
Robert.
of
This is
shit.
the host. You can't do that to me. You can't do that to me.
I'm
Okay?
just here to help.
Then shut up because the host is speaking. Okay? I know. King knows. We all know that whether a woman comes to your home with underwear on or not, and with a condom, if she says no, it's a no.
So then why didn't you engage with his original question?
I did. I
No,
didn't.
no, no. He said which one would be able to convince you more easily? Shouldn't they both be able to convince you easily because there's no implied
He's
sex. You
gaslighting
don't
you,
nothing gets
Bell.
to
That is
nothing
correct.
gets
He's gaslighting you, Bell. He's just gonna
See?
ramble
T-Bone
on
understands
and
what I'm saying.
All
This
right,
gaslight
is
all
like
right.
consent
We're not gonna
you.
101.
have this conversation
Don't let him
until
do this
King.
to you.
We're not having this conversation until King comes back. King, in 5 minutes, please come back and defend yourself, because this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous what you're doing, Robert.
You
Go
should be
ahead.
able to show up to your house with no clothes, and guess what? You still don't get to do anything. You still don't get to imply anything. That's how it works. That's it. That's
So
consent,
you could
guys.
drop
Hey
him and we can
Bell.
talk about it
Hey,
without him for
King.
5 minutes.
Hey Bell.
What's up? What's
You
up?
want to know what's really crazy and awesome?
Yeah.
The United States is smacking the shit out of Slovakia in the Olympic hockey, and it looks like we're gonna be playing Canada tomorrow for the gold.
Robert, you got 5 minutes. Robert, you got 5 minutes.
Why don't you read the message too? Why don't you read the message?
Oh,
Uh oh.
for fuck you,
I wonder
Robert.
who it came from.
Oh,
Okay.
it says, wait, F you, Robert, suck a D. I'm not saying that.
Well, you just did.
Okay, well, okay.
Admir, cash at me, and I'll say whatever you need me to say.
But this is really funny that you said that the U.S. is kicking Slovakia's ass, because we had an issue with a Slovakian today on the panel who literally lives in Slovakia.
Oh shit! I was just trying to change the subject. Who's
So,
the
where are the
immigration
maggots
attorney
at?
on here?
I got a live violation.
For what? What? A
What?
10 minute?
Your live is flagged for harassment and bullying. Repeat violation could
Yeah.
result in your live being discontinued.
One of your people is reporting you or something?
Live visibility restriction for 10 minutes.
Oh, I get those all the time. You'll be
Live
good.
restriction for audience. Oh. Two. Oh, I
Did you
have two.
drop whoever got flagged?
I have two restrictions on the side. Oh no, it's gone. Oh no, it's there. Current live. Yeah, I have two restrictions already on the side. Does anybody want to take over? T-Bone, Bex, anybody?
Bell said, I don't want that conversation back over
I
here.
think T-Bone just
Get
went
the
to
fuck
take
out of
over.
here.
T-Bone
Yeah.
went, I'm assuming he dropped to go take over, which is perfect. So he might take over
But I'm
later.
gonna wait a few more minutes.
Hey, Bell, in fairness, I tried multiple times to get this conversation off that, because that's what's going to happen every time you talk about that stuff.
Yeah. Ow! What is this?
Don't like have an actual conversation with the
The
narrative. Like,
SCOTUS ruling on tariffs?
Oh, F yes, it did. We talked about that earlier a little bit, actually.
Wait, what did they rule? What did they rule? Yesterday.
The
They
SCOTUS on tariffs was
interpreted.
today. I'm probably reading that
Pretty
too.
much they said, F you, Trump. F you.
Well, nice and nicely, they said that uh, a delegation of that needed to be explicit, but yeah.
Well, but no, did they basically say that he couldn't do it under the IEPA and that he needed to do it more formally? Is that correct, Wawa?
That's not my reading of it. I
Yeah, I
mean,
haven't
there's
read it, so
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just going
not.
off of
yeah.
like headlines here.
Oh yeah, no, that's not my reading of it. But also, I'm gonna
So
dig into it
basically,
tonight. Definitely, I
uh,
wait. Roberts definitely said that regulate wasn't enough for Congress to delegate that express like their purse power under IEPA, and then there was some disagreement as to whether or not that was right because there's three dissenters, but it's 170 pages, and so I'm gonna get into that tonight to deal with the love of that. Yes, user. So if you see me tonight, that's what we're working on, probably.
Are you a constitutional? Are you the attorney?
I am an attorney. I'm not a constitutional attorney.
Okay, I just heard someone
wait,
earlier say that. I
Wawa,
didn't.
I got a question for you.
Hey, Admir, don't be cutting me off.
I have to.
Go
Damn
ahead.
it.
I may or
Hey,
may
Wawa,
not be
I
able to help,
gotta.
but go ahead.
Well, since you're constitutionally, you would be able to kind of break it
Oh yeah,
down.
I said I'm not a constitutional lawyer.
Oh, you not? Oh, my
What kind of
bad.
attorney? What kind of attorney? Hold
Commercial.
on,
I'm a
hold on. What
commercial
kind of
attorney.
attorney are you?
So I have a
Oh, well, why
specialty
we
in
got you up here?
government contracting, government law.
Oh, word. I got some questions.
But I have a passion for constitutional law, and so I spend a lot of time on that. Pennsylvania.
What state do you practice in? Okay,
Yes.
interesting.
Love it though. But that's basically what I do. Basically, we listen to Supreme Court cases in my labs and we break them down. It's really fun. Have a bunch of like judges that come in and watch, and it's interesting having judges in the chat kind of give their opinion, and then a bunch of attorneys come through too. So
I gave you a fault. When do you usually go live?
So next week, the Supreme Court is back in normal session. So I'll be live at 10 a.m. when the court goes on. When the court is live and we're doing live replays, a lot of the times we're listening through. I can't pause because it's live. So I talk very little, but sometimes I'll talk. And then sporadically I go through. Like right now, we are doing a flashback. We do flashback sessions. We're doing a flashback on some of the voting rights cases because there's a lot of voting rights challenges right now. And so I think it's really important to be paying attention to that. And then I owe my crew an overview of the Save Act too. So we'll do that.
Interesting. I'll definitely be tuning in. I like learning on here, so that's it's a little different than this back and forth bickering.
Yes, yes, yes. I did the bickering for a long time. I rarely actually get into boxes and do any type of debating these days because I think that utility is better when we're having discussions and we're learning together.
I agree.
We will see. All right. Yeah, I feel like it. But yeah, so I will let you go. Belle, thank you for having me. And the rest of y'all, I'll see you around. Y'all are
It was
going,
nice meeting you, Wawa.
you as well. If y'all are going to T-Bones, I might be in there later.
Belle, what are you doing? Why are you so quiet? Probably messing with her kids. All by myself. Don't wanna be all
Shit.
by myself anymore.
Bell, come back.
All by myself. That's some bullshit, Belle. Admir,
Yeah.
what's up?
Same old bullshit, different day.
I hear you. You know it's pretty bad when I'm on here singing. Oh shit. All right, well I guess we're This shit's over.
I think so. I think everybody's going over to T-Bones.
All right, I'll see y'all on the streets.
All right, see ya.
Yeah, the host is away right now, but she'll probably be back in a while. T-Bone is another live streamer. They're gonna go live right now.